Adventures in Research. We do take a lot of things for granted. Water, air, earth, sun, ice. Well now, ice. Perhaps you never heard of the man who invented ice. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the Ice King, as he liked to be called. And he also liked to think he invented ice. This notion seemed absurd to the New Englanders at the dawn of the 19th century. Invent ice? With lakes, rivers, and streams frozen over? When part of any winter's work was sawing out blocks of the solid stuff.
Come on, Tom. Let's keep moving. Gosh, it's cold.
Well, ain't that enough? How much of the consigned stuff does Martha need anyhow?
Oh, just enough to store in the cellar. One more block ought to do it. Heave to.
While such scenes were common in the northernmost states, a young chap named Frederick Tudor of Boston found the winter months more pleasant on a ship headed for the West Indies.
Ah, there, Tudor. Another fine day for sailing. Ocean smooth as glass, eh?
Indeed. Oh, it's like a different world. When I think of the poor souls up in Boston and New England. Fetch more wood, Frederick. Get out the snow shovel, Frederick. Heat the bricks for the bed, Frederick. Oh, this is the life. Warm sun, no winter clothes.
For a young chap, you've done quite well for yourself, Tudor. Don't mind my asking, but just what do you do the rest of the year?
Oh, work in a Boston shipping firm. Started when I was 13. Oh, been there for 8 years. 8 years of cold winters and ice and snow.
Well, see, you've left that far behind. Wait till you see the West Indies. The captain says we'll be putting into port this afternoon about sundown.
Good.
Care to debark and see the place, Tudor?
Fine.
It sure is warm, isn't it? I've been doing little else but mop my brow. I don't mind it being warm, but a man can get baked in this climate, too, you know.
Oh, yes, but I love it. Oh, how about joining me in some ginger tea? That should cool you off.
Cool you off? Man, you're mad. It's warm.
Well, it doesn't have to be. Up home in the summers, we chip some ice from the ice cellar and...
Ice? We left that back there, boy. Ice. These people never saw ice, never heard of it, and wouldn't believe it if you showed it to them.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Imagine living all your life and not knowing what ice is.
Yeah, I think I'll go below deck. That sun will have me baked to a crisp.
Next time I come back, I'll have to bring my own ice with me.
Back in his native Boston, young Tudor approached his father with a peculiar request.
Dad, you know that pond you own up in Saugus?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, I wondered if I might be able to use it.
Use it? Well, it's pretty well fished out. Just a few miles out of Boston. And the city is growing, so...
Well, I don't want it for fishing. I want the ice.
Yeah, in a few years... You want the what?
The ice. When it freezes over this winter.
Well, I don't see why not. Welcome to it, son. You going to build another ice cellar? Go right ahead, lad. Take all of it you want.
Thank you, Dad.
Frederick, you're welcome to it, of course. Take all the ice on the pond. But, what do you intend to do with it? Not that it's any of my business, of course, but then...
Well, thanks again, Dad.
Frederick, as I say, it's none of my affair. The ice is there for the taking. What you want with it is your own concern.
Of course.
I mean, well, hang it, son. What are you going to do with a whole pond full of ice? That is, well, now, mind you, I know you have a good reason for it, I'm sure, but then...
Well, I do, Dad. I'm going to take the ice down to the West Indies.
I see. Well, I knew you'd have a sound, sensible, sane... You what?
Yes, Frederick Tudor was going to bring ice to the equator. With hardly enough cash to pay for cutting the ice, he managed to charter a ship, and in the winter of 1805, sent 2 helpers down to the port of Saint-Pierre in Martinique to prepare for the arrival. In March of 1806, Frederick Tudor arrived in Martinique on a ship whose hold was filled with 130 tons of ice packed in hay.
Excuse me, you speak English?
Oui, I speak English, little.
Have you seen a couple of Americans, a Mr. Armitage, a Mr. Westland?
Je ne sais pas.
Oh, a tall man, short man, my friends, supposed to meet me here. Meet me here. Ice. They talk of ice. In boat. Boat. Ice.
No.
Let me put it this way. American money?
American money. Oui, they be at Tivoli Garden. Yes, they spend, laugh, drink. Oui, they gone.
Tivoli Gardens?
Oui, Tivoli Garden. Over there, see? It say Tivoli.
Thanks.
Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci, monsieur.
Are you the proprietor?
Ah, oui, monsieur. Giovanni Tivoli. At your service, monsieur.
I'm looking for some countrymen of mine from the States. I understand they were here.
I look for them, too. They leave Giovanni. They say, we see you, Giovanni. Goodbye, Giovanni.
Well,
pay you later, Giovanni. For 2 weeks, Giovanni, wait. I cannot afford to lose such money. They your friend? You pay their bill, huh?
I'm afraid not. They left me holding the bag, too.
What bag?
I have a cargo aboard my ship in the harbor, and they were supposed to...
You bring in cargo from the States, monsieur?
Yes, and something has to be done quickly. With this sun beating down, in no time it'll all...
Of course. Sun no good for food, monsieur. Sun spoil it soon.
Not spoil it, melt it.
Such funny words you use in States, monsieur. We say food spoil. You say food melt?
Melt. But it isn't food, it's ice. And it's very...
I am sure nice. Very nice.
Not nice. Ice. I-C-E. Ice.
Oh, to be sure, monsieur. Oui, ice. I-C-E. Ice, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, ice.
Ice. Oui. What is ice?
Well, it's the... when it freezes, you... Well, water becomes...
Water? You like glass of water, monsieur? Of course. There you are, monsieur. Water. Compliment Tivoli Gardens.
A very nice establishment you have here.
Like in the States, no, monsieur? Just like in the States?
Well, sort of. Of course, in the States we have ice.
Tivoli Gardens, as good as States, monsieur. Nothing you have there that Giovanni does not have here.
Well, you lack just one thing. If you had that, then indeed your Tivoli Gardens would be as great as any American restaurant.
What do we not have? Giovanni has everything. Look, coffee, tea, home-baked cake.
But where is your ice?
Ice?
Ice.
In States, monsieur. Every place has this ice.
Wouldn't dream of opening without it. Unheard of.
Tivoli Gardens as good as any place. I, too, can have ice. You say you have a shipload of this ice in harbor, monsieur?
Oh, I do, but... I've already promised it to...
Promised? I buy this ice. I pay double. You sell to me, eh?
Well, you're a hard businessman, Giovanni. All right. I'll sell you the ice.
Good, monsieur. One question, monsieur. Now I have the ice. What do I do with it?
Why, you can make ice cream with it.
Oh, ice cream? Oui, of course. Ice cream. What is this ice cream?
You never heard of ice cream?
Never, monsieur.
Well, you will, Giovanni, and all Martinique will. You have some milk, sugar, flavorings?
Oui.
Here, take my coat. I'll start in making some ice cream right now, and by tomorrow, Tivoli Gardens will be the talk of Martinique.
On the first night, Tivoli Gardens sold more than $300 worth of ice cream, and the customers crowded the place. The local newspaper hailed the event.
This remarkable epoch in the history of luxury and enterprise began March 6th, 1806, when ice creams were eaten for the first time in the settlement of the country lying just 14 degrees north of the equator.
And though the bringing of ice to Martinique might be hailed as a social success, financially, Tudor lost almost $3,500 due to the melting of the ice. But he tried it again, this time in 1815 in Havana, where startled natives saw the construction of a strange building.
Mamma mia, he say it is an ice house.
An ice house it was, with double partitions and dead space between the walls and heavy plank flooring. In the floor, gutters were embedded like eaves spouts, which caught the melted ice and conveyed it to a barrel outside. At the barrel, Frederick Tudor stood with the watch in his hand.
Hour's up. Runoff amounts to 56 pounds. Now, that's too much. We'll need more hay to cover the ice. Better. 33 pounds in an hour. But not good enough. We'll bank earth around the building and try that. 18 pounds. We can't do much better than that.
But Tudor was still not completely satisfied. His shipments increased, his fleet enlarged. But what could he do to preserve the ice? Hay was not enough. He tried tan bark, chaff, wheat, pulverized cork, even coal dust, until he hit upon another item of New England waste, pine sawdust. With the help of that and new special tools, augers, tongs, picaroons, his ice exports jumped from 4,000 tons a year to 65,000 tons. He sent apples to the tropics, brought tropical fruits to the States, and was soon recognized as the ice king of the world. 4 years before his death in 1864, he had the satisfaction of seeing his ships carrying ice to 53 ports all over the world. And the last glimpse we have of the Ice King is at 80, as he stands at a frosted window in the cold he so despised, watching the weather and remarking,
"The frost covers the window. The wheels creak. The boys run. Winter rules. And $50,000 worth of ice floats for me on fresh pond. Ice to cool the palates of the world, that I might be warm."
The world has come far since the days of Frederick Tudor and his shiploads of ice. And in no respect has it progressed further than in the science of refrigeration. Today, modern electric refrigeration and ice-making methods have long since made Tudor's enterprise out of date. But his discovery of better insulation to protect his ice helped push forward the day when the ice itself would be unnecessary. An unusual result, indeed, to Frederick Tudor's equally strange adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Scoop. True stories that have made headlines. 61 years ago today, on the 14th of April, 1912, there occurred one of the greatest maritime disasters of all time. The sinking of RMS Titanic. The sea was calm, the sky cloudless. It was a cold night, bitterly cold, as only the mid-Atlantic can be in April. It was 9 o'clock, and a message flashed from the steamer Coronia.
Captain Titanic. Westbound steamers report bergs, growlers, and field ice in 42 degrees north from 49 degrees to 51 degrees west.
Marconi operator Bride acknowledged the message. It was routine. But no one was worried. There was no need to be. The Titanic was the safest ship afloat, a gigantic lifeboat, unsinkable. On board, 2,201 people, all booked through to New York, on this maiden voyage of the largest ship the world had ever known. The passenger list read like the social register. Colonel and Mrs. J. Astor and manservant and maid. J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line. Mr. and Mrs. Martin Rothschild. Countess of Roths and maid. Sir Cosmo and Lady Duff Gordon. Mr. Henry B. Harris, theatrical producer. Mr., Mrs., and Master Washington Dodge. First Officer William Murdoch, in charge of the watch, stood on the bridge, peering into the encircling darkness. It was a silent world out there of hidden treachery. Suddenly, the crow's nest bell clanged 3 times. The phone rang.
Yes?
Iceberg right ahead, sir.
How far off?
Looks like a quarter of a mile, sir.
Well, keep a sharp lookout and let me know if you see ice on either bow.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hard to starboard, Quartermaster.
Hard to starboard, sir.
Stop engines. Take a note of the time, Quartermaster.
23:40, sir.
Great heavens, she's not answering her helm.
Wheel's still hard over, sir.
I'm going full speed astern on the engines. You closed watertight doors?
Both watertight doors, sir.
She's not turning quick enough.
She's going to hit, sir.
Great heavens! Hit the berg with her starboard bow.
What the devil's up? What have we hit, Mr. Murdoch?
Iceberg, sir.
What?
I put the wheel hard to starboard and reversed the engines, but she was too close. She did not answer her helm in time.
Close the emergency doors.
I've already closed the doors, sir.
Ask the engineer on watch if the ship's damaged and making water.
Aye, aye, sir.
Meanwhile, in boiler room number 6.
Boy, Seconder, what's all this about?
Closing watertight doors.
What for?
Let's get out of this. Come on through here. Quickly, now.
Never gonna make it.
Come on, come on. Right, that's it.
Sis just made it. I wonder what's up. Hey, Bill, what's up?
I know, we're going out to sea.
Hey, down there!
Hey?
We struck an iceberg!
An iceberg? I'm going up on deck.
You wait down here until you've been given orders.
Why, hang around here, Seconder.
Well, get along to the engine room in case you're wanting to help down there.
Look here, Seconder. The way the water's come through these flow plates, won't seem a waste of time. I'm getting out.
Do as you're told.
All right.
I'm going through to boiler room 5 to see if they want help. Get along with you. No more arguments.
Send the body to death. That's what you're doing.
I said no more arguments.
All right, no call to shout.
Look, get on and do as I say.
Aye, sir. See you at the pearly gate.
I'll have more to say to you later on. More important things to do at the moment. Go on with you. I'm through to the engine room to see if I can help in boiler room 5. Hey, you give us a hand with this pump, will you? Right, Drop. Keeping ahead of the water, but it's no good. It can't last.
Shut the door first.
The boiler will be blown up when the water gets to them.
Oh, some talk of us hitting an iceberg.
I don't know what we hit, but a sea poured in and it nearly got me.
Show the fires.
The sea's coming in faster. It's up to the waist in parts.
Pumps don't seem to be making any impression.
No, water's getting the better of us. Only they'd rig more pumps.
Orders from the engine room. We've got to get out where we've got that job.
Thank heaven for that. Let's leave this. Up the stokehold ladders and quick.
Up ladders, down steel corridors, figures ran, none very sure of what had happened. Passengers woke up and wondered, engine stopped? Strange, what's up? It was only a brief thought. Most of them turned over again, remembering with a certain complacency. The ship's unsinkable. 16 watertight compartments, that's what the travel brochure said. So there's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to worry about. Of course, there's nothing to worry about. That's what the lamp trimmer Sam Leeming thought, lying off duty in his bunk.
You know, Pete, it must be great to be a millionaire.
Yeah, I say.
Take that bloke Brandeis.
Who's he?
The one who has the private promenade deck off his suite.
Oh, him?
Yeah, they say he owns department stores in Omaha.
Huh. Well, good luck to him.
Wonder how many millionaires we've got aboard.
Oh, dozens.
Oh, it's the life. Make no mistake about it. Luxury. That's for me. I wonder what galantine of chicken is.
Here. What you got there?
The menu for lunch today.
Oh, what do you want that for?
Show my old woman.
You let's have a deco. RMS Titanic, April the 14th, 1912. Luncheon. Consomme fermier. That's some kind of clear soup.
Oh.
I wonder what this is, eh? Cocky leaky. And fillets of brill, chicken Maryland, corned beef.
Is that there?
As large as life there. Corned beef, vegetables, dumplings. Could do with some of this, eh? Munich beer, threepence, and sixpence a tankard. From the grill, mutton chops, buffet, eh? Soused herrings, eh? Shrimps, salmon, Cumberland ham.
Hey, what's that? What the devil's that? Say, Pete, do you hear it?
What?
That noise. Come just after the engine stopped.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about.
I'm not worrying. Only, I think I'll go and have a look.
Well, pass me that packet of fags before you do.
Here.
Oh, thanks.
Pete, it's much louder out there. Look, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. There's something wrong.
Yes, with that door open, it certainly... Well, you know, I think we'd better go and have a look, Sam.
Right. Come.
But, you know, she seems to be listening.
Wonder if we struck a bird.
Well, it's possible, but, you know, things seem calm enough. There's no panic.
Well, we can't say until we've located... Oh. Straight, Pete. Do you see down there? Look.
There's water. Water! Pouring into the fore-peak locker.
The ship's been old, that's what. Come on, let's get up on deck.
By now, most of the crew knew there was something to worry about. They could see that the Titanic's wounds were mortal, and on the bridge the commutator showed her slightly down at the head and listing 5 degrees to starboard. The captain with an engineer went on a tour of inspection.
There's water in the forepeak, and a 300-foot gash.
Yeah, plus the first 5 compartments hopelessly flooded.
And the ship unsinkable. That's what I was told. Unsinkable.
Well, I suppose they never thought of a disaster of this sort happening. This ship can float with all the first 4 compartments flooded, but not all the first 5.
I thought the modern shipbuilding had progressed far beyond this. Still, there isn't any time to discuss that. Order the boats uncovered and 6th Officer Moody to get out a list of boat assignments.
We haven't much time, Captain. She's lasting badly.
Yes, but we don't want any panic. There are over 2,000 lives aboard the ship, and they must be saved.
10 minutes after the Titanic struck the iceberg, Marconi operator Bride began tapping out the letters
CQD, CQD, MGY, MGY, CQD, MGY,
CQD, MGY, CQD, Distress signal coming through, sir. MGY. That's the call letter of the Titanic.
Titanic? Distress signal? Are you certain?
Coming through again, sir. CQD, MGY, CQD, MGY.
Hang it all, the Titanic's unsinkable. She's on her maiden voyage.
Well, there's no doubt about the message. It gives her position. 4146 north, 5014 west.
Tell her we're coming hard. I'm going to the chart room to plot our new course.
Right, sir. Carpathia coming hard. Carpathia coming hard.
Message coming through, sir. Carpathia, 58 miles off. Coming hard, sir.
Carpathia, 50 miles. 4 hours at least to get here. She has no speed. Frankfurt, Mount Temple, Olympic. No, all too far. Go on sending out distress signals, Bride.
Very good, sir.
Go on and on. Don't stop. Who the devil's that? Ah, Vauxhall.
Located a light, sir. 10 miles off the port bow. A steamer, sir.
10 miles?
I tried to get in touch with the Morse lamp, but I couldn't get an answer.
But she must have seen us.
I should imagine so, sir. Shall we fire the rocket, sir?
Yes, but I don't want to panic the passengers. The lifeboats are being launched, but we must keep them calm. They still think this vessel's unsinkable.
There was a bit of trouble in the steerage, sir.
Yes, but that's under control.
Shall I go ahead with the rocket, sir?
Yes. Fire one every 5 minutes. We've got to contact that steamer. It's our only hope.
It seemed to hang suspended for a moment, then exploded with a shower of white sparks which floated gently into the sea. 10 miles away, Second Officer Herbert Stone saw that rocket. He watched it. A rocket? Extraordinary, he thought, that a ship should fire rockets at night. Then he turned away, while the 10 miles separating them gradually widened and widened and widened.
Any luck, Vauxhall?
No, sir. I released 8 rockets, and no acknowledgement at all.
But for heaven's sake, why? Surely they must have seen them.
They must have, sir.
Keep on firing. Visibility's good. Someone else may pick us up.
Right, sir. Another going up now.
Another going up. Another. Another and another. The rockets exploded their urgent message in the sky. Sparks showered into the sea. But Second Officer Herbert Stone wasn't watching, while the 10 miles separating the ships gradually widened and widened and widened. Meanwhile, the Carpathia was racing to the rescue.
Dr. McGee, I want you to set up first aid stations at each dining saloon.
Right, sir.
Brown, you and the assistant purser cover each gangway and receive the Titanic's passengers. I want coffee for all hands, and have soup, tea, brandy, and whiskey for the survivors. And above all, I want the men to keep quiet about all this. The job's going to be difficult enough without the passengers hanging around. It might be wise to station a couple of stewards in each corridor.
Aye, sir.
I'm going up to the wireless check. You'll find me there. Oh, and, Dean.
Here, sir.
Drop pilot ladders and side ladders at gangways and along the sides. Rig cargo nets to help people up.
Aye, sir.
And don't forget the oil, either, to pour overboard in case the sea grows rough.
That's been organized, sir.
Good. Remember, this isn't going to be easy for any of us. But out there somewhere, over 2,000 people are in danger. And it's up to us to do something about it.
Message from the Titanic, sir. Another one coming through now. Engine room getting flooded.
Tell them we're on our way, as fast as we can. Oh, if only this old ship could knife ahead faster. We're doing 70 knots and can't drive harder. Tell them we're doing our best and will arrive in a couple of hours.
They're trying to contact us again, sir. Oh, it's very faint. Get your boats ready. Going down fast.
Anything else?
No, sir. No, cut out completely.
They must have gone.
Aye, sir. I'm afraid so, sir. They must have gone.
Two hours later, the Carpathia drew near the Titanic's position.
Can't see a thing, sir.
No, but there must be something. Lifeboats? Great heavens, they must have had time to launch them.
Look, sir. Look over there.
The green flare.
And another.
Must be her light. She must still be afloat.
Perhaps we are in time after all.
If only she'd fire some more, we could get bearings better.
The wind's coming up, sir.
Yes. Makes things more difficult. We don't want the water choppy.
Can't understand this, sir. There isn't a living thing in sight. He must have gone down.
Someone fired those rockets.
Another, sir. Look, you see, directly ahead and low in the water.
Yes. It's a lifeboat. That's what it is, a lifeboat. There, near that iceberg.
Yes, it's not going to be easy picking it up. We're to windward.
Ahoy there!
They're hailing us.
We've only got one seaman and can't work very well.
All right. Leave it to us.
Watch that iceberg, sir.
Don't go too close, sir.
Tell them to stand by on deck and drop lines when I've maneuvered into position.
Aye, aye, sir.
And warn Dr. McGee. By the look of those survivors, some of them are in pretty bad shape.
Are you fourth officer Boxhall?
That's right.
The captain wants to see you on the bridge.
Oh, all right.
How do you feel?
Cold, that's all.
Had anything to drink?
Yes.
Good. Oh, come on, then follow me.
Have you any idea how many boats they picked up?
16 and 4 collapsibles.
16 and 4. That's a lot.
Most of them weren't filled.
No. Some of the passengers wouldn't board them. Said the Titanic wouldn't sink. Oh, they must have been crazy. In the end, there was a stampede. But in the beginning, no. Sort of had faith in the ship.
Didn't you?
Well, in a way. But once she hit the berg, there was nothing we could do. Water poured in. Pumps couldn't handle it. 300-foot gash. That's what they said she had. Oh, it's sort of perplexing.
Perplexing?
Yes. We build something and think we know all the answers, but we don't. Not really.
By the sound of things, there's a lot of people won't ever know about the Titanic.
And I hope it stays that way. The truth isn't always the best thing. Not in some cases.
You make me curious. But the old man's waiting. Fourth officer Boxhall, sir.
Oh, good. Come in. Thank you, sir. You saw the Titanic go down? Yes, sir. About 02:30 hours. And Captain Smith? He went down with the ship, sir. I see. There's some talk among the survivors that there was trouble launching the lifeboats. That people fought for places, that shots had to be fired to keep them under control. In the later stages, sir, yes, that's true. In the beginning, they couldn't believe that the ship would sink.
They laughed when Captain Smith ordered them into the boats. Then she started to list badly. And the water rose fast. That's when the trouble started, sir. Panic.
Oh.
You know how it is. Then there was another thing, sir. We weren't carrying enough lifeboats.
What?
Only enough for 1,100 people. We carried well over 2,000.
I see.
I wish it had been a case of women and children first, sir, but it wasn't. It was...
Yes?
Oh, I'd rather not, sir, if you don't mind. Well, you can't criticize. I saw some fine things. Things that made me proud. There was Isidore Strauss and his wife. She wouldn't leave her husband. And he refused to enter a boat before any other men.
So they went down together?
Yes, sir. Yes, they went down together. You see things like that, sir, and, well, you forget the other. The chap who put a shawl over his head and pretended he was a woman. And the other who tried to steal a life belt.
Is that a fact?
I wish it wasn't, sir. I suppose there'll be an inquiry, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Over 700 people can't die without an official inquiry. But you forget about that, eh? Go back and rest.
Thank you, sir.
I'll send a message through to New York to tell them to expect us. Dean?
Oh, yes, sir?
Get this message through, will you? We've picked up all survivors of the Titanic.
Right, sir. Anything else, sir?
Yes. Yes, I think a brief service over the spot where the Titanic went down might be appropriate.
Yes, of course, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
I'll ask Father Anderson to conduct it. We'll assemble in the lounge.
People gave thanks for the living and paid their respects to the dead. And a waiting world was told.
Titanic struck iceberg and sank. 2:20 this morning. All survivors picked up. We very much fear that there has been great loss of life.
In a short while, the Carpathia turned and made full speed for New York. Only smudges of oil lay on the green water which lapped against a solitary iceberg. There was no trace at all of the great ship which had started out so proudly on its maiden voyage. Only a single lifebelt being carried away by the currents. A lifebelt with the letters RMS Titanic staring up at the sky.
Every Saturday night at 9 o'clock, we bring you a true story that has made headlines in Scoop.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Joseph Cotton in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
"100 years ago this week, a group of brave men risked their lives in a desperate effort to save their fellow men. Tonight, Autolite honors this centennial with a dramatic recreation of their attempted Arctic rescue. Our star, Mr. Joseph Cotton.
Hey, Harlow, what What's in the package?
Ah, the world's best Christmas present, Hap.
Oh, for whom?
My car. It's an Autolite Stay Full battery, the famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
That sure is a real present.
Right you are, Hap. The Autolite Stay Full is always a real present for every car and every car owner because money just can't buy a better battery. Why, the Autolite Stay Full has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Where can I find this famous battery, Hilo?
Under the hoods of millions of cars and at your Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries, and you can quickly locate him by looking for the Autolite battery sign or just call Western Union by number.
And ask for Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents a dramatic recreation of Arctic Rescue, starring Joseph Cotton, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Picture this if you can. Christmas night. Miles and miles of endless, empty, broken white ice. An ice floe drifting somewhere in the vicinity of the 73rd parallel north of the Arctic Circle. Nothing but ice. That is, nearly nothing. If you look carefully through the winter night, you'll see 2 tiny, dark blemishes, the figures of 2 men. One twisted in an unconscious heap is our skipper, Jonathan Blake. The other figure, Gerald Stewart, first mate, me. It makes a good, sorry picture. Civilized men in a primitive wilderness of ice waiting helplessly for death. Aye, a sorry picture. It's a far different picture you'd have seen if you'd been a part of the excited crowd standing at the battery on the New York waterfront on a June morning, the year 1852.
The moment of departure?
Aye, Lady Franklin, we must take the high tide.
May God in his great mercy protect you and your men from the perils which await you.
The men are prepared for hardships, Lady Franklin.
We shall succeed where the others have failed in ending the mystery of the Erebus and Terror.
Aye, and back to Aberdeen in time for a Christmas feast.
And we'll prepare a Christmas celebration your men will never forget, Captain.
We're leaving for England next week. I shall pray for you, Mr. Stewart. For all of you.
Thank you, Miss Craycroft. I'll stand many a watch out at sea thinking of last night. The ball, dancing, and you. That is, all of us will, I mean.
What my first mate is trying to tell your niece, Lady Franklin, is how grateful the officers and crew are for the farewell ball you held in their honor last night.
I'm the grateful one, Captain Blake. Please bring them all home safely.
Oh, come now, Lady Franklin, no need for worry. The Jessica's a sturdy ship and the men are in good health and lofty spirits. We'll be back by Christmas, you'll see. Tide will change. We must be on our way.
Then goodbye and good luck, Captain.
Goodbye, Lady Franklin. Miss Craycroft.
Goodbye, Captain Blake. Goodbye, Mr. Stewart. Godspeed.
Thank you. We shall see you in Aberdeen Christmas week.
Let's get aboard, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Lady Franklin. Starkey?
Yes, sir.
Drop the gangway.
Yes, sir.
All hands at their mooring stations, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Then pass the orders to cast off.
Aye, sir.
All hands, prepare to cast off.
All hands, prepare to cast off.
Let go 1 and 2.
Let go 1 and 2.
Let go 3 and 4.
Let go 3 and 4.
Ship's underway, sir?
Aye. Well, Mr. Stewart, fill your eyes with the sight of New York. The last of it you'll be seeing for some time to come. Aye, good long time.
I am, sir. As the Jessica moved slowly to the outer harbor, I watched a tiny, delicate white dot in the crowd at the wharf. She stood there beside Lady Franklin, waiting. And I watched until the morning fog erased the sight of the New York waterfront. Aside from the ship's log, I've decided to keep a running account of this voyage. This account will be transferred to a watertight jar and thrown into the currents should any sudden disaster occur. The first 3 weeks of navigating north were merely a matter of settling down to ship's routine. On June 30th, after officers' mess, we sighted Point Farewell on the Greenland coast. The time had come for the captain to read a letter of instructions given to him by Lady Franklin.
Captain Blake, I'm sure you will do all that any man can in discovering the fate of my husband, Sir John Franklin, and his 2 ships, the Erebus and Terror. But my only fear is that you might sacrifice your lives in the unknown regions of the Arctic. Therefore, let me state that above all else, the preservation of the lives of you and your heroic companions is more important to me than the purpose of your journey. May God in his great mercy preserve you all from harm amidst the perils which await, and restore you to us safely and in health, as well as honor. Your sincere and attached friend, Jane Franklin. Well, these are the only written instructions I have, gentlemen. Now then, Mr. Stewart, the map, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, there it is, gentlemen, the most recent Admiralty map of the Arctic regions that we are approaching.
Now it's almost completely blank.
Aye, Mr. Halliday, thousands of miles of uncharted wilderness.
And somewhere in that frozen tundra, Sir John Franklin and his men vanished.
Aye. Our search will begin tomorrow when we drop anchor in Godhab. We'll pick up our ice pilot, Mr. Patrick Hansen, some additional supplies, and then make for the Arctic Circle.
Arctic Circle? Sounds like the edge of the world, eh, Stewart?
A little frightening, too.
You frightened?
Mr. Halliday, if I were you, I'd respect Mr. Stewart's fear for what lies before us.
Captain, I was just thinking. If Franklin was looking for the Northwest Passage, he'd probably make an approach through, here. Through Lancaster Sound. Then he must have passed Ponds Bay, here. And according to our information, they're Eskimos at Ponds Bay. They might have seen his ships enter Lancaster Sound.
If they did, then we'll have something to go by.
I hope Mr. Hansen understands the Eskimo dialects. They can tell us much.
I don't see how we can cover all this territory and get back by Christmas, Captain.
We have no choice, Mr. Stewart. If we get caught beyond the Arctic Circle after the summer months, we may never get back.
Never?
Aye. In the winter, the seas are covered with great ice floes. And once a ship is frozen in those latitudes, it'll stay there until the summer thaw. You can't imagine the horrors we'd endure in an Arctic winter, Mr. Halliday.
I suppose not.
Franklin and his men were probably frozen in for the winter.
And they were never heard from again.
Exactly. Well, that'll give you a brief idea of what we're in for, gentlemen. We'll know more after Mr. Hansen comes aboard. Any questions?
I have nothing but questions, Captain.
I wish I had the answers, Stewart.
Noon the next day, we dropped anchor in the harbor at Godhab. Here we would take on coal additional winter clothing, dogs, and Eskimo drivers, and Mr. Hansen, our ice pilot. Godhab was nothing more than a few huts of the Baffin Bay Trading Company, and as we prepared to go ashore, a longboat suddenly appeared alongside.
Captain Blake?
Aye?
I'm Patrick Hansen, your ice pilot, sir.
We were about to send a boat ashore for you, Mr. Hansen.
No time for that, Captain.
But we planned on picking up supplies and dogs.
I brought them. They're in the boat.
Well, what's the rush, Mr. Hansen?
Oh, this is Gerald Stewart, my first mate.
You never been in the Arctic before, Mr. Stewart?
No.
Take my word for it. You better get up there while they got the summer weather, you bet.
All right, so we run into a little summer ice. The Jessica's prepared for that?
Yeah, she looks like good, strong ship.
Hey.
You've never seen iron ship up here before. And steam engine, too.
That's not all the Jessica has. There's additional iron plates across her hull, as well as added bracing forward-ship, and the forward 10 feet of the bow is solid iron and razor sharp at the edge. What do you think that'll do to your ice, Mr. Hansen?
You wait and you see what the ice can do to a ship. Even an iron ship, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Hansen, you received my letters.
Yeah.
And you made inquiries about the Erebus and Terror?
Yeah, they was here. They couldn't get dogs, so they headed for Ponds Bay.
Across Baffin Bay?
That's right.
Just as we thought. Mr. Halliday.
Aye, sir.
Get those supplies aboard, then prepare the ship for sea.
Right away, sir.
At once. Steward.
Yes, sir.
You can chart a course for us. We'll cross the Arctic Circle next and on to Pond's Bay.
We set a north by northwest course, leaving the last outpost of civilization behind us, and crossed the Great Baffin Bay. On July 4th, we crossed the Arctic Circle without ceremony. Then we had ice freezing on deck and in the rigging. A day later, we saw our first floating iceberg. For this time of year, we should not have seen either one. From Goddard to Pond's Bay, 6.5 days, perfect calm. Upon landing, we found a small contingent of Eskimos, but nothing else. They seemed hostile and would give us no information. Then, as we were preparing to return to the Jessica, one of the natives, a girl, rushed from one of the huts and down to the beach.
What's it?
Oh, what's she saying, Mr. Hanson?
I'm not sure.
Oh, Captain, look. She has something in her hand. She wants us to look at it.
It's a small brass button.
From a naval uniform.
Aye. See if she'll trade it for some sewing needles.
Ose? Galaga?
Well, what does she mean by that?
Ose?
Joseph. She's trying to say man's name.
Ose? Galaga?
Joseph Gallagher? Steward, is that name on Sir John's crew list?
I'm looking, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's here. Quartermaster Joseph Gallagher. They've been here.
Aye. Better get back to the ship, man. Looks like a gale brewing.
Ose?
Oh, let her keep the button, Steward. Give her the needles, too.
Yes, sir.
Ose?
After leaving Pond's Bay, 2 months passed without incident. Then we entered Lancaster Sound and approached the scarcely charted islands along Barrow Strait. There we encountered great mountains of floating ice, and we had only a few hours of twilight each day. We crossed the 75th parallel and north into Wellington Channel to Bathurst Island, the last of the charted islands on my maps. Then on September 10th, weather changed. Northwest gales, sleet, and heavy fogs that forced us to a bare crawl, and even worse, mammoth ice floes that closed in all around us.
Mr. Steward.
Yes, sir.
Keep an eye on the temperature.
I am, sir.
Ice! Ice! Dead ahead!
Quartermaster, starboard 6 degrees.
Sleets have been getting smaller all the time.
Captain, the temperature is still dropping. 10 above zero.
What do you think of this lead, Hanson?
I think maybe they better back out of here.
Back out? Take a look astern, Hanson. Back out where?
Captain.
Oh, what is it, Halliday?
The rudder will not respond.
6 below, sir.
Ice dead ahead!
The lead is getting smaller, Captain.
Aye. Well, the Arctic seems to be closing down on us on all counts.
The walls of the lead moved in closer until a man could jump to the ice from either side of the ship. And then the Jessica was cutting through the ice, making her own lead, but slowly we lost speed. Finally, the ship gave up to the ice.
He's frozen in now.
Aye. Stop engines, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Well, Captain Blake, looks like they can forget about looking for Sir John Franklin in his ships. Now that we're frozen in, we're going to have to look out for our own lives, you bet.
Is bringing you Mr. Joseph Cotton in Arctic Rescue, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and outside the door, a man was trying his starter once more. But try as he would, the car wouldn't go, for the battery was dead. Out of water, you know.
That man should have had an Autolite stay-full battery, Harlow.
Right you are, Hap. There's the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Because the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features. And, in addition, it has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. Money just can't buy a better battery. So, friends, see your nearest Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries, and he has an Autolite Stay Full for your car if a replacement is needed. Just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
And I'll tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Joseph Cotton in Elliot Lewis's production of Arctic Rescue, a true story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
September 10th, 1852. Unless a miracle occurred, we were frozen in the Arctic for the rest of the winter months. A sea of ice surrounded us, and the ship took on a starboard list from the pressure of the floe. Rations were cut in food, water, and coal consumption. Furious gales came and went, and there were more freezing temperatures, often as low as 35 below. The doctor was a busy man. Nearly all hands suffered from frostbite, many from gangrene. Conditions aboard the Jessica were deplorable. I thought they couldn't get worse. October came, November, December, and we thought of home and the holidays and of Lady Franklin and Miss Craycroft sitting alone at the Christmas feast that was to be held in our honor. On Christmas Day, the cook outdid himself. We had a feast aboard the Jessica on the last of the salt pork and beef. And with the last of the Alsop's ale and minced meat, the cook made pies. And we had us a celebration, Christmas Day, 1852. Men, the captain has a word to say.
I dropped below to offer you my greetings on this holiday and to wish you a much happier Christmas next year.
Thanks, and you. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright.
Christmas Eve, 1853, 1 year later. We're still frozen in. Summer came and passed without an appreciable rise in temperature, and the ice failed to break up. Men living on pemmican, occasionally bear meat and seal blubber. No more lime juice. This means scurvy. The year also saw the loss of 11 men, the doctor and the ice pilot Hansen among them. 2 in a chase for the polar bear, 3 from scurvy, and the rest from gangrene. Most of the men have frostbite. Our second Christmas in the Arctic. The floe that holds the ship is drifting south down Peel Sound. We saw the shores of King William's Island. The captain sent Halliday and 3 men on sledge to look for food depots or a rock cairn, anything. They returned today.
Where'd you find it, Halliday?
In a cairn. We also found empty pemmican cans and bits of ship's timber.
Steward, listen to this. It was written by Franklin himself. 1851, latitude 69 degrees, longitude 98 degrees west. HMS Terror sank when ice broke. Erebus still frozen in. Beset since April 12th, 1850. We are deserting the Erebus. Attempting overland march to Baxfish River, to Hudson's Bay. If unheard from when this found, we must be considered lost. Sir John Franklin, Captain HMS Erebus.
We found what we came for.
Aye.
They're all dead.
Aye.
If something doesn't happen pretty soon, we'll be dead, too. Makes for a very Merry Christmas, Captain. Captain.
I hear it. It's the ice. Breaking.
How long do you think our iron plates will last against this, Captain? Great cracks opened in the ice, and then out of the water through the openings another great mountain of ice would rise. Great slabs of surface 100 yards wide, shattered, upended, and sank into the churning water. All around us, great jagged fingers of ice crashed through.
All hands abandon ship!
Stewart, get your chops. We're going out on the ice, too.
Yes, sir. I could feel the ship jarring loose under me, and suddenly the Jessica red sharply throwing me across the deck. The last sound in my ears was that of the Jessica tearing loose from the ice. Slowly, I became aware of pain in my leg, then of movement. I opened my eyes. The captain was helping me to walk. I looked into the winter darkness for the familiar sight of the Jessica. I saw nothing. Nothing but ice. Skipper.
Huh? No feeling better, lad?
What about the ship?
Gone down.
And the rest of the men?
I don't know. Gone. The floe separated. Most of them were on the other side.
Where? Where are we walking to?
I don't know. I don't know.
We walked on and on, climbing jagged hummocks of ice and falling through thin spots. Legs got wet, froze. We beat the ice off, and we kept walking in circles through the Arctic night. Endless circles. We'll rest a bit.
Let's rest. Sleep a bit in the ice. Warm, comforting ice.
No, don't sleep. My eyes grew heavy. I craved sleep. But the sleep was to die. I was ready. In the sky over the horizon, a star. The night was overcast. There were no other stars, just one. Bright in the distance. I could see it. I stood. It was still there. A bright star over the horizon. Captain! Up! On your feet, Captain! We're going to keep walking. Walking? Where? There. That way toward that star. We walked on, slowly. I carried the skipper, unconscious now. What could it be? There are no lights in the Arctic, no stars through the overcast. But we kept moving, and the star came closer. I couldn't believe what suddenly appeared. Through the darkness directly beneath the star was the vague outline of a ship. A ship. Mates! Mates, help! Help me!
He's coming out of it. Stewart. Stewart.
The ship. I saw. Starkey. Halliday.
In the flesh.
I saw a ship.
I know. You're on it. See?
But where did it come from? Not the Jessica.
I know. That's the Erebus, one of Franklin's ships.
The one they deserted.
Erebus. Where did it come from?
Well, there we were. All of us, except you and the captain lying on that flue after the Jessica went down, ready to die just as we thought you had. And then just as graceful as you please, they see a ship drifting slowly out of the fog through the broken ice, right to us.
But the captain, I left him out on the ice.
It's all right. We brought him aboard, and pretty soon we'll be on our way home.
Home?
Aye. The ice is open. We can get out. The Erebus will take us back. Now, how's that for a Christmas surprise?
I followed a star.
What?
He's sleeping. What was that he said? He followed the star?
Aye. He must have seen that lantern we hung from the mainmast, mistook it for a star.
Oh.
Saved his life. Damn the captain. Being that it's still Christmas, I guess you could call it a miracle, eh, Starkey?
Aye. I guess you could at that, sir.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Joseph Cotton.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, a story from your morning newspaper. The dramatic expose of narcotics peddling among teenagers, as reported in Melody in Dreams. Our star, Mr. John Lund. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Arctic Rescue was written for Suspense by Gus C. Bays. Featured in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Norma Varden, Lillian Bayeth, Fred Mackay, Barney Phillips, Clayton Post, and Ben Wright.
Joseph Cotton can currently be seen in the Burt Friedloeb production, The Steel Trap, a 20th Century Fox release.
Remember next week, John Lund in Melody in Dreams.
$8 million Americans are suffering from arthritis or rheumatism. Recent medical discoveries have given these people hope of cure from this crippling disease. You can help make this hope a reality by mailing a contribution to Arthritis, care of your local postmaster. Friends, on behalf of the entire Autolite family and all of us on Suspense, this is Harlow Wilcox wishing all of you a very Merry Christmas. Good night. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Tonight's exciting story by Ron Evans is called Arctic Treasure.
When dawn broke next morning, I went out on deck. In every direction lay a white desolation of ice floes, so tightly packed that the clear blue of the water could barely be seen between them. Only one thing stood out. A huge iceberg dead ahead of us. Its peak was at least 50 feet high, and it was a quarter of a mile in width, and the greater portion of this was not more than a few feet above sea level. The skipper reduced speed as we drew close to the berg, and we slowly nosed our way through the pack ice, then hard a port on the wheel. We came alongside a flat stretch of the berg as neatly as we did the mothership. Fred, Snorri, and Lars jumped over the side of the ice, each armed with a sledgehammer and 2 steel pikes. These were hammered into the ice to hold fast our mooring ropes. We had moored at the point nearest to the steep rise of the berg, and the peak now towered above our tiny ship, only a few yards away. Littering the berg was a huge colony of seals, literally hundreds of them. Most watched with interest, unaware of the fate in store for them.
Get your rifles and clubs from the mate, boys. You, Barger, stay on board and keep a watch in the mooring.
Yes, Skipper.
I hear you've no stomach for this kind of work anyway.
He's got you taped, Tim. More like you told him, didn't you? No, all right. I'll admit it. I'd have hated to see you being given the killing work while I have to look after the mooring. For that, I suppose I should be thankful. But why I should have to stand here and watch the ropes is a mystery. They look very secure to me. You're dead wrong, Tim. Bergs can be very treacherous. They'll split in half, crumble even on the slightest pretext. Thanks for the cheerful news. What will you chaps do out there if that happens? Make a mad dash back here if we can. Oh, there's little risk to the ship, laddie. We're all right, really, so long as we don't get dunked in the water. And if you do? A man's life expectancy in that water's less than a minute, I've heard. Oh, here's the mate, Fred.
You ready, Freddie?
Yes. Yes, I was just warning young Tim here of the dangers. Oh, great. That saves me the job. But what do I do if the berg does start to break up? Into fragments, I mean. Yeah, well, you see the slope over there? Yes. The main danger lies in a split appearing there and breaking away. The broken part could roll and drag the ship over with it. Now, if that happens, cut the moorings. Don't look so alarmed, kid. It's 1,000,000 to 1, but it's as well to know. Okay? Yes. You find a fire axe fore and aft. Go along and put them beside the bollards, just in case. Okay, Freddie, let's go. The skipper, Snorri, and Lars are waiting for us.
I watched them go, rifles slung over their shoulders and long clubs swinging from their hands. They didn't bother with a few seals in sight of the ship. The main colony was on the other side of the berg. I got out the axes and laid them on the deck. I shuddered when the shooting started. The ugly picture of the slaughter in my mind's eye. As the shots echoed out across the stillness of the icy waste, small chunks of ice broke away from the high peak and came down the slope in numerous miniature avalanches. At first it worried me, but I quickly realized it was of little importance and only caused by the sound waves of the shots. Trying to take my morbid thoughts off the slaughter, I studied the white peak, which had obviously once been part of a glacier. I looked at a point a third of the way up. A large chunk of ice dislodged itself and came tumbling down, breaking up into small pieces during its descent. The particles came to rest on more than 50 feet from the ship. When I looked back, there was a dark scar at the point where the ice had broken away. And the more I looked at it, the more intrigued I became. What could be the cause, I wondered. Something up there, I'm sure of it. If I could just get a closer look. Of course, there's the skipper's binoculars. With luck, he'll have left them in the wheelhouse. I'm darn sure he won't have taken them with him. Here they are. Maybe I'm just imagining it, or it could just be a crevice in the ice. Now, where is it? Yes. Oh, darn these glasses where each eyepiece has to be focused. It can't be. How can there be a piece of timber up there? But it's too timber at that. Perfectly rounded and neatly cut off at the end that's sticking out. though it's the yardarm of another ship. It can't be. How can a ship be in the middle of an iceberg? I was both astonished and very curious. And this made me do a foolish thing. Yes, foolish it may have been, but I'm glad to this day that I did. Putting the binoculars back into the wheelhouse, I then jumped over onto the ice and started up the slope. It rose only gradually at first. But soon the going became harder as it got steeper. Chunks of ice slid from under my feet, but I kept on, my eyes fixed on that piece of wood. Then I had it in my hand, and solid, smooth wood it was. It poked out through a hole in the ice, which is about 2 feet wide. It must be part of a ship. I wonder how big it is. It goes deep inside the berg. There's just enough room for me to squeeze in here. It's like a tunnel. Reflects the light well. What's this? An iron ring around it. This looks like a piece of thick cloth. Better be careful, otherwise I'll... Oh, no! I must be seeing things. It's impossible! Figures of men sat at their oars, exactly as they must have frozen to death 1,000 years before. Keels still lined the gunwales, and the remains of a sail hung stiffly down towards them from where I was perched. Everything was still, silent, a little frightening. I glanced around me, but there was no way down. And then stared in awed fascination, wondering what tragedy had befallen these Vikings so long ago, and marveling at the miracle that had preserved them for so long. Look at the man at the steering oar. He's still standing. There's others there, huddled in the middle as though they were trying to keep each other warm. Camera. If only I had a camera. It's almost as bright as daylight in here, bright enough to take photographs anyway. I wonder if any of the others have a camera. Possible.
Varden! Now, where is the boy? I want him to help us get these pelts aboard. Tom, where is he?
Gone down below for a minute. Hey, Fritz, now put a bit more effort into it, will you?
We're doing our best. Lost it, boy. He's supposed to be watching the moorings. He'll get a taste of my boot when we get on board. Varden, where are you?
Up here, Skipper.
What are you doing up there? Get yourself down here right now.
Must come up here and see what I found.
The damn cheek of that kid.
Come down here, I say.
Please come and look. I found a complete ship, a Viking ship.
So what? Get down here and lend a hand with these pelts, don't you?
What did he say he's found?
Some stupid nonsense about a Viking ship. Good. He's coming down.
I have a good mind to fine him for this. Dedication of duty, that's what I call it.
Dereliction of duty, you mean, Skipper?
I'll speak English my way, and you speak it yours.
Okay. You're the boss, Skipper.
You must come up and take a look, Skipper. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so will the bruises be on your backside if you're not careful.
You grab a hold of these pelts here and start pulling, boy. I'll talk to you later about this. Hey, the ice. The ice, it's beginning to crack. Hurry. Let's get these pelts on board. Don't look back, Tim. Just keep pulling. Come on, boys. Not much farther to go.
Huge mound of bloodied seal pelts. The ice under our feet shuddered. I looked back up at the peak. It had split almost down the middle like the first cut of the knife in a wedding cake. The nearest portion seemed to waver, balancing. And suddenly it collapsed. A huge wall of ice swung outwards and crumbled into an avalanche, which swept down the slope towards us. We were only a few yards from the ship.
Leave the valves! Get on board! I don't need telling twice! Come on, Tim!
We dropped our burden and ran for it. We reached the deck in good time and looked back. The avalanche, thank heaven, was losing its impotence in the gradual slope. It reached the pelts, pushed them forward, and petered out.
Oh, good. It's even done some work for us. Huh? I don't like the look of the other half of that peak. It's got... Hey, what's that?
There, you can see it all. It's the Viking ship. It must have been locked in the ice for centuries.
Gee. It ain't very big, is it? It's not much bigger than our whale chaser. It's a miracle. A miracle. It's a pity we can't go and take a closer look, Tom. What, with the rest of the peak ready to collapse on top of it? You'd have to be crazy.
I know my history, and what's in that ship is worth 1,000,000 times more than those sea pelts.
What do you mean, kid?
Come with me and I'll show you.
What is it? Treasure or something?
No, nothing like that. It's evidence that'll change a myth into a fact. Has anyone got a camera so we can take a picture of it?
The skipper's got one. Hey, you! I think it's safe now for us to get those pelts. Skipper, can young Tim borrow your camera? Camera? No, he can't. Come on, let's get those pelts.
Seems you're out of luck. Forget it, and let's get the job done before that peak collapses.
We hopped over the side and ran across the ice. While the bundle was being dragged clear, I ducked away and ran off towards the Viking ship, which now stood out, clear and stark against the white background of the overhanging peak. I was crazy, I know, but my curiosity overcame any fear. I'd actually reached the wooden longship when they missed me. I ignored their shouts and gingerly stepped on board, lost completely in the wonderment of the moment. Close to me, hunched on his rowing bench, sat a fur-clad warrior. His skin was frost-blackened, but otherwise perfectly preserved. It was as though he had died in his sleep, eyes closed and at peace. Lying in the center section was a battle axe, which I picked up. I counted 45 men and 8 women. Then I turned to the huddled group in the center. There were 8 of them, 4 men and 4 women. I gazed at their hooked noses and high cheekbones. At first I thought them to be Eskimos, till I pulled aside their stiff fur cloaks.
Tim, come here, you damn fool. Can you hear me? Oh, never mind him. Let's get these pelts on board. If that peak collapses, he'll be killed, Skipper. That's his fault. Come on, here. Look, Skipper, we can't just leave him up there. Why not? I didn't ask him to go.
Look, there's something up there that fascinates him. I'll go and get him.
No. First we get these pelts on board. Then if you want to commit suicide, you can.
Okay. I'll go along with that.
Right. Now cut the rope, Freddy. That's it. Now throw them over in small bundles. Like this.
I'll get with you, Tom.
No, you won't. You stay here, Freddy. That's an order.
Well, let me go instead of Tom. No. It's my responsibility. Now shut up, Fred, and keep working.
All right. This is the last one, anyway.
Okay if I go now, Skipper?
It isn't okay, but how can I stop you, huh?
No, you can't.
I'll see you later. Hey, Tom! Come back! You can't risk it now. The ice is starting to break up again. I won't be long.
As Tom Brewer raced up the slope towards the Viking ship, I was oblivious to the danger above my head. The gigantic umbrella of ice shuddered and creaked. I closely examined the bodies and was busy looking over the stores of dried food, when I heard Tom shout. He was standing on a ledge of ice, looking over the row of bronze shields at me.
Tim! What the devil do you think you're doing? Get out of there, but quick!
Not yet, Tom. Come and take a look here.
You darn fool, the whole ice cap is about to come down around the ears.
Tom, you must come and look, please. Is there nothing we can do to save it?
Oh, that kid's gone crazy!
Look, do you realize the value of this find? It'll settle a lot of historical arguments, and obviously...
Oh, shut up and get wise to yourself. Are you trying to get us both killed?
We must find a way of saving the ship, Tom. Look at it.
I ain't looking at anything. Are you coming with me, or do I have to carry you?
Float, I wonder? If we could tow it back...
All right, you asked for it. Now maybe you'll do as you're told. He's heavy. The poor kid must have gone off his head. It's as though this old hulk has bewitched him. Better step on it. This berg's gonna fall apart any minute.
Widening crevasses. As he got close to the chaser, Fred and Snorri jumped over the side and helped him get me on board, and then unceremoniously dumped me on the steel deck. I was just regaining consciousness while they unmoored the ship. Tom started up the engines, and we pulled away from the ice. Still dazed, I stood up and looked out over the rails at the awesome sight. The ice had parted completely across the width of the berg, and the Viking ship was perched a few feet above the water, tilting towards it as though ready to be launched. I stared, transfixed, for what seemed like an hour. Then I turned and ran to the wheelhouse. Skipper, please let me have your camera before it's too late.
Get out of my sight, boy. What do you think you are, Gladys?
Please, this is important.
Down below with you. You hear me, boy?
I turned away from the wheelhouse and looked out across the chill water. From the corner of my eye, I could see Fred, Snorri, and Tom Brewer looking out over the rail, too. Slowly, the Viking ship slipped forward from its icy perch, and gathering momentum, it fell and hit the water. I held my breath as it floated, proud as it had 1,000 years ago, its tattered sail hanging limply. To my horror, I saw it settle lower in the water, and the bow suddenly rose up, and the whole ship gently and soundlessly slid out of sight below the icy sea. I continued to stare until Tom came up and slapped me on the back.
Well, you come out of your trance. Would it have been worth dying for?
No, not worth dying for, but...
It's not uncommon, you know. Plenty of ships, even modern ones, have been trapped in the ice before now. They come to the same end. I remember one time a couple of years ago...
You don't understand, do you, Tom?
Huh?
This one was different.
Different? What way?
Did you see the faces of those men and women? The ones huddled together in the middle where I was standing when you came aboard.
Sorry, kid. I was only interested in getting you off there. Well, what about them?
They were Indians, American Indians, not Eskimos. I looked closely at their dress under the fur capes.
Well, what about it? So they were Indians.
Don't you see, Tom? If we could have preserved that ship or at least taken photographs, we could have proved that it was the Vikings who discovered America, not Columbus.
Who cares who found America? Does it make any difference?
There's a lot of people who'd like to know the truth, Tom. And you didn't even stop to look. returned home, I went to great pains to identify the tribe the Indians had come from. By their dress. They were Tuscaroras, who had once lived in the area now known as New York. But though I knew this to be true, making others believe me was a different matter. I was laughed at and told I was a charlatan trying to make a name for myself. In the end, I gave up. And this is the first time in 50 years I've told the story.
Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Strange Adventure. The small trading schooner Bechimo moved slowly through the narrow channel between Victoria Island and the north coast of Canada. It was a race against time now. Soon the great polar ice pack would move southward, closing the passage. But the Bechimo had been lucky so far, and her crew looked forward to the day when she would round Point Barrow and start southward for Vancouver. Here they would rest and dispose of the $1 million cargo of furs aboard. Captain Cornwall took cross bearings between 2 points of land and plotted them on his chart. Chief Mate Summers noted the position.
Hey, Captain, this new course should put us past the end of the island by tomorrow noon, if the weather holds out. Right. But you can never tell about this freaky weather up here, Sheldon.
The next morning, the Bechimo plunged into a blinding, swirling snowstorm. The fury of the Arctic blizzard loosened the anchorings of the polar pack, and the great mass of ice moved toward the coast. Captain Cornwall raced against the ever-encroaching peril. Ice covered the deck and rigging of the ship, and the men on the bridge could barely see the narrowing channel. The captain rang for dead slow ahead and moved the bow of the ship against the frozen barrier. The Bechimo pushed forward a few yards. Then the barricade became a solid wall. Mate Summers gazed astern.
Ice is closing in behind us, Captain. We're frozen in.
The ice crunched and crackled against the sides of the motionless vessel, then froze solid. The men built a rude shelter near the shore with lumber and hatch covers from the ship and settled down to spend the months until the spring thaw would set the Bechimo free. The men had been ashore a month when suddenly out of the southwest came an abrupt shift of weather. The thermometer leaped upward, and the atmospheric change brought with the warmer air a raging gale that threatened to destroy the frail shelter. For 3 days the men huddled in the creaking, shaking hut. Then the weather cleared, and the men ventured outside. They stared seaward in stunned silence. Their ship had disappeared. Captain Cornwall and his men covered miles of ice and shoreland searching for the lost ship. Weeks passed, and they could find no trace of the Bechimo. Hope was almost gone when an Eskimo seal hunter informed the captain that he had seen the missing vessel held in the ice 50 miles away. The men reached their ship, and by hiring dog sleds, they managed to get most of the cargo overland to the post at Point Barrow. Then the crew was on the way back to the ship for another load of furs when Mate Summers looked up from his sled and called a halt. He strained his eyes toward the place where the ship should be. But the Bechimo had vanished as mysteriously as before. And though the ship has been seen from time to time, she has never been boarded. And she is still adrift somewhere in the Northland wastes with her cargo of furs worth $50,000 still on board. This is Pat McGee in Hollywood, California, saying goodbye from my writer, Charles Crowder, and inviting you to listen to The Twisted Candle, our next tale of Strange Adventure. Strange Adventure. John Friday gazed out of the barred window of his cell in the Martin County Jail. This was the worst fix he had ever been in. The circumstantial evidence against him was overwhelming, and the situation was serious. Worse than anything else was the fact that there was a new sheriff in the county, a certain Patrick O'Brien. John Friday had returned to his hometown after several years to find his childhood rival, Patrick, now grown fat with success, the newly elected sheriff. John was the same mild little fellow he'd always been. He had done many things, not all of them honest, but this time he was in jail on a charge of which he was innocent.
Ho, ho, ho! Look at the bird in the gilded cage, will you know. And how are you today, me fine-feathered friend?
John looked up to see the sheriff dressed for the outdoors, a pair of ice skates slung over his shoulders. He smiled timidly.
Hello, Patrick.
The sheriff laughed.
Ho, ho, ho! So it's friends you want to be, not that I blame you, lad. And the fix you're in, it's to your advantage. But enough of this. I'm off for my daily exercise on the ice outside these drab prison walls.
Still laughing, he turned and went out. The next day, the sheriff again stopped to pass the time of day with his little prisoner, and John seemed anxious to be pleasant and took an interest in the sheriff's ice skating.
Going out on the ice today again, Sheriff? Oh, that I am, lad, that I am.
John smiled.
You know, I haven't been on skates for years, but I'll bet you $100 that I can still beat you just like I used to.
By now, the sheriff was really angry.
You could never beat me at nothing, and you can't know. And besides, there's no law to say that I can't take that bet, and I will.
He ordered a deputy to get a pair of skates for John. Soon after, they were on the edge of the frozen river. The little prisoner and the big sheriff stood side by side, ready for the race. The deputy set them off. The sheriff spurted swiftly into the lead, while John seemed to have difficulty even to keep his feet. Then John straightened up and was off. But what was this? He was headed in the wrong direction, not on the course at all, but toward the middle of the river. The sheriff stopped in mid-stride as soon as he saw which way John was headed.
What's got into you? The ice is thin out there.
John looked back but didn't stop.
Stop, I said. Stop in the name of the law.
The sheriff started after John, but had gone only a short way when the ice began to crackle ominously under his weight. He scrambled back to safety and stood glaring at John, now almost in the middle of the river.
Come back, you little runter, I'll break you in two.
John's voice came floating back on the clear air.
You'll have to catch me first, Patrick. The ice will hold me, but it's too thin for a man with your heavy responsibilities. I'll see you later when I found the guilty man and brought him back to you. Goodbye, Patrick. Don't forget to write, Patrick. Bye.
This is Pat McGee in Hollywood, California, saying goodbye from my writer, Charles Crowder, and inviting you to tune in again to another tale of strange adventure.
For more punch till lunch, it's Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the original, the flakes more people eat for more punch till lunch. Kellogg's Corn Flakes. And for more thrilling adventures in the great outdoors, it's Mark Trail.
Battling the raging elements, fighting the savage wilderness, striking at the enemies of man and nature. One man's name resounds from snow-capped mountains down across the sun-baked plains.
And now Kellogg's Corn Flakes invite you to share another thrilling adventure with Mark Trail.
Deep in the glacier country of northwestern Montana, three figures on horseback wind their way along a narrow trail through an arid, high-walled canyon, until suddenly, skirting a jagged outcropping of rim rock, they emerge at the edge of a rich green valley. The leader raises his hand, signaling his companions to halt, then points to a long, low ranch house about a mile ahead in the heart of the valley.
That must be the place, boys. The Brook Ranch.
Yeah, looks like the one they told us about back in town, Mark.
He's left us with you for one long time, eh, Mark?
Yes, Johnny.
Beyond this valley, we start hitting the wild glacier country.
Boy, it sure is pretty here. All the sagebrush and scrub grass. Looks like the ranch house is riding in the middle of the green ocean.
Well, the valley gets the runoff from Big Bear Glacier, Scotty. Then the water goes underground, and the streams bypass the dry country we just crossed.
I don't know. This place, well, she look pretty, but she don't feel so pretty.
What do you mean, Johnny?
I cannot say in words, Scotty. I do not know. But something she tell me there is trouble here.
Go on, Johnny. Just because the people back in town told you some strange stories about the place, you're letting your imagination run wild.
The people in the town, they live here a long time, yes? Well, they should know something, eh?
But they didn't say there was anything wrong here, Johnny.
It's not what they say, but how they say it.
Well, you'd better watch what you say, Johnny. Don't insult those people.
You mean we stop here?
For a little while, to water the horses.
All right, but then we push on the glacier, eh? Right away, quick.
Sure, Johnny, sure.
And not know why. But I have strange feeling about this place. I not want to stay 1 minute more than we have to.
Place looks deserted, Mark. And the gate's closed. Maybe we can't stop.
Oh, that should be fine.
No, there's a girl. Just stepped out from behind that tree. Whoa, boy, whoa there.
Oh, boy.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Are you Miss Brooke?
No, I'm Kathy Somerset.
Well, this is the Brooke Ranch, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It belongs to Mr. Brooke, my guardian. Did you want to see him?
We'd like his permission to water and rest our horses.
Oh, of course. Come in. I'll open the gate for you.
Oh, thank you very much, Miss Somerset.
Not at all. You'll find water and feed down by that grove of cottonwood.
Right. Oh, by the way, my name's Mark Trail. This is Johnny Malott.
Oh?
And this is Scotty.
How do you do?
Scotty.
Johnny, you and Scotty take care of the horses, will you? I'd like to talk to Miss Somerset.
Okay, I'll help you.
Thanks, Johnny, but I think I can talk for myself.
Oh.
Come on, Johnny.
Okay. But I'll be back, Miss Somerset. And do not believe what this fellow Mark Trail say about me. I, Johnny Malott. I'm one fine fellow.
Get out of here, Johnny. I'm sorry, Miss Somerset. Sometimes Johnny thinks he's quite the Casanova.
Well, that was very flattering. As you can see, this is a place where a girl doesn't get much of that.
Yes, it does look rather lonely.
Are you on a hunting trip?
No, our little expedition is more in the nature of an exploration. I was wondering whether your spread has any range corrals farther up the valley.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Trail.
Hey!
Oh, there's Mr. Brooke now. Yes, Uncle Matty?
Who are you talking to? What do you want?
Well, this is Mr. Trail, Uncle Matty.
Oh.
He's some kind of an explorer, and he wants
Never mind, girl. I'll handle this. You get on back to the kitchen.
Yes, Uncle Matty.
Now, Mr. Trail, what's on your mind?
I was asking your ward if...
Hey, Boy, some fellas down by the cottonwood watering their horses. You want us to chase them off?
those are my friends, Mr. Brooke. Kate, Miss Somerset, said we could water the animals.
Well, least you could say, I guess. This is my boy, Lace.
Hello, Lace.
Was there anything more you wanted, Mr. Trail?
Yes, I was asking Miss Somerset whether you had any range corrals farther up the valley.
Yeah, 5 of them. Why?
Would like to have your permission to use one of them to corral our horses. Whichever one is the nearest the base of Big Bear Glacier.
Big Bear? What you aim to do around there?
We're making a survey for the American Geological Society, charting the movements and examining the structure of the Big Bear ice pack.
You figure on crossing the Big Bear, mister?
Yes. And, of course, we'll have to do it on foot. That's why I want to corral the horses.
Hey, you got a big job, mister. Only man who's ever crossed Big Bear's Pop here. And he near to die.
Never mind, Lace. Okay, Mr. Trail, you can use my range corrals. Nearest one to Big Bear is about 6 miles from the base of the glacier. Mostly up.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke.
Don't mention it. And don't mind our mariners. We ain't used to strangers around here, so we're kind of rough on them sometimes.
Yeah, Pop usually drives them off with his
Lace, you're flapping your mouth. Close it.
Hey, Mark.
Okay, right with you, Johnny. Goodbye, Mr. Brooke, and thanks. See you in a couple of weeks after we cross the glacier.
Sure thing, Trail. You'll live to get across it.
Why, don't you think you'll do it, Pop? You done it once.
Yeah, a long time ago. I wouldn't cross that killing pack of ice again for all the world. All the money that there is in the world.
Okay, Scotty, come on. There's another good foothold in the ice.
I'm following right in your steps, Mark.
Me too, Mark. But this sure one slower to travel.
You need plenty of patience crossing an ice pack, Johnny. This is treacherous stuff.
This I can see myself, Mark. Oh, slippery like glass.
Now, okay. Here's another step, Scotty.
Following right along, Mark.
By God, Mark, you chop so much ice. Soon you be best ice man in our country.
Mark, listen, what's that?
Sounds like it might
Hey,
be...
Mark, look up there.
A fissure in the ice. Part of the glacier is cracking.
Look at the way it's zigzagging, Mark, and it's getting wider.
Hey, Mark, that crack come this way, fast like the wind.
Quick, Scotty, over here. You two, Johnny, hurry. We don't want to be separated on this ice pack.
You bet, Mark. I come quick.
Look, Mark, the crack is getting wider.
Johnny, watch it jump!
Mark, I cannot. Hey!
Mark, he's gone. Johnny's disappeared into the ice.
We'll continue in a moment, so stand by.
Say, a Mark Trail adventure sure calls for lots of punch, all right. Well, when it comes to punch, how about you? When you're out at the roller skating rink, are you the speed king the others challenge? Can you grab the lead with a blazing getaway? Is that you taking the sharpest turns? Is it you in that final burst of speed, flashing across the finish line, a winner?
Sure, it can be you if you've built up your energy with a better breakfast starring Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Because that's how to get more punch till lunch.
And how? You see, a better breakfast built around Kellogg's Corn Flakes gives you a ready supply of the quick energy you need to star in sports. Keeps you set to drive in there hard when the team needs you most. That extra power, the power of corn in Kellogg's Corn Flakes, stands ready to help you win.
And how you'll go for the sweet, live flavor of Kellogg's Corn Flakes. That's the flavor that makes the big difference. The flavor that keeps you coming back for more. The flavor that's made Kellogg's Corn Flakes the world's most popular ready-to-eat cereal. And remember, a better breakfast built around Kellogg's Corn Flakes gives you more punch till lunch.
So keep ready for adventure. Eat Kellogg's Corn Flakes every day. And say, how would you like to have a handsome identification bracelet with your own name engraved on it? Well, don't miss a single word of today's program, because in just a few minutes, you'll hear this wonderful offer.
On a mission for the American Geological Society, Mark, Scotty, and Johnny Malott started to cross the Big Bear Glacier in northern Montana to examine the structure and chart the movement of the massive glacier. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the huge field of ice, and with the speed of lightning widened into an enormous fissure. Mark and Scotty managed to jump clear, but Johnny slipped and fell into the seemingly bottomless crevasse. Clinging to the edge, Mark and Scotty stared down into the depths and called frantically,
Johnny! Hey, Johnny!
Johnny! Answer, will you?
Johnny!
Mark, it's no use. He's gone.
Hello, Ma!
Wait, Scotty.
Ma!
He's alive.
Johnny! Are you all right?
Yeah. All crash and bump, but all pieces in one part.
Where are you?
On ledge that stick out of ice. Maybe 40, maybe 50 feet down. It's plenty dark. Send me down flashlight.
We will, Johnny. Right away. And then we'll get a rope down to you.
Okay. I wait. I'm not going to play.
Scotty, that rope.
I've got it right here, Mark.
Start knotting it. One knot every 2 feet. So Johnny can get a good handhold.
Right.
Now, get the flashlight down to him.
Use the spare line.
I am. Hey, Johnny!
I hear you, Ma.
Sending down the flashlight. Stand by.
All right.
Can you see it yet?
Yes, let him down about 10 feet more.
All right. How's that?
Okay. Now you swing it into me.
Like this?
Oh, try again. I got this.
Right. Now stay put, Johnny. We'll get the climbing line down to you in 2 minutes.
No, he's not bad down here. Now I can see ledge and everything. What's the blood?
Johnny! What's the matter with him?
Mark, these devils down here. They come for me. Send me down of all quick.
Once more, Scotty, and he'll be over the edge.
Right.
Mother of a coward, that one's a boy.
Careful, Johnny. You'll slip back again.
No, not me. I'll not go down there again. Snowful thing.
Johnny, you're as white as a ghost. What happened down there?
I see it, Mark. When I flash the light on the ledge behind me, I see devil, laughing devil.
What?
His hands, they reach out to grab me by God. Oh, it was cold down there, but I never sweat so much in all my whole life.
Johnny, that's impossible. It must have been your imagination.
Imagination. You don't see it. It's close to me like you are now.
You really saw something down there, Johnny?
What do you think I'm talking about? You go down, maybe you'll see it yourself.
All right, Johnny, I will. If there's a devil down there, I want a good look at him.
Brace yourself on the rope, Johnny. Mark's coming up.
Okay, Scotty. You say he sees something?
He hasn't said anything since he's been down there.
Must be something. Or maybe Johnny has got weak head. That what do you think, Scotty?
I don't think anything, Johnny. Steady now, Mark's near the top. Here, Mark, give me your hand.
Thanks, Scotty.
Well, Mark, what is it? Something is down there. Or is Johnny crazy in the head?
You're not crazy, Johnny.
So?
What is it, Mark?
The most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life, Scotty. A man.
What?
Devil, you mean?
A man. Frozen solid in the ice.
Frozen?
Yes. And from his clothes, I'd say he was trapped in the ice about 40 or 50 years ago. They're the frontier style of that period.
And he's been preserved all these years?
Yes.
But the ants that reach out to grab me.
It's the way he's embedded in the ice, Johnny. His arms stretched out. He must have fallen. And there's a rifle to one side of him. And a little book at his foot. All frozen solid. As if time had stopped for him.
Forget that face.
I don't think I will either, Johnny.
What do we do about it, Mark?
We'll get word of the police. And then the Geological Society. This job will take a lot more men and equipment. They want to get him out of the ice for study. You know, I think this will be the first instance of a human being preserved in a glacier. Though there have been lots of cases of animals.
Well, do we all go back?
No. You and I'll stay here, Scotty. Just in case of another shift in the ice pack. We want to keep this spot located. Johnny.
Yes, Mark.
You can travel fast and light. Get back to the range corral where we left our horses. Then ride to the Brook Ranch and call the society from there.
Okay, Mark.
Scotty and I will pitch tent on this ice cap and wait for your return. Perhaps even investigate our newfound friend a little more.
Sorry to interrupt when you eat, Mr. Brooke. But it's very important I use the telephone.
What's the matter? You run into trouble on the glacier?
No, but we find very strange thing there. A man, frozen in the ice.
A man?
What's that?
Yes. He looked better than you, me, anyone in this room. Except, of course, he's dead.
Dead?
30, 40 years, Mark say. You see the clothes.
40 years. I wonder... Mr. Malott, that picture on the piano up there, look at it.
Eh?
That...
By God. That is him. That is the man. And not forget that face. Who he is?
He's my grandfather, Frank Somerset. He was lost on the glacier.
Hey, you hear that, Paul? Katie's grandpa, they found him.
Yeah, I heard.
This very good news. You let me use the phone to call the Geological Society and the police. They bring him out then.
No, you can't use the phone.
Eh?
It's out of order.
Oh, but Uncle Matty, I called on it.
I tell you, it's out of order. I tried it just a few seconds ago.
Oh, then you tell me, how far is the next one?
About 40 miles down the canyon.
40 miles, sacre bleu. I'd not like to leave Mark and Scotty on ice for so long.
I could ride down for you, Mr. Malott.
Well, that is big help if you can.
Sure, that's a good idea, Kate. Leif and me can't leave, but I guess we can spare you.
Oh, that is fine.
You take Mr. Malott out to the corral. Give him a fresh horse so he can get back to his friend.
Sure.
Then saddle up yourself and get his message to the phone.
All right, Uncle Matty. This way, Mr. Malott.
Sure, and thank you, Mr.
No, don't mention it.
Yeah, Paul, I'll give him a hand. That feller can't saddle up alone.
You stay here, Leif.
Yeah, but...
You want something to do, go over to that phone and rip them wires out.
Rip out them wires?
Do as I say, you idiot.
Well, just as you say, Paul. What? And there weren't nothing wrong with that phone.
No.
Oh, I don't get it.
Guess it's just the finger of fate.
Huh?
Listen, Leif. You like this ranch, don't you?
Oh, sure.
You know you're going to get the spread when I die. And all the money I made from the gold mine.
Well, sure, I figured that.
Leif, if those fellas get Frank Somerset out of that ice pack, you ain't going to get nothing.
Why not?
Because 40 years ago, I killed Frank.
What?
He struck it rich in this valley, and I didn't find nothing. So I found out where his claim was, and then one day tricked him into going up on the Big Bear. I knifed him and rolled him to a crack in the ice.
Oh.
It was perfect. I figured nobody'd ever find him. And then I took over his claim in this whole valley.
Yeah, but, Paul, that was an awful thing to do.
Was it? This land will be yours, Leif. If they don't get Somerset out of there again. If they don't find he was knifed.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, is it so awful now?
No. Oh, I guess not. Well, what are you going to do?
Only thing a man can do once he's killed. Kill again.
Hello, Scotty.
Oh, hiya, Johnny. You're just in time. Lend me a hand with this rope, will you? Help me steady it.
Oh, Marky's done there.
Yeah, just coming up now. He sent up that book that was in the ice.
Hey, hold the line steady.
Come ahead, Mark.
Here, grab my hand, Mark.
Thanks, Johnny. Boy, that's a rough climb. Did you get hold of the police, Johnny, and the society?
No, I don't speak to them.
Why not?
The phone at Brook Ranch is out of order, so the girl, the cute little one, Kate, she ride to the next ranch to call. It's 40 miles away. I think better I come back here. Let her make the call.
Oh, okay. Where's the book, Scotty?
Right here in this cake of ice.
See the prize we got, Johnny? It's a diary. May tell us the identity of the man on the ice.
Oh, I tell you that myself.
You?
Sure. He is Frank Somerset, grandpa to the girl, Kate. I see his picture on piano.
Well, then that's settled at least. Chip the book out of the ice, Scotty. It should make interesting reading around the campfire tonight.
See that camp yet, Leif?
Not yet, Paul. I can just see part of the glacier through these trees.
Yeah, we're coming to a clearing. Keep your eyes sharp.
Yeah, Paul. Hey, Paul. Look down there. Front us.
Their camp. 3 shelter halves.
Yeah. I can see them fellers walking around.
And there, about half a mile from them, that crack in the ice. That's where Frank must be.
Now, what'll we do now, Paul?
Oh, wait. I want to look the land over. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll do right well.
What, Paul?
You see where they camped? Just about 50 yards from the edge of the glacier near that rock slide in the mountain?
Yeah?
Now, son, if we was to give all that loose rock and gravel just a mite of help with this dynamite I brought, I reckon they'd be buried till kingdom come.
Yeah, I sure would.
Well, that's what we're going to do, boy.
Yeah, but there ain't no trees there, Paul, no cover. Ain't nobody could set out no dynamite without them seeing him.
We'll wait, Leif. Wait until it's dark. Then you'll set out the dynamite and string the line back here. We'll bury all our troubles under a mountain of Montana rock.
That's you, Leif? Yeah, Paul. All done? Yes, sirree. Here's the water.
Good boy. I'll hook them to this detonator.
It looks real peaceful down there. Them 3 shelter halves around that one campfire.
Sure does, boy. It's fitting for a man to have peace in his last minutes of life.
They've been asleep now near an hour.
From now on, Leif, they're going to sleep forever.
And as an avalanche of rock and dirt rolls down the slope, the campfire and the 3 shelter halves are completely engulfed, buried under a mountain of earth, a mountain under which nothing can live. We'll be back in a moment, so keep listening.
Say they'll really go for this.
You bet. Let's tell them right now.
Right. Boys and girls, now you can get a magnificent, gleaming identification bracelet with your own name on it. Yes, Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the cereal that helps give you more punch till lunch, offers you a handsome, durable identification bracelet with your own name engraved on it.
Wait till you see it. Strong nickel-plated links, solidly attached to a heavy curved nameplate, a dependable safety class. And it's treated to prevent tarnishing. Believe me, with this identification bracelet, you'll be the envy of everyone you meet.
You're sure to want one for yourself. And if you belong to a club, it's a swell idea to get identification bracelets for each member with the club name on it. Swell for gifts, too. There's not one person you know who wouldn't be proud to own a bracelet like this.
And here's the best news of all. You get this heavy identification bracelet for only 25 cents and 2 box tops from Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Think of it. Only 25 cents and 2 Kellogg's Corn Flakes box tops.
It's a super bargain. Now, here's all you do to get yours. Print clearly the name you want on the nameplate. You can have up to 14 letters engraved on it. And be sure to include your own name and address. Mail all that to Kellogg's, Box 324, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Have you got that? For each bracelet, send 25 cents and 2 Kellogg's Corn Flakes box tops. Print clearly the name you want on the nameplate, and be sure to include your own name and address. Mail to Kellogg's, Box 324, Battle Creek, Michigan. Send for your gleaming identification bracelet today.
Dynamiting the slope of a mountain, Matty Brooke and his son Leif have sent tons of rock and dirt hurtling down on the clearing where Mark, Scotty, and Johnny Malott were camped for the night. Now, as the last remains of the avalanche slide down on top of the doomed camp, Matty and Leif watch in silence.
That's one way to put out a fire, Paul.
Hey, don't see nothing moving down there. Do you, Leif?
No, sirree. Them tents must be under 20 foot of rock by now.
Well, I reckon that ends our troubles.
Yeah, but what about Somerset, the Iceman? Kate went to call the police about him, you know.
I know. That's the second part of our job. We're going to dynamite that crack in the glacier so no one will ever uncover him again.
All right, Paul. Hey, what's that?
Quietly.
Mr. Trail? Mr. Trail!
It's Kate.
Yeah, I hear. This way, Kate.
Uncle Matty. Uncle Matty, what happened? I heard a tremendous roar.
Terrible tragedy, girl. Leif and I just saw it.
Saw it?
Yep, we got curious about that man in the ice and come up to see him. We saw that trail fella's camp on the ice. And next thing, that rock slide over there started to go, and they're all buried under it.
Buried? No.
Yeah. We better go back and get help.
Oh, well, all right, Uncle Matty, I'll go.
Hey, wait a minute, Paul. She saw the detonator.
What?
She knew.
Grab her.
Let go, Leif.
You old stealer, I'll break your arm.
That's the boy, Leif. Come to think of it, Kate, how did you get back here so soon?
I knew that phone was working. I waited until you were gone, and then I went into the house and I saw where the wires had been ripped. Then I knew you were up to something.
So you came out here to warn Mark Trail, eh?
Well, you're just a mite too late, that's all.
You killed him. He started that avalanche.
Yes, and killing just begets killing. You're going to be the next one to go.
I don't think so, Mr. Brooks.
What?
Paul, it's him.
A goose! A pretty substantial ghost.
Let go that girl, you big walrus.
Mark, the old man's going for his gun.
Oh, no.
Oh,
look out, look out.
Take care of the sun, Mark.
Let me go.
Go like this.
Let me go. Not until I get this gun. There you are. Here, Johnny, catch.
I got it, Mark.
Now, calm down, Brooke.
Oh, that cat's buried under the avalanche. You should be dead.
No, Mr. Brooke. The only death here is 40 years old. The man in ice, Frank Somerset. The man that you murdered.
Murdered? My grandfather murdered?
Yes, Kate. Scotty, give Kate that book.
Here you are.
It's your grandfather's diary. It's all down in there. How Brooke was on your grandfather's trail and discovered his gold claim. He says if he was found dead, Brooke is his murderer.
Uncle Matty.
He apparently took you in to ease his conscience.
Yes, and the book she tip us off to trouble. We return. Marcus say we leave decoy camp just in case this Brookie tries something. So he do, but we catch him.
And that book proves that everything he's got belongs to you, Miss Somerset.
To me?
Yes, Kate. Everything belongs to you. Come on, Mr. Brooke. You're way overdue for your date with the sheriff.
Hey, Mark, now that we put those fellas on ice, what do you say we go to Northwoods, eh? Have good time hunting and fishing.
I'd like to, Johnny. But Professor Davis just brought a couple of baby pandas to Lost Forest. I'd like to go back there right away to see them.
I just sent the professor a wire, Mark. I told him to expect us on Friday.
Friday? Mother of a moose. I just remember. You know what Friday is?
No, what?
The 13th. Oh, that very unlucky day, by God.
Go on, Johnny. That's an old superstition.
Maybe so, but on this Friday, I, Johnny Malat, I stay in bed all the day. I not look for trouble. And you take my advice. You do the same.
Thanks, Johnny. Maybe I will.
But on Friday, Mark and Scotty find trouble stalking them when they hear black cats howl and see strange ghostly shapes as they fight the menace of the Witch of Lost Forest. Tune in, same time, same station on Friday, and find out what happens to Mark Trail. Battling the raging elements, fighting the savage wilderness, striking at the enemies of man and nature. One man's name resounds from snow-capped mountains down across the sun-baked plains. Mark Trail!
Say, does your dog perk up his ears when he hears another dog bark? Maybe that other dog's telling him about Kellogg's Grow Pup, the dog food that's a complete dinner. It takes a real food, like Kellogg's Grow Pup Ribbon, to keep a husky, happy dog on the go. Grow Pup Ribbon is solid nourishment, not 2/3 moisture like leading canned dog foods. That's why, pound for pound, Grow Pup provides 3 times the nourishment for your dog. So see that he gets Kellogg's Grow Pup Ribbon or Grow Pup Meal regularly. Remember to tune in then on Friday when Mark Trail will again be brought to you by Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the cereal that helps give you more punch till lunch.
This program is entirely fictitious. The resemblance of any name, personality, or incident to an actual person or event is merely coincidental. This program came from New York. Mark Trail by Ed Dodd also appears in the comics of many of America's leading newspapers. Look for it daily and in weekend editions. Matt Crowley portrays Mark Trail and Ben Cooper as Scotty. Today's Mark Trail was written by Palmer Thompson, directed by Drex Hines. Jackson Beck speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Challenge of the Yukon. It's King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the North Country, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King! On Husky! Gold, discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the greedy race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush, when Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog King battled through storm and snow to preserve law and order as they met the Challenge of the Yukon. long Yukon winter was nearly over. The snow was melting rapidly. And when Randy Clark, the Yukon Trading Company's crack driver, started south with a sled load of gold, he knew he would have to travel night and day to reach the company's headquarters in Whitehorse before the trail became impassable. On the first night out from Dawson, just after he had passed Eagle Rock, a man stepped out on the trail ahead of him.
Hi there, mister. Hold up a minute.
The cold of the Yukon made it impossible to pass the stranger by. But Randy checked his gun before he called out to the team to stop.
Oh, there, boy. Hold down. Howdy, mister. A chance to ride with you to the next week, huh?
Not a chance in the world.
Hey, is that a way to treat a traveler?
I got as much weight as the dogs can pull in this going. You must weigh nearly 250 pounds.
I'll pay you well.
Also, it's against the company rules. I just can't do it.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
I'm sorry, stranger.
Another man had detached himself from the shadow of Eagle Rock and had moved silently toward Randy. He was directly behind him as the young driver started to release his brake. And then...
Nice work, yeah.
Time for congratulations will come later, after we have finished this business.
It won't take long to get the sled from behind the rocks and switch the gold to it.
You must be well on your way before this fellow wakes up.
I will be, don't worry.
It was nearly half an hour later when Randy opened his eyes. He was lying on his sled, and the fur robe had been pulled over him.
Oh. Hey, what happened?
I do not know, my friend. I found you lying beside your sled. You have hit your head.
It means somebody hit it for me.
Oh?
And they got the gold.
You have been robbed?
I'll say I have. $25,000 in dust.
You carry so much?
I work for the Yukon Trading Company. I'm supposed to be able to take care of myself. Of all the stupid numbskulls to fall for a trick like that.
A trick?
One guy talks to me while the other comes up behind me and knocks me out. Never mind.
You will follow these crooks, perhaps.
What'd be the use? How can you follow a trail in this slush and mud? No, I'll get back to Dawson as fast as I can and report to the police.
Monsieur, I am going to Dawson. Is it possible for me to travel with you?
I don't know why not. I haven't got any cargo now. Sure, climb on board.
Oh, merci.
It's a good idea. You can be a witness to what happened.
Oh, with pleasure. My name is Pierre Reynaud.
I'm Randy Clark. Get around there, Borneo. Come on, we're heading back to town. All right, march. All right, get along. March.
It was not until late the following afternoon that Randy and the Frenchman reached Dawson. They stopped at the Yukon Trading Company store to pick up Kurt Edgar, the local manager, and then drove on to the Northwest Mounted Police headquarters, where Randy told his story to Sergeant Preston. When he had finished...
I want to check this description of the man who stopped you, Randy. You're sure he was 6'4"?
Easy. He was at least 2 inches taller than I am.
And about 250 pounds.
About.
Black beard, nose that had been broken.
Yeah, and a scar along the side of his mouth.
I have that. Wearing a black and white parka.
That's right, Sergeant.
Didn't you see the man who hit you at all?
No, Kurt.
If you'd only taken a guard along with you, this wouldn't have happened.
All right.
Why didn't you, Randy?
Because I didn't want anybody riding the sled with a trail in the condition it is now. I didn't think I'd make it to Whitehorse with the extra weight.
Probably wouldn't have. Oh, now, Pierre.
Oui, Sergeant.
You didn't see this man in the black and white parka, did you?
Yes, I did.
Huh?
You did?
Yes, Randy.
Well, why didn't you say something about it before? Where? When?
My friend, I have been hoping you would think better of your plan.
Huh?
That you would decide not to go through with it. Oh, would tell the truth.
Why, I have told the truth.
Just what are you driving at, Pierre?
Sergeant.
Yes?
Last night I'm coming from the country where I trapped and I hit the Yukon Trail at Eagle Rock.
That's what I understood, and you found Randy.
Wait. As I neared the trail, I could see 2 men and 2 sleds.
Good. You not only saw the man in the black and white parka, but the one who hit me. You can give the sergeant a description.
Do you not realize that it is no use to lie anymore?
Lie?
There were 2 men. One big with a beard, wearing a black and white parka.
The other one was you, Randy.
I don't get it. If you were there, then why
I
don't
was there. I was in the shadow of the rocks. But because of what I heard, I did not show myself.
What did you hear?
Randy was saying to the other man, "You have the gold, and you know where to take it. We will split later."
What are you talking about? You got it all mixed up.
Let
I
him
never...
finish, Randy.
But you don't see,
I'm
Kurt.
beginning to see a lot of things. Go on and finish, Pierre.
Well, Randy said, "It must look like I put up a fight here. You must hit me with the butt of your revolver."
That's a lie. Why, you dirty little...
I demand your protection if I have to continue.
Take it easy, Randy.
It's crazy.
I want to hear the end of this. What happened then, Pierre?
Well, the big man hit Randy, and Randy fell down. And the big one drove off with the gold.
In which direction?
To the south.
I give up.
Well, whether Randy is really knocked out, I do not know, but I stayed there. And it is a little while before he opened his eyes. Then he told me a fine story about two men beating him up.
And you pretended to believe him?
Kurt, you're not swallowing this story, are you?
I haven't decided.
In answer to your question, I pretended to believe. I asked for a ride to Dawson. I thought, Pierre, you had better keep an eye on this fellow. Randy, I do not believe you are a bad boy. This is a mistake only. Perhaps if you tell Monsieur Edgar where his gold is, he will forgive you.
Why, you dirty little rat.
I'm a rat because I tell the truth.
Every word of it's a lie. What are you doing, trying to send me to jail?
I am hoping you will not have to go there.
You don't have to, Randy.
What?
You can have your chance. Tell me where the gold is. Tell the sergeant where your partner is, and the company won't press charges.
I don't know where the gold is. I haven't got any partner. That's a fine thing to talk about, pressing charges. I've been driving for the company ever since it opened up here. And if you don't believe me instead of this half-baked Frenchman...
It's because of your record that I am prepared to be lenient, Randy.
But, Kurt, don't you...
You can make up your mind. Take it or leave it.
I don't know where the gold is.
You'd better change your mind about that.
How can I?
All right. If that's your last word, arrest him, Sergeant.
You're sure you want to charge him with robbery on the basis of Pierre's testimony?
Randy gives me no choice.
You can't arrest me.
I have to. Kurt insists on it. But it will be a jury that decides whether you're guilty or not.
I'm only doing my duty. And, Sergeant, I'm insisting that you do yours.
You'll have to swear out a warrant.
I will.
Then what happens?
I'm sorry, Randy. Then you go to jail.
And it was into the jail that Sergeant Preston brought Karen Edgar to see Randy that evening. Karen, young, beautiful, very much in love with Randy, was Kurt Edgar's niece. Her eyes were troubled, but she managed to smile at Randy when she and the sergeant reached his cell.
Darling, I had to come and tell you that I don't believe a word of it.
Thanks, Karen.
And I don't understand why Kurt should take that Frenchman's word in preference to yours.
I'm beginning to understand.
You are?
Yes. But I don't want to say anything about it.
Why, Randy? What reason could there be?
You won't like my reason.
Well, I want to hear it anyway.
You know as well as I do that Kurt's in debt.
I know that he's lost money, but he's paid off his debt.
He has?
Yes.
I wonder how. His salary isn't very large.
You're not suggesting that
No, I don't know what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just innocent, and that's all there is to it. But when it comes to a jury...
They can't convict him, can they, Sergeant?
Oh, let's hope not, Karen.
Well, when will his trial come up?
Not for a week. The judge is in 40 miles. In the meantime, I'm going to try and find that man, the black and white parka, and the gold.
Do you think there's any chance, Sergeant?
Oh, of course, Randy. If anyone saw him, they'd remember him. King and I will start out first thing in the morning.
Oh, please, Sergeant, please find him.
All I can promise is we'll do our best. There's more than a chance. You see, a week's a long time.
The man in the black and white parka was much nearer than any of the three imagined. His name was Brad Peters, and he was sitting in the office of the Yukon Trading Company's store with Kurt Edgar and Pierre Renault. And it was straight to the store that Karen walked when she left the jail. The door was locked, but she had a key. The store was dark, but she could see a light in her uncle's office. She had decided to plead with Kurt once more to withdraw his charges against Randy. She tried the door of the office, found it locked. She was about to knock when she realized there was an argument going on inside. Why are you so nervous, Brad?
Because I want my share of the gold and I want to get out of here.
I'll give Kurt a chance to make sure it's all there.
Why shouldn't it be all there? If I was going to keep any, I'd have kept it all.
You would have found that unwise.
I want to get out of here.
You will head straight for the border, I suppose?
As fast as I can get there.
Let me tell you, that is impossible.
Why? You've accused young Clark of the robbery. He's in jail. You'll stay there until his trial comes up.
Oh, very true. But you're forgetting. Sergeant has your description. There's nothing we can do about that. Randy saw you, even if he didn't see me. And the police will be looking for you. You must lie low for a few days. We will find some way to get you out of the country. But you must give us time.
Where can I hide out?
I have the place.
Yeah, the gold's all here.
Good. Now we can get down to business.
25,000. Now, 10,000 goes back in the company safe to make up what I'm short. We split the other 15,000 three ways. Here's your share, Brad.
Now, wait a minute.
What for?
I've decided you're being unfair, Kurt.
What do you mean? That was our agreement.
But no matter how I reason, it seems to me that you're getting 3 times as much as either Brad or me.
Well, I'm getting the same.
15,000 and 5,000. 3 times as much.
Well, you know I'm short. You know I've got to make it up.
But why out of our pockets? Your own business if you stole money from the company. Your own business if you want to put it back. I'm prepared to be generous, Kurt, because you planned this thing. You may pay your debt in full. You may have 10,000. The rest goes to Brad and me.
Not on your life.
It is fair, is it not, Brad?
Sure. Pierre's right, Kurt.
And may I remind you that we are 2 against 1?
Oh, no, you're not. You see that gun? It evens the odds. You're a smooth talker, Pierre, but you made an agreement and you're going to stick to it. Your share is 5,000.
Do I understand you correctly? You would shoot me if I disagreed?
You got it right. You can have 5,000 or nothing.
Well, in that case, I will accept the 5,000.
You satisfied, Brad?
Hey, what's that?
What?
I heard something out in the store.
There's nobody out there.
I heard a noise.
All right, that's a rat.
I'm going to make sure about that. Didn't sound like rats to me.
Karen had heard enough. She had started for the front door, but she'd stumbled across a packing case and fallen to the floor. And now, as Brad threw open the door of the office, he saw her scrambling to her feet.
It's the girl. She's heading for the front door. No, you don't.
The black and white park.
What?
Let go of me.
You're not getting out of here. Who is it, Kurt?
It's my niece.
Oh, Uncle Kurt.
Take her into my office.
Hey, come on. How did she get in
She
here?
works here. She has a key.
She heard us talking.
Oh, maybe.
I heard enough.
You little fool.
Little fool? But no, Kurt. A little beauty.
Shut the door. Sit down, Karen.
All that gold on the desk. That's what was stolen from Randy by that man and Pierre. And you were the one who planned it, Uncle Kurt. How could you?
I had to. I owed Tex Clark $10,000, and I had to pay him if I wanted to stay healthy. I took the money from the company's funds, and it had to be put back.
By stealing?
No one will ever know that.
Oh, yes, they will. You can't get away with it.
Karen, you wouldn't go to the police with what you know, would you?
The first chance I get, Kurt. I love Randy. We're going to be married. You think I'll let you send him to jail?
That settles it.
And you. Sergeant Preston has your description, and he's going out after you. You won't get away, that's for sure.
Oh, you two gave him my description.
Randy gave it to him.
I'm getting out of here.
Won't do you any good.
You'd better make sure this girl doesn't talk, Kurt.
I intend to.
You wouldn't.
I'll do anything. I have to protect myself.
Now, wait. Let me suggest that drastic measures are not necessary yet. I prefer not to be mixed up in them. Let's keep our heads and think calmly. That's only necessary to prevent the girl from interfering with our plans.
Well?
And it's a better idea for Brad to hide out for a while than to try to get out of the country.
And where can I do that? You don't expect me to stay in Dawson.
No. I have a cabin on the other side of the Yukon. It's hidden in the hills directly across from here. It's the perfect place.
It's dangerous to cross the Yukon now. The ice is rotten. We're almost ready for the breakup.
There's an ice jam below town that stretches from shore to shore. It is very solid, like a bridge. You can cross that in perfect safety.
Okay. Tell me where the cabin is. Draw me some kind of a map.
I'm doing that right now. But you will not go there alone, Brad.
Well, if you're coming too.
I did not say that. You will take the girl with you.
Oh, no.
It is all right with you, Kurt?
It's fine with me.
And
You, Brad? Is very pretty.
Yeah.
I won't go with you. You can't force me to.
That's where you're wrong, sister. You'll do just what I say and like it. I'm not as squeamish as these other two.
Here's the map.
And I want my gold.
Here you are.
Good.
It's well that you get started at once.
Yeah.
I won't go with you.
No.
Oh, my arms. Oh, Kurt.
Behave yourself.
Yeah. And don't open your mouth when we get outside, or I'll shut you up with this gun. Come on.
We will keep in touch with you.
Yeah, say that you do.
Why do you look so worried, Kurt?
That doesn't settle anything.
For the time being.
If she ever gets free, she'll go straight to the police.
Of course.
Why not get rid of her right now?
Why not get rid of several people right now?
Huh?
The Northwest Mounted Police always get their men. And Brad is not smart enough to evade Sergeant Preston for long. If he's caught, it'll be too bad for him.
I know that.
Then why not get rid of him, too, and Sergeant Preston?
Preston?
All three will die. It will seem to be an accident. Let me tell you my idea, Kurt. It is so simple. And there will be no risk. In Sergeant Preston's cabin, King was watching his master pack his saddlebag. He knew this meant the sergeant would soon be hitting the trail, and it also meant that he would not be using the dog team. The great dog whimpered his concern.
Yes, King, I'll be riding this trip. That doesn't mean you'll be left behind. You can come along, fella. Come in.
Sergeant.
Oh, hello, Kurt.
Pierre and I just saw the man in the black and white parka.
Oh.
It is true.
You mean here in town?
Just below town where the ice is all jammed up across the river. He was crossing over to the other bank.
I'll go after him.
Karen's with him. What? There was a girl with him, and I'm sure it was Karen. Naturally, she wouldn't have gone with him willingly, but I can only guess what might have happened. She knew we were looking for this man. If she saw him, recognized him, tried to stop him, well, I don't know what. I was going after them myself, but Pierre wanted me to come here.
The man in the black and white parka is dangerous. I'm sorry. I want no part of trying to capture him.
That's my job. And you can trail him, can't you, King? Yes, boy. Come on, let's go.
Sergeant Preston and King hurried through the town and down to the river, where the large ice floes piled one on top of the other formed a natural bridge from one side of the Yukon to the other. They ran across it. On the far side, the sergeant found the fresh tracks left by the man and girl in the melting snow.
There they are, King. Moon's bright. We won't have any trouble following them.
The trail led into the low hills west of the river. Half an hour later, they saw a lamp shining through the window of a small log cabin. The tracks led directly to the door, and the sergeant did not hesitate.
Quiet now, boy. They want to take him by surprise. Now. Put up your hands.
What the?
Sergeant Preston!
Now show you.
Last shooting. Too bad for you it wasn't straight.
Oh, my arm.
He didn't hit you, Sergeant.
No, he didn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, this fellow certainly fits around his description.
He's the man who stopped him, all right. His name is Brad Peters.
You're under arrest, Peters. Does he have the gold here?
Only his share. Oh, Sergeant, how did you get here?
Your uncle saw the two of you crossing the ice and reported it to headquarters.
My uncle?
Why, that dirty double-crosser. What's that?
Well, I'll have to tell you, Sergeant. Uncle Kurt's just as guilty as this man is. Brad and Pierre were the two who committed the robbery.
Pierre, eh?
But it was Kurt who planned the whole thing. The rest of the gold is in his office.
How do you know that?
I saw it, and I heard them talking. They caught me listening. And then Pierre and Kurt persuaded them to take me over here and hold me prisoner.
Karen, are you willing to testify against your uncle?
Yes, I am. After the way he's treated me and Randy, I don't owe him any loyalty. Even if he did. Oh, well, the fact that he sent you after me may mean that he's had a change of heart.
I doubt that, Karen. It wasn't for your sake he sent me after you.
He wanted to get rid of me. He hoped you'd kill me.
There may be even more to it than that. We'll find out soon enough. Sit down now. Bandage your arm, Peters.
Yeah.
And we'll start back for the other side of the river.
As soon as the arm was bandaged, Karen, the sergeant, and his prisoner headed through the hills once more toward the river. Meanwhile, Kurt and Pierre were preparing to carry out the Frenchman's plan. As soon as the Mountie left headquarters, they had gone to the store, picked up blasting powder and a coil of fuse. Their next stop was the middle of the ice bridge spanning the Yukon. They set the charge, connected the fuse, and brought the end of it back to the Dawson side of the river. Then, behind the cover of some rocks, they waited. How long has he been gone?
2 hours.
It is possible that Brad will give him plenty of trouble.
Brad's no match for the Mountie.
But if he doesn't bring him back before dawn, this idea may not work.
And why not?
Somebody might come out from town and see us here.
There's still plenty of time. We will be the only witnesses. We will go back to headquarters and report how they were caught in the breakup and swept away downstream.
That's fine as long as they start crossing before dawn. I only wish that I...
You have your wish. Look, the other bank.
Where?
Where I'm pointing. It's the three of them, starting across. Light the fuse.
Burns fast.
They're far enough from shore.
Not yet. That's Brad in front, isn't it?
Now he's behind helping the girl.
Brad's been hurt. He's got his arm in a sling.
If you only light that fuse, it will not bother him for long.
Okay. There's no chance of their getting back now.
As the fuse burned toward the charge of blasting powder, Brad, Karen, and the sergeant with King at his master's heels were nearing the middle of the river.
Keep to the left, Brad.
There's open water on the downstream side. You want me to fall in?
You'll find the going easier.
Yeah, I'll pick my own trail.
All right, Karen.
Yes.
King saw the spluttering light of the fuse traveling toward them across the top of the ice bridge. He barked his concern, and the sergeant looked ahead.
Brad, not so fast.
What's the matter now?
That's fire on the ice. It looks like it must be a fuse.
A fuse?
It must be. Now I'm beginning to understand. Kurt and Pierre have set a trap, and we've walked right into it.
What do you mean?
They've set a charge of dynamite ahead of us. They're going to blow up the ice jam.
That the fuse has gone out.
It has not. It's reached the charge. Get down!
Moment, the fuse reached the blasting powder. The middle of the ice jam was lifted high in the air, and then the whole bridge began to break up. The huge piece of ice the sergeant and Karen were crossing started to slide free of the jam into the water.
Sergeant!
Keep down. Don't try to stand up.
We're going into the water.
All right. This ice floe is as good as a raft. It'll hold us.
Where's Brad?
Now we went under. There he is, holding on the edge.
Help!
I'll give him a hand.
Help me! Help! I've got you. Easy now. Come on.
The sergeant pulled Brad out of the water and wrapped his own parka around him. The ice floe started moving downstream along with many others from shore to shore.
Sergeant, you're right. This ice is as good as any raft.
Of course.
Couldn't we jump from floor to floor and make it to the bank?
Well, you and I could make it. I don't know about Brad.
I'm all right now. Just cold. I'd rather get going than freeze to death.
Good idea. Won't be long before there'll be a lot of open water between the floes. Let's go, Brad.
The ice floes, free of the jam, were still so close together that they formed a floating bridge to the shore. Brad started toward it, followed by Karen and the sergeant, and King brought up the rear. On the bank, Kurt and Pierre watched them.
Look at that. I can see they'll get here. When they do, the sergeant will arrest us. By now, Karen's told them all about you and me.
We must stop them from getting here.
How?
You have a rifle? Use it.
And go to jail for murder?
With all this noise, who will hear a shot? If they drown, it will never be found out they have been murdered. Well, quickly shoot. Shoot for the Mountie first.
I can't get a beat on him from here. I'll have to move downstream.
Well, do it in fast. Come on. King saw the men on the bank first.
What is it, King?
Beneath the Mountie asked the question. He saw a flash of fire.
Brad, Karen, get down. They're shooting at us from the bank.
Shooting?
Get down, Karen.
Kurt and Pierre, the skunks, they don't want us to get to shore.
They thought they'd blow us into the water, and that didn't work. Now they're using a rifle.
Well, what can we do, Sergeant?
Keep down.
Well, how long? In a few minutes, we won't be able to make it from one ice floe to another.
King, boy. Go and get those men. Understand, boy?
What can King do, Sergeant?
We can keep them so busy, Karen, they won't have time to shoot at us. Go on, boy.
King was off and away toward the shore. In the moonlight, his silvery coat blended with the ice, and Kurt and Pierre never saw him. From one ice floe to another he leaped, and soon he was scrambling up the bank downstream from Kurt and Pierre. Silently, swiftly, he moved toward them. It was the man with the gun he must get. He crouched on the bank above him. Then as the man raised the gun to his shoulder once more, he leaped.
Pierre!
Kurt was kneeling, and the force of King's charge knocked him to the ground, but he still held onto the rifle, and at once King was whirring the hand that held it.
Help! This dog off me! Throw the gun to me! I can't! Come and get it! You were coming on me! Beat him over the head!
Pierre picked up a large rock and tried to get close enough to bring it down on King's head. A snarl, and he retreated, but now he saw a chance to grab the rifle.
Just got hold of your wrist, Kurt. Let go of the gun. Pull away from it. Go on, just a little more.
Quickly, Pierre reached for the rifle. But before he could raise it to his shoulder, King recognized the new danger and hurled himself at the bridge.
Get away!
Desperate, Desperately, Pierre tried to beat off the attack, using the rifle as a club. King was too fast for him. Soon he was unable to do more than protect himself from King's charges. Kurt was shouting, "Run! They got to shore! Here comes the mob! I can't run, you dirty critter! Get off me! I'm getting out of here!"
No, you're not, Kurt. Make a move and I'll shoot to kill.
No! I got my hands up! Call this dog off!
Drop that rifle.
Call him off and I will!
All right, King. All right, boy. Easy now. I've got him covered. I'll take that rifle, Pierre. You and Kurt are under arrest in the name of the Queen.
For attempted murder, you polecat. I'm going to do all I can to send you to jail for the rest of your life.
You'll get a chance to give evidence for the Crown, Brad. And it might lighten your own sentence a little. But right now, all of you are going to jail. Move along.
Come on, Karen. Watch him, King. Watch him, boy.
An hour later, Randy had been freed. He found Karen waiting for him in the sergeant's office.
Darling,
Oh, Randy.
you're all right.
I'm fine.
Don't feel too badly about Kurt.
No, I don't. Somehow he seems like a stranger. I never knew the man who could do the things he's done tonight. Oh, hold me close, Randy.
Oh, I sure will.
There's only you and I now.
That's plenty good enough for me.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, looks to me, King, that the case is closed.
Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature, is a George W. Trendle production brought to you each week at this time. All names and incidents used are fictitious. Listen again next week to another exciting adventure during the days of the gold rush. Larry McCann speaking. This program came to you from Detroit.
Here's Bert Parks of ABC's Stop the Music. Maybe he'll let us in on the title of the famous mystery melody. Well, maybe he'll at least sing it for us.
Well, that I can't do, Doug, but I'll tell you what. You don't have to be a big tycoon to identify that mystery tune. All you need is a memory. Stop the music. It's very easy. Sounds easy anyhow, doesn't it? So now's the time for every family to listen for the mystery melody. For Sunday evening may bring wealth to you. Stop the music. It's fun to do. So Sunday night, wait for your phone to ring. Prizes you may win are most astonishing. A flavor right throughout the nation. Stop the music on this ABC station. And who knows, we might call you.
Stop the Music will be heard Sunday evening over this same ABC station.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Brian Donlevy, a star of Out of Control, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Brian Donlevy in a remarkable tale of suspense.
I arrived in Gatlinburg around 10 in the morning. I checked in at a hotel called the Mountain Inn and went downstairs to breakfast. My dog Snooky went with me, as she always does. I gave my order to the waiter. As I sat there, I looked the place over. It was a good-sized room, by the echo in it. There was a log fire crackling in the fireplace on the far side of the room and a large view window on my right. Glass has a special kind of echo. There was only one person in the room when I entered. It was a woman, apparently a wealthy and rather vain woman, judging from her perfume. She was sitting at the table diagonally across from me. I looked in her direction, so to speak. I heard a man's footsteps approaching across the room and smelled fresh polish on riding boots as he went past me. He paused before her table.
Well, if it isn't Miss Dennis Fillmore. Hello, Marcia.
Walter Crane.
Surprised to see me?
What do you want?
I hear your husband is thinking of running for governor.
So what?
Well, Marcia, I've got a newspaper clipping here. I thought it might interest him. It's about your pal, the late Eddie Hassan.
What about Eddie?
I'll read you the headline. Eddie Hassan killed in auto crash. Colorful Reno figure plunges from Mountain Road. Car out of control, say police.
Dennis never knew Eddie Hassan.
No. No, he didn't, did he? You know, Marcia, how you managed to keep those two apart has always been a mystery to me. And of course,
I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I never mean to. But as some people can read what's on the marquee of a movie theater 10 blocks away, the most intimate conduct and conversation comes to me from across the room as if spoken into a microphone. This is a dubious pleasure to me at most times, but as Marcia Fillmore and Walter Crane continued, my interest became more than casual. He was reading again from the newspaper clipping.
Club is beneficiary of an insurance policy. Miss Hanley was the late Mr. Hassan's companion and was to have been married to him upon his divorce decree becoming final.
Well?
I was wondering if your brand new, politically minded husband would be interested in the fact that you were known locally as a gangster's companion.
You always were a louse, Walter, but I never thought you'd stoop to blackmail.
Look, I lost a good job because of you, Marcia. When an insurance investigator gets fired because his employers think he's too susceptible to beautiful dames, he never gets back in the racket. I've got to look elsewhere for a source of income. And it so happens that there are some things about Eddie Hassan's accident that my former employers might be interested in.
Eddie's car got out of control, and that's all there is to it.
Look, you seem to forget, baby, that I investigated that case for Pacific All Risk before they paid off. And I didn't tell all the things I know or all the things I thought because, well, you were making life very interesting for me in those days. Well, Marcia?
You're wasting your time, Walter.
Oh, am I?
Get out and take your clipping with you.
Well, you can't blame a man for trying. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Bring me a glass of water, will you? Ice water.
Something wrong, ma'am?
No, nothing wrong.
Get the water.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Why did you do that?
What?
Nothing. Skip it.
Oh, the ice water? Well, I'm thirsty, that's all.
You're sure that's all?
What else would I want with ice water?
Oh, forget it. Look, Walter, I'll sell Dennis on the idea of investing some money in a company of yours.
Well, that's more like it. When's he coming up here?
Tomorrow, but you mustn't see him till I've had a chance to talk to him. Get out of town right away tonight.
Where do I go?
I have a fishing lodge up in the mountains. I'll give you the key to the place. Go up there and stay until I've sold Dennis on the idea. When the time's ripe, I'll come and get you.
I'll cut you in on the deal, Marcia, if you sell him good enough.
Women do things sometimes, Walter, that they don't want to be paid for.
Lonesome women, maybe?
Maybe.
Oh, Marcia, you're still the most beautiful woman that ever led a man up a garden path.
Let's drink to that, Walter?
In ice water?
In ice water.
The man who had come to blackmail Marcia Fillmore remained to whisper sweet nothings in her ear. It didn't make sense at first, but then I remembered. I had been told that she was a very beautiful woman. Beautiful to look at, that is. There are times when I am profoundly grateful that I have no eyes to deceive me. It must have been shortly after midnight that I heard it. I awoke with a start and sat up in bed, although I have been blind for many years. I still reach out and automatically turn on the light switch when I am awakened in the night. When the light went on, the sound stopped. I turned it off and waited. Quiet, Snooky. Quiet. Quiet. It started again. It seemed to be below my window somewhere, down by the hotel garages. Through the years, I have finally trained myself to identify almost any action by sound. But this one stumped me at first. It continued for perhaps 10 seconds longer, and then it stopped for good, and a car door slammed shut. I made a careful mental note of the car's motor as it started up. It was a Packard, and one of the spark plugs was missing fire. But it got away to a fast start and was soon out of even my earshot. Of one thing I was certain. It turned off the main road onto gravel, and there was only one such turnoff within earshot of the hotel, the private road to the Fillmore's fishing lodge. Evidently, Mr. Walter Crane was going to have a visitor up there sooner than he had expected. As I dropped off to sleep, the memory of that sound came back to me. There was something strange and altogether sinister about it. It was still ringing in my head when I dropped off to sleep. Quiet, Snooky. Quiet. Just a moment.
Captain McLean.
I'm Duncan McLean.
May I come in for a moment?
Of course.
I do hope you'll forgive me for bursting in here like this, but I saw you in the dining room yesterday morning, and when I heard who you were, I hope you won't be angry with me.
Not at all. Past my getting up time anyway. Must have been the mountain air that made me oversleep. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
Well, here, I've got it.
You know, you're really amazing. One would never suspect that you're...
Blind? Well, Mrs. Fillmore, we blind people can compensate to a certain extent by developing other senses more acutely.
You know my name.
I took the liberty of asking the head waiter last night who the lady was with the intoxicating perfume.
Just as I asked who the man was with the police dog.
Oh, no. Snooky here is not a police dog. She's just an amiable old German shepherd. I have a police dog, though. Dreist.
Oh?
I only take him along when I'm on especially dangerous assignments.
I gather you're not on one now.
Shall we get to the point, Mrs. Fillmore?
Well, there's a man staying here in this hotel, or rather he was. His name is Walter Crane. He's a blackmailer.
Yes?
Well, there's no need going into it, but he's got hold of something about my past. If it were published, it would ruin my husband's career.
There's only one thing to do with a blackmailer, Mrs. Fillmore. Turn him over to the police.
No, you don't understand. The police here is Sheriff Blackmer. He and my husband are political enemies. I'm afraid it would be too good an opportunity for him to pass up.
Yes, I see your point.
My first instinct was to get Walter Crane away from here. I told him to go up to our fishing lodge. I even gave him the key. I even pretended to renew an old interest which he once fancied I had in him personally.
Always a mistake.
Yes, but you don't know the worst of it. My husband came in from Knoxville early this morning. Without even waking me, went straight on up to the fishing lodge. Left a note asking me to join him there. My husband is a violent and unreasonable man when he's angry, Captain McLean. If he finds Walter Crane staying there in the lodge, he's likely to think that...
Just what are you afraid of, Mrs. Fillmore?
I'm afraid that my husband... Heaven forgive me for such a thought. I'm afraid my husband will murder him. There. Now I've said it.
Yes. Now you've said it. Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Oh, Mrs. Fillmore. Yes, she's right here. It's for you, Mrs. Fillmore.
Oh, no. Please, don't go. I'm afraid it... Hello? Oh, yes, Sheriff Blackmer. Oh, how dreadful. Why, no, we didn't know him. I did speak to him for a moment yesterday evening, but Why, of course, I'd be glad to help you in any way I can. I'll be in my cottage.
What is it?
Walter Crane. They found him. His car plunged over the embankment. He was killed instantly.
When?
Some people in the cottage down below saw it happen.
When?
Just 5 minutes ago.
On the way over to her cottage, I stopped at the hotel desk and sent a wire to the Seeing Eye Kennel in New Jersey. Send Dreist Air Express immediately. Dreist is my police dog, the dog I use only on very dangerous missions.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Brian Donlevy in Out of Control from the novel by Baynard Kendrick. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Tonight, famous hostess Elsa Maxwell tells us how she's always ready for unexpected guests. Here's the secret, says Miss Maxwell. Entertaining friends who just drop in is easy with Roma California Sherry on hand. Everyone enjoys Roma Sherry. And Roma Sherry is so easy to serve, I give my friends a warm welcome on second's notice. Yes, glorious golden amber Roma Sherry is the perfect first call for dinner, too. Ideal for moderate Lenten entertaining, delightful anytime. And because Roma wine is America's first choice, Roma brings you fine wines for only pennies a glass. Yet with Roma wines, you enjoy the true wine taste luxury of choice tender grapes, grown in California's finest vineyards, skillfully, unhurriedly, guided to mellow richness by Roma's master vintners, carefully bottled at the winery in California to seal in unvarying goodness always. Enjoy Roma wine tomorrow. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Insist on Roma. R-O-M-A.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Brian Donlevy, who, as Captain Duncan McLean in Out of Control, continues a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Sheriff Blackmer was a big, professionally cheerful man, but I could tell from his voice that he was plenty worried.
Glad to have you in on this, Captain McLean. We don't have many cases of this kind in these parts.
I'll be glad to do what I can, Sheriff Blackmer.
Oh, so this is one of them there seeing eye critters. You don't look no different from any other pooch to me. Nice poochy. Nice. Well, I thought those seeing eye dogs were trained to be gentle.
I trained this one myself for special jobs.
Oh, what kind of jobs?
Down, Dreist, down.
Don't bother to explain. I think I know the answer to that one. Yes. Well, now, let's get down to business. Mrs. Fillmore.
I suppose you want some information about that road up to the fishing lodge. It's quite steep and hard to negotiate if you don't know it.
I know the road very well, Mrs. Fillmore.
Well, then what are you...
You said you didn't know this man, Walter Crane.
Sheriff, I was very foolish when I spoke to you on the phone. As a matter of fact, he's a very old friend of mine, or was. Well, I think you'll understand when I tell you my husband was very jealous.
Jealous enough to have killed him?
Killed him? I thought he died in an auto crash.
He was murdered and thrown into the car just before it crashed. He died with an ice pick through his heart.
Whatever she knew, that she wasn't telling. That part of it came to her as a complete surprise. I know that now. I knew it at the time. Whatever Marcia Fillmore had known about Walter Crane's death, she was innocent of stabbing him through the heart with that ice pick. As for the rest of it, her alibi was perfect. I was her alibi this time. She was in my room when it happened, 20 miles from the scene of the crime, but someone had driven up to that lodge before Dennis Fillmore, someone who had made elaborate preparations for that little drive. As I walked over to the hotel garage, the memory of that sound came back to me. The sound that I was convinced held the key to the mystery of Walter Crane's death, and Eddie Hassan's as well. I found a mechanic working on a car.
Morning, sir. Hi, looking for your car?
No, I don't drive.
Oh.
Mrs. Fillmore asked me to stop by. Is her car ready yet?
Yeah, sure. It was only one of the spark plugs.
Oh. This car?
Yeah.
Station wagon. Packard, isn't it?
You've got a good sense of touch, mister.
Thank you. Say, that's nice upholstery. Real leather, isn't it?
Yep.
That's peculiar.
What is?
The floor is wet and cold.
Oh, maybe they went fishing this morning. They carry a chunk of ice sometimes when they go trout fishing.
Ice? Of course. That's what it was. Ice.
You must believe me. I know that my husband didn't do this terrible thing.
Then why did you come to me this morning and tell me that you were afraid your husband would murder Crane?
Don't you understand why? I needed help. I knew you only work on murder cases, and so I tried to get you interested by making that story up.
I think I can save your husband, Marcia, but only if you tell me the absolute truth.
Oh, I will. I swear I will.
Did you go up there to that cabin last night to see Walter Crane?
No.
Lie number one. You drove up there around 12:30.
How did you know?
I heard a car drive out about that time. It was a Packard with one dead spark plug. This morning, your Packard was in the garage getting a spark plug replaced.
You don't know I went up there?
I heard you turn off on a gravel road about halfway up the mountain. Your road is the only one up that way.
All right. All right, I did go up there. But I wasn't there when it happened.
Marcia, have you ever seen this bottle before?
Certainly. It had Verilyn in it. Sleeping medicine. It's a prescription of my husband's.
Have you any idea how it got in Crane's car?
Well, I gave it to him. He said he couldn't sleep.
How did you give it to him?
In the bottle, of course. Are you intimating that I drugged him?
I'm only trying to find out what Crane did the last few hours of his life. If he took an overdose of sleeping medicine, it might account for the accident. He might have got up this morning, still woozy from the effects of the drug, got in his car, released the emergency brake, blacked out for a split second, as sometimes happens in a reaction to an overdose of sleeping medicine, lost control of the car, and crashed over the embankment. It might have been as easy as that.
But that wouldn't account for the ice pick through his heart.
No. Not unless... You took a chunk of ice up there last night, didn't you?
I don't know how you knew. Yes. Yes, he needed some, especially if he was going to do some trout fishing, and Walter was very fond of ice water.
Yes, I know. He ordered some last night at dinner.
Is there anything you don't see with those sightless eyes of yours?
I still don't see the murderer of Walter Crane.
Thought for a moment there you suspected me.
I'm perfectly capable of it. You had the motive. You had the ice pick. But you weren't there when it happened.
No. They can't prove that Dennis was, can they?
Well, he's a pretty likely candidate, isn't he, Marcia?
Oh, I'm so worried about him. They have a posse out for him. Where will he go, I wonder?
I wonder. I knew where he'd go, and so did she. And they both knew that matters would have to come to a head that night. I didn't tell Sheriff Blackmer everything, but he agreed to drive me up there. About 20 minutes after the sheriff left, a man came into the lodge. From the storeroom where I was hidden, I could hear perfectly. He didn't turn on any lights, but went out to the kitchen and started some coffee. It could only have been Dennis Fillmore, who paced up and down in that darkened room. Then I heard the door open and a woman's footsteps coming in.
Dennis.
Marcia.
Oh, Dennis.
You shouldn't have come here. What are you trying to do, lead them to me?
I didn't tell the sheriff about you, Dennis. I swear I didn't.
Tell him what?
Dennis, I know you killed Crane.
So you know I'm a murderer. Then what are you doing here?
Dennis, I love you so much. I hated that man. I'm glad you killed him.
What was Crane to you?
I was going to tell you, darling, I used to know him. He's a blackmailer. It was perfectly innocent before I met you, but with your career, and I just didn't want you to get mixed up in it. That's why I told you to hide.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcia. Don't cry, please.
I love you, Dennis.
I made some coffee. Would you like some of it?
Yes. You sit still, darling. I'll get it. Dennis, what are we going to do? Have you thought about it?
I'm thinking as hard as I can, Marcia.
You can't confess to this terrible thing, Dennis. I won't let you.
I don't think the insurance company would pay if I were electrocuted, would they?
Oh, Dennis, don't say such things. Here, drink your coffee.
It tastes rotten, but it's hot.
Oh.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I feel faint. I can't seem to get my breath. It's so stuffy in here.
Well, it must be the wood smoke. I had a terrible time starting the fire. Come along outside. The air will buck you up.
All right, darling.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That is better.
Would you like to drive somewhere?
No, darling. Let's just sit in the car for a while. This air is so good.
They sat there in the car perhaps 10 minutes before the car door slammed shut. And then I heard it. The sound that had been ringing in my ears since that first night, but now I was hearing the real thing for a second time. As calmly as the neighborhood iceman chipping out a 50-pound chunk for a housewife, the murderer was making preparations for a third experiment in a method of almost perfect crime. Hello, Marcia.
You. How did you get here?
I'm afraid I was eavesdropping.
Then you heard what Dennis said.
Yes, I did, Marcia.
Oh, Captain McLean, could you forget that Dennis said that? Crane was a blackmailer. What does it matter who killed him?
Don't come any closer, Marcia. This dog isn't Snooky. This is Dreist, the dog I told you about, remember?
The one you take on dangerous missions? You're frightening me, Captain.
You've terrified me for 2 whole days, Marcia. You're the most perfect killer I've ever met.
But you said yourself I couldn't have stabbed Walter Crane.
Eddie Hassan wasn't stabbed.
You're bluffing. You can't prove a thing.
No. That's the beauty of your method. The ice melts away before the accident happens.
Ice?
That's your method, Marcia. First, the victim is drugged with an overdose of sleeping medicine, then lured into the car and kept there till he falls asleep. The rest is simple. Put ice wedges under the front wheels and release the emergency brake. When the wedges melt away, the car rolls over the embankment with the sleeping man in it. You're miles away from the scene, and the evidence has vanished. Literally melted away. Only this time it's not going to work.
What are you going to do?
Phone Sheriff Blackmer. I want him to get here before the ice melts.
Captain McLean.
Stay where you are, Marcia. It would be a shame to have Dreist mutilate your beauty. Your beauty is your most powerful weapon, you know. I only hope it won't free you and turn you loose to start killing again.
You. What do you know about a woman's beauty, you blind...
Marcia, stay back. I warn you. This dog is a killer.
I'll kill you and that mongrel with you. I've hated you from the moment I first saw you. What kind of a man is it that looks at a woman with those cold, dead eyes? You'd be better off dead. I'm doing you a favor,
Right. Down, Christ. Down.
Well, she's dead, all right.
I'm sorry. The dog, I guess I'll have to have him put away.
That won't be necessary, Captain. She did that for you. Jabbed the ice pick square between his eyes.
Oh, poor fella.
Yeah. What I can't figure out, how did she manage to stab Crane and still keep her alibi?
She didn't stab Crane.
Then who did?
Nobody.
Well, then how...
It was a freak accident, Sheriff. The ice pick was on the seat of the car when it crashed. I knew that when you told me the angle at which it entered the body that it was. She really thought her husband had done it. After she left Crane asleep in the car. So much so that she even accused him of doing it. By the way, is he all right?
Oh, sure, just a little dopey from the sleeping pills. I guess he's really pretty broken up about her. Really loved her, the sap. Can't blame him, though. She really was a beautiful woman. Why, when she looked at you with those big blue eyes of hers, you could believe anything she wanted you to believe.
So they told me. Yes, Sheriff, sometimes I'm very glad I have no eyes to deceive me.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, ROMA. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Brian Donlevy, the star of Out of Control, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Nowadays, you can't always find the choice meats, the plump chickens, the succulent fish you'd like. But you can give available foods tempting new flavor richness by serving them with a fine Roma California table wine. Yes, pale gold, Roma Sauterne, or red Roma Burgundy makes even the simplest dishes good eating, adds so much to dining pleasure. This very weekend, discover how a glassful of delightful Roma Sauterne heightens your enjoyment of fish or fowl. Enjoy the satisfying taste harmony of Roma Burgundy with old-fashioned pot roast or spaghetti. See how each sip points up the flavor of every morsel. And remember, Roma wine is a treat you can enjoy often, for Roma costs just pennies a glass. So make your dinner more exciting tomorrow and every day with a fine Roma wine. Insist on Roma. ROMA. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Brian Donlevy. I would like to particularly thank Kathy Lewis for her wonderful performance tonight as Marcia Fillmore. Mr. Spear has been telling me about next Thursday's suspense play. Miss Agnes Moorehead will be the star in a show concerning a faded leading lady, her cheerful second husband, and a sweepstakes ticket which turns out to have been buried on the person of her not-so-cheerful first husband. I know that I won't miss this one, and I'm sure you won't. Thank you.
Brian Donlevy will soon be seen in the Paramount Technicolor production, The Virginian. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Miss Agnes Moorehead as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolfe is busy planning a menu. I'll see if he can talk to you. What's the name again? You want to talk to a dame named Mrs. Collins?
Hang up, Archie.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins?
No.
I don't suppose you care, but I think her voice is very charming.
Doubtless. Every female has a charming voice to you. Hang up.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Collins, but at the moment, Mr. Wolfe is too involved with his digestive system to be interrupted. However, if I may introduce myself, Archie Goodwin, Mr. Wolfe's assistant, if I can be of any help.
Archie.
Yes, Mrs. Collins, I'll ask him. Cocktail party.
Hang up, Archie.
Mrs. Collins, I'm afraid it would be better if you didn't expect Mr. Wolfe. Goodbye. Cocktails. Phooey.
Absurd. Perfectly absurd.
She says you promised to come to her cocktail party, and why aren't you there?
Because you are going to attend the cocktail party and the probable unpleasant ending.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, the most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolfe and I refer to this as the case of the party for death. Nero Wolfe really should have gone to the party since he'd accepted, but I was delegated. I can't complain now, since it was there that I met Georgia, the most beautiful redhead. Well, that's my weakness, redheads. Yeah, blondes and brunettes. Well, anyway, Mr. Wolfe was adamant about going to the party.
I've never been to a cocktail party in my life. You know, I drink nothing but beer.
You could take your beer with you, couldn't you?
I could not.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins whose cocktail party you said you'd go to?
The phone rang and I picked it up.
Where was I?
Exactly.
Okay. So a Mrs. Collins with a beautiful, seductive voice conned you into accepting an invitation to a cocktail party that you knew you weren't going to.
Archie.
Yes, master.
Just a little less sarcasm, perhaps.
Sarcasm?
Call it impertinence, then.
Impertinence, master?
Exactly. Less of that. Much less.
Okay.
Continue now.
Where was I?
You were reading the duck recipe.
Oh, yes, the duck. Oh, here we are. Dodine de canard. The dodine is one of the oldest dishes in the repertory of French cooking, being mentioned in books of the 14th century. Le Grand Cuisinier de toute Cuisine.
Hooey, what time is it, Archie?
Almost 6:30.
Oh, in that case...
You going to get up?
Here on this card are your instructions, Archie. If you are still alive tomorrow, you may make your report.
I helped the huge bulk that was Nero Wolfe out of his specially built desk chair and walked with him to the elevator that would take him upstairs to his orchids. I stepped back to the desk and found the card which bore my instructions. In his small, perfect handwriting, I read, Mrs. Albert Collins, Empire Towers. Arrive at 7, say I sent you. After the murder, telephone me before the police arrive. At exactly 7, I rang Mrs. Collins' doorbell. Mrs. Collins?
I'm Mrs. Collins.
I'm Archie Goodwin. We talked on the phone a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Well, come in, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Wolfe begs to be excused. At the last moment, he was unable to attend.
Well, I'm glad you could come.
You're not disappointed?
No, I don't think so. I'm rather upset. I'm afraid, Mr. Goodwin, for my life. That's why I called Mr. Wolfe. Oh, just drop your hat and coat there, Mr. Goodwin.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Collins?
Well, of course, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie will do.
Archie?
When I spoke to you on the phone, I thought I knew what you'd look like.
And?
You do.
Well, is that good?
It's not bad, Mrs. Collins.
Janie will do.
Janie will do.
Archie, I think it would be best if I say you're an old beau of mine.
From where?
In Hollywood. When I went to Hollywood High School and you went to USC.
Okay, but don't expect me to remember much about it.
I'll be flattered if you remember anything about it. I want you to keep your eyes and ears open. Observe everything tonight. Well, now shall we join the party? Oh, Albert, this is Archie Goodwin. Archie, this is my husband, Albert.
How do you do?
Hello. And this is Joe Boyce, my husband's partner.
How do you do? Boyce?
I've told you about Archie, Albert, but I guess you probably don't remember, do you?
No, I don't.
When I was in high school and he went to USC.
Oh, yeah, sure. What'll you have, Goodwin?
I'd like a plain lime and soda.
Oh, now, really? A teetotaler now?
Yes, I used to overdo it, remember?
So you knew my wife in Hollywood?
Quite a while ago, though.
Uh-huh. Been here long?
Oh, a while.
Did you and my wife run into each other again just lately?
Yeah.
A few days ago?
About.
Joe Boyce here is my partner, chemical business. Makes this sort of an old home week, doesn't it, Joe?
In a way, Al. I guess it does at that.
Joe knew my wife back in those days, too. And they're still very friendly. Yes, indeed. You two have got something in common to talk about, haven't you, Goodwin?
Mrs. Collins, you mean? We never knew each other very well.
No? Okay, Goodwin, let it go.
Why, look. Look what I found. A new man. Just what I need. I'm Georgia.
Archie.
Archie, dear, will you fix up my drink, please?
Anything for a lady.
Let's go to the bar. Eh, Archie?
I'm determined, Joe. If it were only the money, or only Jane, I might listen.
Oh, Al, can't we talk about it later?
I like talking about it now, Joe.
You're going to be sorry about this, Al.
I am already. But you'll have 20 years or so in prison just being sorry. I've got the papers you forged right here.
You're hysterical, Al. Let's face it. The firm went broke, but I suffered too. So let's forget it.
Yes, Joe. The firm went broke, but you didn't. And I don't think my wife did either. The two of you had everything figured for yourselves. Well, I'm turning the papers over to the DA tomorrow.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, what do you know about this expected murder, if anything?
Has it happened yet?
No, but who's supposed to get killed?
I haven't the faintest idea, Archie.
Then why don't you stop it?
That is impossible. I don't even know who's there.
You want me to tell you?
Not in the least.
How am I supposed to prevent it if I don't know what I'm looking for?
You're not supposed to prevent it, Archie. I don't think you could. I don't think anybody could.
You want to hear what I found out already?
No?
I'll tell you anyway. Collins thinks his wife and his partner Boyce have been stealing his dough, and he's threatening to send Boyce to the clink.
Archie.
Yeah?
You're wasting our time. Go back to the party. There is nothing you can do to prevent the murder. But I want you to be there when it happens.
Now that all the guests have gone, let's sit down here, Georgia.
When Janie was in Hollywood, she must have had more good-looking boyfriends.
Let's get personal about this, Georgia.
Yeah, let's.
When you say good-looking, do you mean me?
I don't mean anybody else, Archie.
You know, I think you're pretty, too.
You'd better not let Jane hear you say that.
You think she'd care?
I thought you knew Jane.
Only slightly. You don't like Jane too well, do you?
Why?
Why? Why what?
Why don't you tell the truth about it? No man as attractive as you ever knew Jane slightly. Either they knew her or they didn't know her. Maybe you think I'm getting a little tipsy.
The idea never occurred to me.
No? Well, it has to me.
Refill your glass?
I'll come with you to the bar.
Well, here's your drink, Georgia. Oh, I find there's no ice left in the ice bucket.
Janie? Hey, Janie, no ice.
Oh, well, I'll get some. Here, give me the bucket.
Mrs. Collins, Janie, I mean.
Yes, Archie.
May I use the phone in the bedroom again?
Oh, of course.
You excuse me for a minute, Georgia?
I'm coming with you.
Why don't you just stay here until Jane brings the ice? Well, why don't you go talk to Joe Boyce?
I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce. I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce ever.
Now, look, Georgia.
I'm coming with you, Archie. Is that clear?
Okay, come on.
Here's where the phone is.
I could have found it myself.
You don't want me with you, do you?
Just sit down here on the edge of the bed and listen, if that's what you want to do.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Well, Archie, what?
Just a bit of a report.
Go on.
At this moment, I am sitting on the edge of one of two twin beds in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Collins. Sitting next to me is a gorgeous redhead named Georgia. Georgia what, dear?
Boyce.
You mean you're the wife of Joe Boyce?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I am sitting next to the gorgeous redheaded wife of Albert Collins' partner, Joe Boyce.
Archie, you annoy me.
From what I just learned, I can see there's another friction going on.
You mean Georgia and Jane?
Yep, fireworks between them. This one no like other one.
Have you anything more to say?
When I called, I was going to ask if there's any reason why I shouldn't come home now.
I wrote your instructions for you, Archie.
After the murder, call you.
Yeah, that's perfectly clear, isn't it?
But what if there isn't any?
And don't call me. Simple, isn't it?
Hello. He hung up.
Archie.
What?
That was a strange conversation.
Do you want me to explain it to you, honey?
What was that business about murder?
Shall we join the party?
Murder. Archie, wouldn't you be surprised if there was one?
Yeah? Who's going to do what and to whom?
I don't know. Maybe I will.
Elucidate, honey. Do you intend to figure as the killer or the corpse?
I don't intend to figure as anything. But you never know. Archie, do you think Jane Collins is better looking than me?
Nope.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Then what's the matter with me?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, yes, there is. Look, do you want to kiss me?
Well, I'll tell you. When I graduated from Sunday school, I took a vow.
That's what I mean. But if I were Jane, you'd want to kiss me, wouldn't you?
No, frankly, no.
Why not?
Well, when I graduated from Sunday school,
Okay, Archie. Let's go back. You boys have such happy faces. Where's Jane?
In the kitchen getting some ice. Where have you been?
With Archie.
Is he an old school chum of yours, too?
Do you care, Joe?
No.
Mr. Boyce.
What?
How much do you weigh?
187. Why?
Then I'll be giving you 5 pounds. Shall we step outside?
This I have got to see.
Shut up. Mr. Goodwin, you seem angry.
Just terribly hurt.
Would it do any good if I apologized? Today I'm a little upset. If I said anything to offend you, I do apologize. Now, if you still want me to give you a boxing lesson, I'm at your service.
Let's forget it. I'm sorry, too. Jane Collins came in from the kitchen with a bucket of ice cubes, a tray of fresh glasses, and the strapless gown she'd been wearing.
There. I never thought I'd make it. Now I'm going to mix my own drink, and you can take care of yourselves. Ice first. Huh? Whiskey. And soda. It's a simple recipe, isn't it, Archie?
All it needs is the ingredients.
Well, I drink to the ingredients. Nice.
Janie, darling.
What, dear?
Would you mind very much if I took Archie away from you?
Haven't you done that already, dear?
To listen to those girls, you'd think, wouldn't you, Goodwin?
Me, I never think.
What do you do, Archie?
I concentrate.
On what?
On not thinking. I did some serious concentrating on not thinking about Nero Wolfe, or about the conflict of the partners, Albert Collins and Joe Boyce, about the jealousies of Jane and Georgia. The next 5 minutes hardly seemed an hour. Jane and Boyce murmured to each other. Collins drank gently but firmly.
Why can't you be honest, Archie? What's the matter with me?
What, Georgia?
You weren't listening, were you?
To every gorgeous word you said.
What did I say?
I want to hear it again, just the way you said it before.
I said, why shouldn't there be a murder? Why not? It's an order.
It's just not considered the thing to do.
Thing to do. Can you think of anything better?
No, frankly.
I can. My glass is empty.
My glass is empty, too. Jane. Jane!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not much of a hostess, am I? Oh, don't answer that. Oh, you're all empty. But I've only drunk half of mine.
You don't usually drink so slowly, Jane.
I'm just not in the mood tonight. I usually drink faster to keep you from drinking mine. See, Albert always gulps his and then reaches for mine.
What's the difference?
Well, I'll fix you some fresh drinks, but put my drink over there by you, Georgia, and lay off, Albert. I only had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more.
I suppose we know what dear Jane is going to do, don't we?
Lay off, will you?
Lay off. It's my husband who said that, Archie. Archie, meet my husband, Mr. Boyce. I will now explain why dear Jane took our glasses away to the kitchen when she could have bought a drink right here.
Listen, Georgia, will you...
Mr. Boyce is speaking, Archie. What, Mr. Boyce?
Nuts.
Mr. Boyce says nuts, Mr. Goodwin. What do you say, Mr. Collins?
I think Joe has covered the field.
We were talking, weren't we, Archie?
Possibly.
We were talking about dear Jane. She's got to be always the prettiest, always devastating. Right now, she's putting on a completely new face. And in about 20 minutes, when our tongues are hanging out, she'll come back, all horsed up and bright and smiling, with another tray of drinks.
Yeah, she'll take all night to fix them.
Well, I'm going to get some air on the balcony.
Don't jump off. Al, you're drinking too much lately.
Why should it worry you, Joe? Especially now.
When you start drinking, not only your drinks, but everybody else's, too, well... Jane's right.
Is that what worries you? Slide Jane's glass down. The ice is all melted.
You see what I mean?
Okay, Joe, let's not be nasty until tomorrow. That gives me an idea. Think I'll propose a toast. Until tomorrow. And you know, it may be rather fitting that I should drink a toast from the glass that Janie left. Until tomorrow.
Go! Al? Jane? Janie!
Albert! Oh, Albert.
Hello, Wolfe speaking.
May I come home now?
Oh, hello, Archie.
I said, may I come home now?
Have you sent for the police, Inspector Kramer?
Of course.
Who was killed, Archie?
Albert Collins.
How, Archie?
I don't know. You were right, though, weren't you?
Naturally. About what?
Murder.
Oh, that. We can talk about it tomorrow. Good night, Archie. Come home when you can.
What do you mean, come home when I can?
You'll be held as a witness, won't you? Try not to wake me with the elevator when you come in.
Well, Inspector Kramer, you've had me here at headquarters for a long while. For quite a long while. Haven't you asked me enough questions?
Goodwin, you say you never saw these people before, Collins or Boyce or their wives. Yet when all the other guests had gone, you were still there.
I guess I just don't know how to say goodbye.
You didn't know they were partners in a chemical company. You didn't know that Boyce had forged a lot of papers with Collins' name.
All I know is what you tell me.
Goodwin.
Yes, sir?
I'm trying to be nice.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know, of course, that you went to that party because Nero Wolfe told you to.
Do you?
My question is, how did Wolfe know it was going to happen?
Why don't you ask him?
I already have.
He told you?
He says he never heard of Collins or Boyce.
Did he say he'd ever heard of me?
He says he isn't responsible for you or your shady friends. Maybe he knows I found a poison pellet in George's bag.
Inspector, may I make an important call?
Go ahead.
Archie. Confounded light. Hello?
What time is it, Master?
Confounded, Archie.
I'll tell you what time it is. It's a little after 4 a.m. I'm at Central Headquarters, and Inspector Kramer has been chatting with me about my shady friends.
Kramer is a jackass.
Just a second. Pick up the other phone, will you, Inspector? Sorry, Mr. Wolfe. What was that you were saying about Inspector Kramer?
I said Kramer is a jackass.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Wolfe!
Oh? Eavesdropping, Inspector.
I was just talking about bringing you down here for a little questioning, Wolfe.
Phooey.
What's that?
Phooey. It can be spelled in several ways. I spell it P-F-U-I. Phooey.
You think I won't bring you down here as a material witness?
Yes, I think you won't. I think you'd be making a great mistake if you did.
A great mistake? Why?
Because I might not tell you who killed Collins. And you wouldn't know which one of these people to prefer charges against. Now send Archie home. Even he needs an occasional night's sleep.
What do you think of that? He hung up.
So it seems. Busy? He's probably left the phone off the hook, Inspector. By now he's probably asleep again.
You know I can go out there, don't you?
Sure you can. More important men than you have tried it. And where are they now?
Goodwin?
Yes, sir?
I'm going to let you go.
I'm sure Mr. Wolfe and I are very grateful, Inspector.
You want to know why I'm letting you go?
I know why.
Why?
Because if you're nice and cooperative and don't make too much trouble, Mr. Wolfe will solve this case for you and tell you whom to prefer charges against.
Goodwin.
Sir?
Get out.
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning, Inspector. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, I was rearranging the furniture in Nero Wolfe's office while the great man sat behind his desk watching me perspire.
Are you finished now, Archie?
Yeah, I guess so.
And tell me where they sat.
There were 2 couches, like this, in front of a fireplace. Collins and Boyce were sitting together on one couch. When Georgia and I came in, they were looking at some canceled checks.
Where was Mrs. Collins?
I told you she was getting ice and fresh glasses.
Why was she getting fresh glasses, Archie? Where were the empty ones?
I don't know. Maybe they were the same ones she brought back washed and polished.
Archie, I trust your powers of observation absolutely. That's why I sent you to Mrs. Collins' cocktail party.
Okay, how did you know there was going to be a murder? If it was a murder.
It was a murder, Archie. But isn't it obvious?
How is it obvious? Suppose Collins slipped a few drops of the poison into his drink himself.
It's very strong, very deadly poison, with a remarkably strong odor.
Like almonds, I know. I smelled it when I picked him up.
Archie, was anything found on the body that might have contained the poison? A fountain pen? Whatever?
Not even that.
Inspector Kramer found a poison pellet in Georgia's handbag. He thinks she poisoned Collins' drink.
Say, could be. But it wasn't his drink, it was his wife's. Then Georgia was trying to kill Jane, and Collins got it by mistake.
We shall soon see, Archie.
I was expecting a murder because you told me to expect it. I watched every move that everybody made. There's no possibility that Jane's glass, the glass with the poison in it, was tampered with by anybody.
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Archie, you're sore, aren't you?
Have you ever spent the night with Inspector Kramer? He's really a good man, too. Why did you say he was a jackass?
Because he didn't know who killed Collins?
Do you?
Of course. Was there ever any question about it?
Just a moment, please.
The only trouble is it may be difficult to prove. That's why we are giving this little cocktail party this afternoon with the help of Inspector Kramer. By the way...
Yes?
Call Mrs. Collins and tell her to bring a bucket of ice from her refrigerator.
Why?
Because our refrigerator's broken down.
No, it hasn't. I was just out in the kitchen a minute ago.
Our refrigerator has broken down. And it would be very helpful if Mrs. Collins would bring a bucket of ice cubes.
What makes you think she'll do it?
She will. Call her.
6:45. There we were in Wolfe's office doing a repeat performance of last night's smash hit. Two couches faced each other, a cocktail table between them. On one couch, red-headed Georgia and me. On the other couch, it was a big one, Joe Boyce, Jane Collins, widow of the lately defunct Albert, and Nero Wolfe. Jane had been drinking a little slower than the rest of us. Our glasses were empty. Hers was still half full. Wolfe said...
Archie.
Yeah?
At this point in last night's party, Mrs. Collins got up and left to get some fresh drinks. Repeat what she said.
Approximately?
Approximately will do.
I think she said something like this. She said, put my drink over by you, Georgia. Lay off, Albert. I've had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more, Albert. Am I right, Jane?
Close enough, Archie. But what of it?
Now, what is this nonsense all about, Wolfe?
Mr. Wolfe is trying to make something out of nothing.
I think Mr. Wolfe is going to turn up something mighty interesting. Don't look so perturbed, Joe.
Since I'm playing the part of the late Mr. Collins, pass me Jane's glass.
I'll keep my glass, Mr. Wolfe. I haven't finished my drink.
You're a very clever woman, Mrs. Collins.
Would it be too much if I ask what this is all about?
What worries you, Archie?
You make it sound as if that drink she's holding is poison. But it can't be, because as yesterday, she's already drunk half of it herself.
When our freezer broke down, she was more than willing to bring a bucket of ice cubes, wasn't she?
So?
What would happen, Archie, if you froze a gelatine-coated pellet of poison in the center of one particular ice cube? Mrs. Collins hasn't finished her drink. Notice the ice is all melted now. She hasn't taken one sip since the ice melted completely. She came prepared in case she was exposed. Smell it, Archie.
No, Archie, stand back. I can easily swallow this before you can reach me. Mr. Wolfe, in a few seconds, I'll drink it. But tell me something first. Tell me how you knew.
Jane, listen to me.
I knew there was going to be a murder last night because you said so. I knew that it was you who would commit the murder because it was you who invited me. You hoped an expert witness would prove that you couldn't have killed your husband. So I sent Archie Goodwin, whose observations are always exact, even when he doesn't know the import of what he's observing.
She brought back clean glasses. She poured the drinks out of bottles already open. And if anybody had put anything in or touched one of those glasses, I would have seen it.
Exactly. The poison pellet was frozen in a certain ice cube. Mrs. Collins put that cube in her own drink, drank it until the ice had almost melted down to the poisonous pellet center. And then she took all the other glasses away, leaving only hers half full. And as usual, her husband drank it.
No, Jane, don't.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
Well, boss, Jane didn't get away with the suicide try. That was clever thinking you did.
I prepared a cube of ice in which I had frozen a gelatine capsule containing nothing more than a vitamin compound. I substituted for the cube in which Jane had placed the poison for herself.
Wonder why Jane Collins wanted to have Joe. He'd stolen practically all the money in the company. He was just a crook.
Birds of a feather, Archie. I don't believe Joe Boyce had any idea that Jane was planning a murder. And he still had all the money.
Well, the forgeries will put him away for a long time. And poor Georgia could have had it pinned on her if it hadn't been for me.
Yes. You knew all along, didn't you, that Jane had planned to have Georgia accused by planting another pellet of the poison in Georgia's handbag. Jane would have gotten rid of her husband and Joe's wife in one stroke. You knew all that, didn't you?
Well, how about a bottle of beer, boss?
Could you spare the time?
Georgia. Beautiful redhead. Wonder where she is tonight.
I'm sure I haven't the slightest idea, but in case you do... well, just be quiet with the elevator door when you come in.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Mindred Lord was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Herb Butterfield, Peter Leeds, Evelyn Eaton, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Malevolent Medic. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
For 24 hours, it's been snowing in Wistful Vista. And for 24 hours, a certain citizen has been beefing about it. The snow has stopped now, but the certain citizen is still going strong as we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Yes, sir, that's what it is. It's a big, fat, cold mess, kiddo. That's what it is.
Now, McGee, a little snow won't hurt you. Come on, get your overcoat and let's take a walk.
No, sir, not me. I ain't going out in that snow and get chilblains. I ain't sure where my blains are, but I'm going to stay inside and keep the chill off of them anyway.
Well, I can't understand why you dislike snow. Just look at that row of trees all draped with snow. Isn't that a charming picture?
Oh, sure, real charming. Looks like a squad of tall soldiers drilling in their long underwear.
Well, now, if that's all you... Heavenly days. Look at that icicle.
What icicle? Where? What icicle?
Hanging from the corner of our roof.
Oh, wow.
It's the biggest one I've ever laid eyes on.
My gosh, that is a whopper. Must be 10 feet long.
Easily, and big around as a telephone post.
Boy, oh, boy.
I'll bet there's not another one like it in town.
Or anywhere else. Boy, there's enough ice in that thing to keep your Uncle Dennis in highballs for a whole weekend.
You know, McGee, the Wistful Vista Gazette would probably like to take a picture of it. That's a remarkable icicle.
Say, what an idea. A front page picture with me standing there beside it. Fibber McGee and his giant icicle.
I thought you wouldn't go outside in the cold.
Tootsie, to get my picture in the paper, I'd shinny up the North Pole in my birthday suit.
I believe you would.
Hey, maybe they take a whole flock of pictures. I'll call the Gazette and tell them to send a photographer over. And as soon as he gets here, we'll...
Hold it, company. Come in.
Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny. Hot enough for you?
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, Corny. Come in and close the door real easy. We got a giant icicle hanging from our roof, and I don't want nothing to shake it loose.
I saw that icicle. It ain't so much.
I suppose you've seen bigger.
Many's the time, Johnny, when I was a sweet dough up in Alaska.
Isn't that a sourdough?
I put sugar in mine, daughter.
And you saw bigger icicles than the one I got?
Johnny, things was big up there. I mind one time I walked for 3 miles, and when I stopped, I was still on the same snowflake.
Well, now, how could that be?
Stuck to my shoe, daughter.
You want to know what I think? I don't think you were ever in Alaska at all.
Why, Johnny, You wound me. Me and my partner traveled all over Alaska in a dog sled. We went from Fairbanks to Cloud Banks and from Nome clean up to Yessam. Care to hear about the gold we come across by accident?
No, I don't think
Well,
we
sir,
have. No.
me and my partner found an Eskimo that was lost and hadn't ate for a week. We gave him some of that fat stuff you cut off a whale.
Blubber?
Cried like a baby. Out of gratitude, he told us where we could find this gold, but he warned us it wouldn't do us no good.
Did you get it anyhow?
Yes, but the Eskimo was right.
Yeah.
We took that gold back home, and the government wouldn't let us spend a bit of it.
Why not?
The gold was so cold we couldn't thaw it out. The government said it was frozen assets.
Just look at that beautiful icicle. It's going to get our picture in tomorrow's paper. That just shows you what a little foresight can do for a guy, Molly.
Foresight.
Well, certainly. Remember last October when you kept harping at me day and night to clean the leaves out of the gutters?
Yes, I do. They're still there, too.
Right. And if I'd have cleaned them gutters out, where would the melting snow that made this icicle be now?
Down the drain.
That's what I mean by foresight, kiddo. Just because I was thoughtful enough not to clean out them gutters, we got an icicle that's going to make us famous in the Wistful Vista Gazette.
When is the photographer coming?
4:00, they said.
Well, I hope he isn't late, because in case you haven't noticed it, it's turning warmer out.
What?
Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Gamble.
Good afternoon, my dear. And a frigid look at you, dipper mouth.
Hi, suet sack. Loosen your girdle and relax a while, fat boy.
Your hospitality overwhelms me, son, but I can't stay.
Good.
Just passing by and saw that icicle out there. That's quite a production.
You betcha. It's twice your height and probably half your weight.
The Gazette is coming to take a picture of it at 4:00, Doctor.
4:00? Oh, that's too bad. It'll never last.
What do you mean, never last?
Well, the wind is from the south, my boy. That thing will fall off of there in a couple of hours.
I say that icicle will still be up there at 4:00.
You want to bet?
$5.
It's a bet. Good.
Just a minute, boys. There'll be no gambling in this house unless the winner gives his winnings to the March of Dimes.
Well, that's a good idea, Molly.
Right. And walk on tiptoe until 4:00, kiddo, so we don't shake the house, too, either.
You know, it was so cold outside that my feet got numb.
Is that all?
Yeah, I'd better stamp them on the floor and restore the circulation.
Hey, cut that out. Big fat cheater. That ain't fair, and you know it.
Yeah, you're right, McGee. It was the trick of the cat. I'll go home now and be back at 4 to see who won.
What time's it, kiddo?
11:30, and our icicle is still there.
Thanks, I'm scared to look myself.
You know, I believe it's getting a little colder. What's the thermometer say?
10 below zero.
Heavenly days, is it that cold?
No, the thermometer ain't accurate. I put it in the refrigerator to keep my courage up.
What time is it, dearie?
1:45, and the icicle's holding tight. I'll show Doc Gamble how much he knows.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Now take it easy closing that door. I got a bet with Doc Gamble on how long that big icicle will stay up out there.
Okay. Hey, that's quite a hunk of hard water hanging there, pal.
Yes, the Gazette is sending a photographer out at 4:00, Mr. Wilcox. Going to take a picture of it.
Hey, that's a coincidence, Molly. I just left the Gazette office. Had a little hassle with the managing editor.
You did? What's your hassle about, Junior?
Oh, he ran a story on the weather that I didn't like.
Oh?
I went down and straightened him out good.
Yeah? Really talked turkey, did you?
No, we talked aluminum, pal.
Oh.
Reynolds aluminum, to be exact.
We could have guessed that.
He ran a story yesterday, and I can quote it exactly, that said, the current cold spell in Wistful Vista makes it a bit difficult to heat our homes properly. And, brother, I hit the ceiling.
Oh, well, that seems like a harmless statement, Mr. Wilcox.
I went into that editor and I said, are you kidding? What do you mean difficult, I said. Why, any rum-dum knows the best and most economical way to keep your house warm in the winter is to have your walls and ceiling insulated with Reynolds aluminum reflective insulation.
Yeah, well, them newspapers...
Reynolds insulation gives you more warmth with less fuel, I said, because it reflects the heat rays from your furnace back into the room where they belong, I said.
Well, I'm sure that...
I leaned right over his desk. And I said, look, you can personally carry home enough Reynolds aluminum insulation to put over the ceiling of a 6-room house. And at a cost of only about $40, I said. So don't be saying it's hard to heat your home. That's just stupid, I said. That's just stupid.
Hey, Junior. Stop beating on that table. If you jar my icicle loose, I'll have you...
I'm sorry, pal. Anyway, this editor just kind of looked at me. He didn't even get up.
Probably couldn't get up. You probably scared the pants off him, didn't you?
Well, anyhow, that's what happened. The man agreed to buy some Reynolds insulation, and I gave him $40 and left.
You gave him $40.
To repair his desk. I broke 2 legs off it. Goodbye now.
Broke 2. How's the icicle? Is it okay?
Still up there. It really is a big one, isn't it, dearie?
You said it. Reminds me of the icicle I once seen on Stickle's Pickle Works in Peoria.
I never heard about that one.
You see, Bill Stickle was a pickle tycoon, and Bill Stickle's dill pickles were famous.
Yeah, but about the icicle.
Well, it started with the pickle down the roof of Stickle's Pickle Works, and the Stickle's pickle packers seen it coming, so they stopped packing pickles and watched the icicle till old Bill Stickle got sore.
No sense of humor, huh?
No, well, it didn't exactly tickle Stickle to see the icicle because the output of pickles slowed down to a trickle. So Stickle took a sickle and chopped down the icicle, and the packers all went back to packing pickles.
Say, did he pack bread and butter pickles? Because that's the kind of... Come in, gently. Oh, hello, Ollie.
Well, hello, Mrs. Say, McGee, did you see that big icicle out there?
Yeah, we know. And close that door gently. Doc Gamble bet me it'll come loose and fall down by 4 o'clock.
Oh, the doctor makes a silly bet. This door stood up there for years. You couldn't shook it loose if you tried. Look.
Oh, no, Ollie. Not the door.
The icicle, dad ratted if you shake it. Oh, let me look.
How is it, sweetheart?
Still up there.
Yes, my goodness. That was kind of silly of me. I thought you meant the door would fall down. That's a good joke on me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you got such a fine sense of humor.
Well, Svenssons always did have a good sense of humor, McGee. Back in Sweden, my cousin Skål, he was quite a cut-up.
Really?
Every night, Skål would go to see his girl, missus. He'd knock on the front door, and his girl would holler, "Who's outside?" And he'd holler, "Baby, it's Skål outside." he was a very amusing feller.
He sounds like sort of a Swedish Fred Nitney.
What happened to him, Ollie? Probably too late to do any good.
Well, Cousin Skål, he came to this country and fell in love with a girl over here, McGee.
Oh?
She was a college girl.
Oh?
Skål asked her to marry him, but she said not unless you go to Yale.
So?
Well, to a Swede like Cousin Skål, Yale don't mean college, it means the hoosegow. So he kicks a policeman, they put him in Yale, and the girl wouldn't even come to see him on Visitor's Day. So long, both you fellas.
Goodness, he went out quiet. My gosh, the way people come in here and try to tear this house down, that icicle never will stay up till 4 o'clock.
One more jar is liable to do it. Yeah. Say, let's lock the front door and just sit quietly until 4.
Well, if we lock the door, the next guy'd beat it down with a sledgehammer. Hey, I got an idea. It's starting to freeze outside again. Oh, boy, if this works, that icicle will stay up there till summer.
What is it? What's the idea?
Well, if I take a hose and connect it to the... I'll fix it first, and then I'll show you, kiddo. Where's our garden hose?
Hose? Why, I think you...
Oh, I know. I put it away for the winter right here in the hall closet.
Oh, no, don't open that hole.
Icicle fall? Did it fall?
No, it's still hanging up there.
Well, then help me get this dad-ratted moose head off my neck. Ah, boy, it works. Look up there on the roof, Molly.
What is it?
I got a hose connected to the laundry tub, see? Out through the basement window and up over the roof. And it's dripping nice and slow on my giant icicle.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, the thermometer's down to about 20 now, and as fast as that water drips onto the icicle, it freezes solid.
Ah, American ingenuity, wistful vista style.
You betcha. Old Fats Gamble has to get up pretty early in the morning to win a bet for me, kiddo. By George, I'm not...
Well, it's too cold out here for me. Come on in the house.
No, you go ahead. I'm going to stay out here and guard my icicle, Molly. I only got about 20 minutes more to win my bet. You notice how it's growing? The icicle? Getting bigger?
Yeah, looks the same to me, though. Big, wet, and cold. Don't catch cold now.
Okay. Now, there goes a good kid. And lucky, too. How many women does she know whose husbands have got the brains and ingenuity to figure out a deal like this just to win a $5 bet? For that matter, how many of them would want to? But I'm the type of guy...
Hi, mister.
Oh,
Hi.
hello there, Teeny. Pull up a front step and sit down.
Okay. What you doing, mister? What you doing? Watch it.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on that icicle, sis, so don't fall.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that must be the biggest icicle in the world, I bet you.
Sure. Easy.
Mm-hmm. Mister, what makes icicles? What makes them? What makes them icicles?
You mean to tell me you don't know how icicles got invented?
Mm-mm.
You don't know about young Jack Frost and the beautiful Snow Princess?
No, I don't, mister. Tell it to me, will you? Go on, tell it.
Well, you just settle back there and rest your snowsuit, sis, and I'll tell you.
Oh, boy. A story.
Well, sir, once upon a time...
I've heard it.
You haven't heard this one because I haven't even made it up yet. Now listen.
Okay.
Once upon a time, there was a big snow castle out past Dugan's Lake. And a beautiful young snow princess lived there with her wicked old father, King Brrr.
Oh, he sounds mean, mister. He sounds awful mean.
He was a very cold character, sis. In fact, he was the only king I ever heard of who had a square heart.
Oh?
On account of because it was made out of an ice cube, see? Now, the little snow princess was in love with a poor but honest young fellow from the village here by the name of Jack Frost. Jack done odd jobs around town, like painting the leaves red and gold and helping the pumpkins to get ripe for Thanksgiving and putting the bite on people who went out without their mittens. He done a lot of artwork on the side, too, like lace designs on window panes and touching up spider webs and all stuff like that there.
I love Jack Frost, I bet you. I think he's wonderful.
Well, the little snow princess loved him, too, but old King Brrr said he wasn't going to have his daughter marrying any poverty-struck artist, and he gave poor Jack the cold shoulder.
Oh.
So the kids decided to elope and get married, and one night off they went.
Oh, boy. Was she pretty, mister? Was she?
She was lovely, sis. Her hair was full of moonlight, and she was wearing a string of pearls on a cobweb, and Jack had put stars in her eyes, and she was beautiful. But old King Brrr heard about him eloping, and he got his army together and took out after him. And right where this house is now, they caught Jack Frost and his princess.
Oh, the poor kids.
Old King Brrr and his whole army were just about to grab him when all at once it happened.
This is the good part now. This is the good part, huh?
Yes, sir. Their fairy godmother saw the trouble they were having, and she stepped in and waved her magic wand, and zingle. The wicked king and his whole army turned into icicles.
Oh, goody.
Then she waved her wand again, and all the icicles turned into little drips. Naturally, nobody wants a bunch of little drips hanging around, so they just sort of disappeared. And Jack Frost and his princess lived happily ever after.
I'm glad.
But just to remind us what happened to wicked old King Brrr, the fairy godmother waves her wand every winter. And right over there by the house, you'll see a big icicle, king size. King Brrr. You like that story?
Gee, that was just a wonderful story, Mr. McGee.
I enjoyed it.
It's so much more interesting than our teacher's theory of what causes icicles, I betcha. Our teacher claims that an icicle is just a natural manifestation of nature.
Well,
caused by excessive moisture, such as melting snow.
Yeah, but...
followed by periods of alternate thaw and freeze, thus crystallizing the moisture into a solidified pendant shape, or icicle. Wait till I tell her about old King... So long, mister.
So long. Yeah. Still think that kid's a midget. Oh, hey, I almost forgot my own icicle. Oh, it's still hanging there, nice and solid. I thought it ought to be bigger by now, though. That's odd. It's cold out here, but the thing don't seem to be...
McGee, aren't you frozen by now?
No, I'm watching that icicle till Doc gets here. 5 more minutes, and I win $5.
See, I wanted to ask you about the hose you've got rigged up to the laundry tub.
Yeah?
When you turn that thing...
Oh, hold it, kiddo, hold it. Here comes Doc Gamble.
Yeah, but McGee, I want to tell you...
Don't let Doc hear you.
How's the icicle, Frosthead? Did it fall yet?
Listen to him, Molly. He's looking right at it. You can see it hasn't fell. Well, fork over your fin, fish face. You just lost a bet.
Take it easy, Grabby.
Huh?
It's only 5 minutes till 4, and I'll pay off at 4 o'clock and not sooner. Matter of fact, that thing still looks shaky to me.
Don't worry. It's stuck up there good. And you're stuck, too.
McGee, it is getting smaller, and I'm trying to tell you...
Smaller? Oh. Oh, my gosh, it does look like it's gone.
Look at it.
Oh.
Steam coming off of it.
Hey, what?
How can that be? It's way below freezing here. And...
Oh, my gosh. It's melting. Look at it.
Look at that. It fell. It did fall. I won.
Oh, no. That's impossible. How could this happen?
Very easily.
Huh?
I've been trying to tell you when you hooked up the hose to the laundry tub, you turned on the hot water.
Go fill the tub for me, will you? I want to soak my head.
McGee, you'd better call the Gazette office and tell that photographer not to come.
Yeah, I guess so. Hand me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Gazette, you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Myrtle? 'Tis, eh? What say, Mert? Your father? Tossed in the jug, eh?
Oh, dear. Arrested, was he?
No, he went out to a farm and bought a gallon of apple cider, paid $1 for the cider, and they tossed in the jug. How's that, Mert? Oh, okay. Line's out of order. Icicles.
And now for the Aldrich family. The actions of a teenage boy are about as explosive as a thunderstorm. They never cease as long as he has an ounce of energy to draw on. And with Henry Aldrich, there are usually a few extra ounces in reserve. It is Saturday morning, and the scene opens on Homer Brown's front veranda.
Homer, look at it this way. It's January.
Stand back, Henry. You're crowding me.
And what better month is there to go fishing in than January?
Henry, can't you see I'm busy washing storm windows?
But think of it, Homer. You cut a hole in the ice, see, and you sit there, and the night's frosty air. Oh, it's not too frosty. Just healthy.
Henry, why should I go sitting around in the air when I can watch storm windows from my father?
Homer, do you feel well?
Yeah, will you step aside? Boy, after all my father's done for me, it's the least I can do.
But, Homer, think of the size fish there must be in Fletcher's Pond. They've been growing ever since summer.
There's no use asking me, Henry. When my father wants me to do something, boy, I certainly wouldn't let him down.
What? Homer, are you sure you feel well?
He's right in the living room there.
Oh, he is?
Sure, listening to every word we say. Can't you see he's left the window open?
I don't see him.
Oh, he's there. My mother finally put her foot down on these windows.
What?
I'm washing the outside, and my father's washing the inside. And we can't leave until they're finished.
Homer, what are you whispering about?
Oh, Father, Henry was just... I'm not whispering.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
Henry, would you mind not confusing Homer? He can only think of one thing at a time. Right now, he's supposed to be on the window.
Well, Father, Henry was just on his way home.
I was?
Goodbye, Henry. Get busy with that sponge, Homer.
Listen, Homer, suppose I go in and have a word with your father.
What about?
You know, an appeal to his better nature.
Henry, you're licked before you start. I mean, he's pretty determined to get these windows done.
Well, it's worth a try anyway.
Watch your step, Henry. He's pretty busy. Then call me if anything happens.
Oh, Mr. Brown, are you washing the windows?
Of course I am.
In that easy chair?
Well, I just want to get the perspective from back here before I start.
Oh.
Hand me that darn sponge.
Mr. Brown, you're quite a fisherman, aren't you?
What's that?
What I mean is, fishing is good in spring, sure, but don't you agree there's no month like January?
For fishing?
Sure. Don't you agree that that's when the fish are biggest?
Yeah?
Well, they've had since summer to put on weight.
Yes, I never looked at it that way.
Sure. I'll bet if you went down to Fletcher's Pond and chopped a hole in the ice, you could catch some whoppers.
Yes, I bet you would at that.
You mean you agree with me, Mr. Brown, that a person should take advantage of a thing like that?
I certainly do.
Oh, boy, thanks. Hey, Homer, come here.
What, Henry? What'd you say?
I fixed it, Homer. Your father agrees that this is a perfect day for fishing.
He does? Boy, Father, you mean I don't have to wash the outside of the windows?
Of course you do.
What?
And the inside, too.
Listen, Henry, I thought you fixed it.
And get busy right away. I have to speak to your mother.
Just think, Father, in January.
Henry, I don't want to speak to you again about your feet. Why don't you run along and let me finish?
My feet, Father? Are you afraid they'll get frostbitten?
I'm afraid they'll get chopped off.
Oh, sure, I'll stand back.
Thank you.
Boy, look at that ice fly.
And if you could find time to shovel this front walk regularly the way you're supposed to, the ice wouldn't form like this.
I realize that, Father, and I'll certainly see to it that I do it after this.
Good.
And speaking of ice, Father, how about it?
How about what?
Going fishing.
I'm sorry, Henry, but I can't find the time today.
Couldn't you chop the ice some other time?
Not very well.
Well, couldn't you...
Henry, I tell you, I can't get out of it. Your mother's keeping an eye on me.
She is?
Don't look now, but she's right there in the living room window.
Oh. Hello, Mother.
Henry, I hope you aren't slowing up your father.
No, Mother, I'm helping him.
You are?
Sort of.
Sam!
I'm stopping, Alice.
Sam! Sam, Mary said you wanted on the phone.
Oh, thank you. Here, Henry.
Gee, Father, what do I do with it?
You can chop with it.
Oh, here he comes now, Mr. Brown.
Oh, is it Will Brown?
Yes, Father, I told him you were busy, but he said this is very important.
Hello.
Hello, Sam. Do I understand you're tied up today?
Well, I'm doing a little cleaning up outside.
Oh, then it's something you could get out of?
Well, as a matter of fact, what's on your mind?
Sam, what do you say we go fishing?
What's that?
Well, there's no better month to go fishing than January.
But Will.
You know you cut a little hole in the ice and you sit around in the nice frosty air.
What made you think of that, Will?
I heard somebody talking about it. Come on, Sam, what do you say?
Well, it's a temptation, I'll admit. The only thing is, I have this work I should do. And...
Oh, do it tomorrow.
Well, you see, Alice wants... Naturally, I don't have to do it.
Naturally. It's like I was just saying to Elizabeth. Who pays the bills around here anyway?
Did it work?
Well, no. I finally said I had to go out for some cigars.
Cigars, eh?
Yeah. I'm down at the drugstore right now with my fishing tackle.
Well, I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
Right.
Right.
You're going to meet him where?
Father?
Was...
I thought you promised Mother to chop the ice on the front lawn.
Why, Mary, who pays the bills around here?
My father.
That is, I think I'll go out and get some cigars.
Darn it all, anyway.
Hey, Henry.
Is that you, Homer?
Okay, Henry, let's go.
Where?
He was, where do you think? Fishing.
Fishing? This is a fine time for you to decide that. Just when I have to chop up this darn sidewalk for my father.
Where's your father hiding, Henry?
He isn't hiding anyplace. He was called away on a very important conference.
He was?
And besides, I thought you had to stay home and wash windows.
I don't anymore. My father went off someplace, so I threw in the sponge and left.
Darn it all, anyway.
You really can't go.
Homer, do you know how long it's taken me to chop this little bit of ice?
How long?
Well, it's going to take me all day to finish it.
Gee. If your father shoveled his walk once in a while, you wouldn't have all this ice. Oh, good word.
What are you eating?
A piece of ice. It just flew in.
Listen, Homer. Listen, if you think you can stand around all day eating ice when I'm breaking my darn back...
What are you getting at, Henry?
The least you could do is help me.
Well, why should we both break our backs? Say.
What?
Listen, maybe we can still go fishing. Have you thought of hot water?
Hot water?
Sure. You have a hose, haven't you?
What? Sure thing.
It'd melt this ice in no time.
Well, gee, what are we standing around for?
Will. Yes, sir. It really keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? Incidentally, how are your toes? Oh, they're fine, Sam, as long as I keep wiggling them. Hand me the saw again. Let's see if I can get this hole a little bigger. Sure, you couldn't catch a minnow through a hole the size of that. Trouble is getting it started, Will. Once I get the saw down in there, we'll be fine. Say, I got an idea. Yeah? Have you got a penknife on you? Yeah, certainly. Here. Now, if I can just chip a little more ice off, I think we can get the saw in there. Good idea. Yeah, that's getting it, Sam. Do you mind if I run around a bit while you're doing that? You're not cold, are you? Of course not. Just a little stiff. I'll be right with you. All right, flap your arms, Sam. Hey, what a try this, Will. Makes you feel like $1 million. Say, Sam. Yes, sir. Sam, did you attach any sentimental value to that penknife? Will, you didn't drop it through. Well, now, don't worry. I'll get it back. How? I'll have Homer come out in the summer and dive for it. That's a fine thing. Now, wait a minute. Hand me my line. What for? Well, it's got a good big hook on it. I think I can fish around and hook the penknife. I doubt it, but here. Look, you go on flapping, Sam. I'll drop this in and give it a try. There. You feel anything? No, not yet. Well, let's just forget it. Hey, Will, get up off the ice. Sam, I got one. You got the penknife? I got a fish. Look at that shadow under the ice. Good heavens, it's a monster. What do I do? Land it. Well, how can I land it? Look at the size of the hole. Now, wait a minute, Will. Don't get excited. Don't just stand there. Saw the hole bigger. I can't, Will. We'll have to cut the line. Well, do something, Sam. Do something. Homer, stop shivering and stand still.
Listen, Henry, take it easy. You're rubbing the back off me.
Well, I have to get you circulating again, don't I?
Can't you use a softer towel? That one feels like sandpaper.
Wait, I'll go to the linen closet and get some more towels.
You're going to leave me alone in your room with just a sheet on?
Well, then wait, I'll find you some clothes.
And all I can say is the next time you hose a sidewalk, I hope you have a little more control.
Gee whiz, Homer, it was your own fault.
My fault?
Sure. Didn't you come right out and say, turn the hose over here, Henry?
Sure I did. I didn't say turn the hose on me.
And then you jumped right in my way.
Oh, boy.
You know how I feel about Fletcher's Pond?
How?
I've had enough water for one day.
Well, you know what I was just thinking?
What?
See, if it's no fun chopping ice on your own sidewalk, think how much tougher it's going to be out on Fletcher's Pond.
Sure. You stand around and break your back, and then some fish comes along and splashes ice water all over you.
Sure. And your mitts freeze to the line.
Sure.
And right here at home, we've got a fireplace and lots of wood.
Boy.
And we can sit in front of the fire with a comic book.
And a skyscraper sandwich.
Sure.
Sure. Can I have some underwear? Henry! Gee whiz.
Wait a minute, Mary.
Henry, Mother wants to... Are you making a tent in here?
A tent, Mary?
I thought I saw...
Never mind. What do you want?
Mother wants to see you down in the living room.
She does? What for?
I don't know, but you better come right down.
Mary, can't you even give me a hand?
Mother! Mary, I don't think I've ever been so furious in my life. Why, Mother? Just look out the window here. Look at the condition of our front walk. My goodness, it's a solid sheet of ice. The postman just slipped and fell right on his mailbag. And your father promised me faithfully he'd have all that ice cleaned off today.
Mother, if it's about your guest towels, I give you my
Henry,
word.
please put your coat on.
We're going out?
You are, dear. I want you to go straight out to Fletcher's Pond.
Well, Mother, I've changed my mind.
About what?
I don't want to go to Fletcher's Pond anymore.
Well, I want you to, and you're to tell your father to come home immediately.
Father? Father's at Fletcher's Pond?
Yes, dear. Mrs. Brown and I are positive that's where they went.
He's having his conference there?
What conference?
Oh, gee whiz, he said...
Henry, he's out there with Mr. Brown, fishing.
He is? We'll all be darned.
Anybody home? Hey, anybody home? Where's the fire, mister? Oh, I'm sorry to be so noisy, but this is an emergency. Have you got an axe? Why, sure. You want to come in? No, I can't. I have to get back down to Fletcher's Pond. Well, what's the trouble? My friend and I went down there fishing, see, and all of a sudden there was this big fellow splashing around, and my friend is hanging on for dear life, and the hole isn't big enough to pull him out. You don't say? And man, is he struggling. If we don't get him out fast, we're going to lose him. Now, look, you find an axe around the side on a block. Oh, fine. Thanks a lot. You get right down there and don't worry. Arthur, get a big pot of hot soup and some blankets. Get them down in the pond right away. Wear my boots and jacket, quick. And you better get me a rope. The fellow down there's falling through the ice.
And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, in trying to talk Homer into going fishing through the ice, has succeeded only in telling both their fathers on the idea. So far, the men are having difficulties landing their fish, and the boys have been sent out to find them. The scene opens at Fletcher's Pond.
Hurry up, Will. I'm freezing to death. Now, listen, Sam. I got up to that farmhouse and back as quick as I could. Well, at least you've been moving. Here, you hold the fish line and let me some. Now, that suits me. Oh, boy, it's good to sit down. Get your feet out of the way, Will. My feet are all right. Let's hurry and get that fish out and get home. Well, be long now. Who's that? Look, Sam, it's a lady of some kind. Have we seen who, ma'am? What's that?
Up at the north end of the pond, and we've been looking all over, and we haven't been able to find him any place.
Well, say, we've been here for over an hour. We haven't seen anybody around here.
Oh, my heavens, I have this hot soup and these blankets.
Look, are you sure it was Fletcher's Pond this man fell into?
Why, I thought it was.
You don't think he could have gone through up at Birch's Creek? Sure, if he isn't here, he must be up there.
Well, then we better get up there right away. I'll go and get my husband.
We haven't time. Come on, Will, on your feet. But, Sam, what about our fish? We can't worry about that now. Tie the line to this screen over here, and we'll come back for it later.
Nothing looks familiar anymore since it started to smell.
That's another thing. We don't find our fathers in about 5 minutes. I'm going home.
But, Homer, maybe they're lost. Look, Homer, where are you?
I'm down here. I quit.
Oh, here, I'll help you up.
Henry, You know what I think? I think we're lost.
How could we be if this is Fletcher's pond?
But, Henry, I just tripped over a fence.
What?
And there aren't any fences around Fletcher's pond.
Homer, this isn't any fence. It's a piece of string.
Now, listen, Henry, I'm not that weak.
But look, Homer. Look, it's tied to a tree.
It is?
And it's jiggling.
Henry, you're crazy.
Wait while I follow it along. It's definitely jiggling.
Gee whiz, you're right. Wait till I get some of this snow away.
Look at this. It goes down through a hole in the ice.
Henry, look.
What?
There's a fish on the end of it, a great big fish.
Well, I'll be darned. Pull it out. Pull it out.
Man, the hole isn't big enough.
Oh, gee whiz, look what's here under the snow.
What?
And that.
Henry, it's a miracle.
Either that, Homer, or it's a dream.
Even if it is, let's chop a great big hole and get that fish out before we wake up.
Well, if you'd turn around and walk frontwards, we'd get there a lot faster.
Look, you walk your way, Sam, and I'll walk mine.
Now, granted, the snow's blowing in rock faces.
Yes, and I've walked into all the trees I'm going to walk into.
You're still bumping into trees, walking backwards.
I can stand it better that way.
Anyway, here's Fletcher's pond.
Boy, I'd like to get my hands on the guy who started us on this wild goose chase.
We pretty well had to go. Well, suppose somebody really had fallen through the ice.
We had to go, sure. I wouldn't have minded going up there and taking a quick look around.
Now, aren't they timed around here someplace?
That woman insisting that we hunt for 3 solid hours. I tell you, I don't think I'll ever thaw out.
Do you remember what tree we tied our fish line to?
Oh, look at that. Look at that snow all over the place.
Now, Will.
Even if we do find the tree, how are we going to find the fish?
Will, if we can only keep our sense of humor, we'll be all right.
What?
Things aren't really so bad. As a matter of fact, look.
Where?
There's our tree. I distinctly remember that broken branch. Now, hole in the ice can't be too far from here.
Oh, we'll never find it in this snow, Sam. A tiny little hole like that.
We'll find it, all right.
Sam! Will, pull me out!
Does that fire feel good?
Would you like some more hot soup, John?
I sure would. But be sure to keep that blanket over your shoulders now, Martha.
Oh, I will.
We'll be lucky if we don't both catch pneumonia. When I think of going over Fletcher's pond, inch by inch.
And, John, if you could have only seen those poor men hunting with me up there at Birch's Tree.
Now, who would that be?
Well, you going to ask me?
I guess I better.
Well, try not getting the draft on.
Yes, come quick, mister. Oh, it's you again. Hurry, bring those blankets and hot soup. My friend just fell through the ice.
Oh, yeah? Well, tell it to the Marines.
What?
If you think I'm going to fall for that story again, you're crazy.
Oh, Yukon! Just look at him, Mother. Isn't he a beauty?
My goodness, Henry, that's the biggest fish I've ever seen.
We just weighed him, Mrs. Aldrich. He's 8.5 pounds.
You caught him all by yourself?
Well, we didn't actually catch him. If you, Mrs. Aldrich, you wouldn't believe it. But we were walking along in the middle of nowhere, see? And all of a sudden, there he was, tied to a tree.
Now, Homer.
Honest, Mother. Hey, Henry, we haven't measured him yet. Oh, boy, come on. I bet he's 2 feet long.
You have to swing it around like that, dear?
Should we have him mounted, do you think? What? We're going to eat him?
Henry!
Sam, is that you?
Where's Henry? I just keep your sense of humor, Sam. What happened to our front walk?
Sam, what's happened to you?
Let me tell you something. A few minutes ago, we started up the front walk, and I mentioned to Will how happy I was to get home. When all of a sudden, there we both were, flat on our backs. Who turned our front walk into a skating rink?
Sam, that front walk is your own fault. And may I ask whose clothes you're wearing?
They're my own, Alice. It's just a little shrunk, that's all.
My heavens, you're soaking wet.
Well, I tried out a bit in the car.
But Sam...
All right, Alice. All right. Forget it. Just forget everything and let me lie down here.
Move over, Sam.
So I'm certainly going to get you some blankets.
Father!
Henry, come in here.
Sure, Father. What do you think of this? Touch the floor. Do you want to get it dusty?
Henry, where did you get that fish?
We found it, Father.
Sure, out of Fletcher's pond.
What's that? Fletcher's pond.
Father, is that you on the floor?
Henry, was that fish by any chance tied to a tree?
What? Well, how did you know?
Well, what do you know about that? In that case, kindly give it to me.
You want to have a good look at it, Father?
It happens that that fish belongs to Mr. Brown and to me.
Oh, no, Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, yes, Homer. I'm sorry, boys, but we caught it and we tied the line to the tree.
But, Father, even if you did, we landed it.
Henry, someday I'll tell you what we went through today because of that fish. I'll hand it over to you.
But, gee whiz.
Henry!
Here, Father.
Well, let's see it, Sam. Let's have a good look at it. Isn't he a beauty? Oh, boy, he must weigh 10 pounds.
8.5.
Come on, Homer.
Where?
I don't know.
Homer, why don't you go along with Henry and stop asking questions? Well, do you think we should mount him? Who, Homer? All right, Alice. Here, hold the fish, Will. I'll be right back.
Sure. And, Sam, we ought to take a picture of it, you know.
Hello.
Hello, is that Mr. Aldrich?
Yes?
I understand your son caught a fish.
No, sir. My friend and I caught it. It's our fish. After what we went through today, I'd like to see anyone else claim that fish.
That's very interesting.
Oh, say it's a beauty. A 10-pound bass. Let me tell you how we caught it.
You can tell me all about it in my office at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Who is this?
The game warden. You're not allowed to catch bass in January.
Now, wait a minute.
Have another piece of fish?
I will, please. I paid enough for it. I might as well enjoy it.
Hasn't this been some day, though, Henry?
I'll say. I don't mind a bit you're taking the fish away from me, Father.
Oh, that's fine.
I've got something much better. Homer and I were cleaning the fish tree, and boy.
What a day for a miracle.
I'll say. Guess what we found inside it, Mother?
What, dear?
It's something I've always wanted, a penknife.
What's that?
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Through the years, new inventions have speeded the wheels of progress. But today, Phil Harris slows them down to a grinding halt. More about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor.
Alice will tell you. I'm pretty handy around the house. Now, like if a light bulb goes, they call for old Phil, and I screw in a new bulb. But if a radio or TV set goes on the blink, don't nobody call for Phil, because you need an expert like my friend here, Warren Charles.
Well, it just doesn't pay to tinker around with an expensive instrument like your radio or TV set, Phil. It costs less in the long run to call for a qualified local serviceman. He has the technical knowledge and the required test equipment to help him do the job right. And here's another hint. Look for the serviceman in your neighborhood who features RCA tubes in his service work. They're the finest tubes money can buy, and yet they cost you no more.
There you are, folks. The word of an expert. When your radio or TV set breaks down, have your local serviceman fix it with dependable RCA tubes for best results.
And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last week, Phil called Mr. Scott of RCA Victor and told him he was coming down to see him about the renewal of his radio contract for next year. As we look in, Phil and Elliot are in Mr. Scott's outer office waiting to see him.
Hey, Curly, I think Mr. Scott is treating you shabbily. He's got a lot of nerve making you wait in a reception room like this. After all, you're a big man. You're the star of his radio show, and he shouldn't keep you waiting so long.
It hasn't been so long. We've only been here 3 days.
And 3 nights. I'm getting tired of camping out here. It's not only embarrassing, it's uncomfortable, too.
Oh, it isn't that bad. You just make... Hey, what time is it?
10 a.m.
Ooh, it's getting late. We better get out of these sleeping bags and shave. We gotta look neat, you know. He might see us today. I know he's in the office, and I guarantee he's gonna see us sometime.
What makes you so sure?
Well, I'll prove it to you by his secretary. Miss Livingston, is there any other entrance to Mr. Scott's office besides this one?
No, there isn't.
You see, we got him trapped. He has to come out sometime.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
Miss Livingston, are they still out there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. I can't stand much more of this. I haven't seen my wife and children for 3 days. I haven't touched food since Tuesday. I've been living on old blotters and art gum erasers. I even missed Dragnet last night. I wonder if Sergeant Friday got his man. Now, Miss Livingston, does Harris look like he's weakening?
No, sir. He woke up fresh as a daisy this morning.
What's he doing now?
He's scrambling eggs over a can of Sterno.
Do you think you can steal an egg for me? Well, never mind. I can't stand it any longer. I'll see him. Send him in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott will see you now, Mr. Harris.
Tell him we don't want to see him. That big crook trying to steal an egg from us?
We'll see him. We'll see him. It's what we're waiting for. I can't wait to ask him if he's going to pick up my option for next year. You know something, Elliot? Maybe if I ask him real nice...
Curly, you're not going to go in and beg for your job, are you?
Of course not. I'll be independent. I'm going to open that door to his office and walk right up to him on my knees like this, and I'm going to say...
Yeah, and then you'll look him right square in the belt buckle and tell him off. Curly, don't go crawling in. Don't let him think you're anxious for the job. Keep him guessing.
Keep him guessing, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go in. Good morning, Mr. Scott.
Good morning, Harris.
Mr. Scott, what has 6 legs and flies?
What's that for?
You told me to keep him guessing.
No, Curly. I mean, be non-committal. When he talks to you, don't say yes right away. Show him you're not too interested. Just say, maybe.
Okay. Will you two stop muttering and get down to business? Now, what's on your mind, Harris?
Maybe.
Well, that's a nice, stupid start. Shall we go on from here? What did you want to see me about?
Oh, Mr. Scott, it's about my contract. I hear that you want to renew my radio show for next year.
Where did you hear that?
A little birdie told me.
Next time you see that birdie, kick him in the pin feathers. He's lying to you.
Oh, you're just kidding me, Mr. Scott. You know something? You're a smart businessman, and you won't let me go. Only a dope would miss the chance to sign Phil Harris for next year. And one thing about you, sir, you're not a dope.
No, who told you that?
He does that good, don't he? Look, Mr. Scott, I'm not going to beat around the bush any longer. I want just one answer. You want me for next year?
Not particularly.
Now, look, Mr. Scott, I want this job, but I'm not going to beg. I'll give you an ultimatum.
What kind of an ultimatum?
You sign me up for next year, or I'll kill myself. Now, what's your answer?
Can I have a little time to think it over? It has possibilities that I'd love to explore.
Now, please, Mr. Scott, don't toy with me. Look, I'm a man with a family. Now, I got to know if I'm going to be working next year or not.
Now, calm down, Harris, calm down. Your radio show has been renewed for next year, and you can thank the RCA Victor Board of Directors. It was their suggestion.
Well, bless their long-playing bankrolls.
Now, will you please sign the contract, Harris? I'm having the Board of Directors over to my home for dinner tonight, and I want to show them that I carried out their ridiculous suggestion.
Yes, sir. I'll sign it all right. Yes, sir. By the way, Mr. Scott, I don't like to mention this, but I've been with you for 3 years, and I'd like to talk to you about my salary.
What about it?
I'd like to get one this year. Now, why do you need a salary, Harris? You know whenever you need money, you come to us and we give it to you. Like the time your wife needed $3 for a new iron, we gave you the money. And when you told us your children had holes in their shoes and needed a new pair, you didn't have any trouble with us. As soon as our investigators saw the holes, we gave you the money. Oh, you're very kind to my family, sir, but it's very degrading to me personally. Every time I buy a new suit, I have to take the board of directors along to okay the price. It's very embarrassing to get a fitting at Jim Clinton's with all them guys feeling the material. Well, Harris, perhaps we'd give you a salary if you showed more interest in the company, like our other employees. They're always making suggestions for the improvement of our products. That's why our products are tops. Oh, we know that, don't we, Elliot?
Oh, yeah. RCA Victor makes the best tops in the country.
They spin good. All right. Mr. Scott, maybe I have been a little negligent, but I assure you that from now on I'm going to do nothing but think of ways to help RCA Victor. Come on, Elliot. We got a lot of work to do. So long, Mr. Scott.
So long, Mr. Scott. Where are we going, Curly?
We're going home and figure out some way to keep our sponsor, and I think I know just the way to do it.
Yeah?
I'm going to record a hit tune for him, and I've got just the tune. Come on, Elliot. I'll sing it for you on the way home.
Oh, good.
Look at them shuffling down, rambling, scrambling, they're heading for town, hustling, bustling, buzzing around, happily awaiting at the station. Oh, look at the train, number 709, puffing and a-puffing and arriving on time. Who do you think's about to arrive? The band they call the Dixieland Five. They're gonna play that muskrat ramble tune the way you never ever heard it played. So get ready for the big P-Raid. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on and join a happy throng. Feel the beat of that rambling, scrambling muskrat song. Come on and ramble along. Shuffling down. Look at the band parading all over town. Look at the happiness going around. Everybody's up and celebrating. Oh, look at that drummer entertaining the gang, clinging and a clanging with the bing and the bang, changing the town from dead to alive. The band they call the Dixieland Five. They're gonna play that muskrat ramble tune. You better get your reservations planned in person for the one-night stand. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on and join a happy throng. Feel the beat of that scuffling, ruffling muskrat song. Come on and ramble along. They're going to play that muskrat ramble tune the way you never ever heard it play. So get ready for the big P-Raid. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on and join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that rambling, scrambling muskrat tune. Come on and ramble along. Hey, Elliot.
Yeah?
We're home, man. Gee whiz, it's good to be home again after 3 days. Poor Alice, I bet she's been lonesome without me. Come on, let's get in the house.
All right.
Hey, Alice, the love of your life is here, darling.
Leave 2 quarts and a pint of cream, dear.
Oh, I gotta buy her a cow. What kind of talk is that, Alice? It's me. It's your husband.
Oh, I knew it was you, Phil. I'm only kidding. How did you make out with Mr. Scott? What kind of a contract did you sign?
Just one of the best. I got everything just the way I wanted it.
Did you get a raise?
Oh, yeah. Next year he's allowed to buy a suit with 2 pair of pants. With options for a vest.
All right.
Well, aren't they ever going to give you a salary?
Now, honey, don't worry. Mr. Scott said they might consider it if I showed a little more interest in the company and came up with some ideas for him. I'd give anything in the world if I could think of something, just something.
Hey, honey, why don't you speak to my brother William? He always has such good ideas.
You mean wee Willie Faye, the inventor of the fiberglass tuning fork? He couldn't think of a way to get out of...
Alice, I couldn't wait to get over here to tell you the good news. Guess what happened to me?
Your oatmeal cookies won first prize in the bake-off.
Don't be a Weisenheimer. I've invented something.
You invented something, Willie?
In this box is one of the greatest inventions of all times. I've invented a portable ice-making machine.
Ooh, isn't that peachy? Why don't you stop, Willie? They've already got an ice-making machine. It's called a Dairy Queen. It makes them cones with the curl on top. They're delicious, and they keep...
No, Philip. My machine makes ice cubes.
I don't care what your... Ice cubes? Doc, you just struck a nerve. Elliot, this boy's starting to make sense.
Why, yes. This is the kind of an item that our hot little breaths have melted quite a few of.
Hey, Willie, did you say that this machine is portable?
Hey, that's right, sis. And you don't need electricity or gas to run it. This machine contains a secret chemical compound. When you push this lever, a chemical reaction takes place which causes ice cubes to be formed.
Amazing.
Astounding.
How many cubes will this little machine make, Willie?
Well, there's enough chemical compound in here now to make over 100,000 cubes. Just think, Philip, 100,000 ice cubes. Do you know what that means?
Sure. Let's see. At 10 cubes to an ice pack, you got a cure for over 10,000 hangovers.
Oh, I should have known better than to talk to you. Come, Alice, let's go into the other room and I'll explain it to you. I'm going to take this machine to RCA and let them put it on the market as a home appliance.
You know he's got something there, Curly?
Certainly, I know. Here I am looking for an idea for RCA, and that little twerp comes in with it. I wish I had the brains to think of something like this.
Curly, you underestimate yourself. You have more brains than Willie. You can invent a machine just like that one and bring it to RCA before he does.
How?
Steal his.
I'm not going to steal anything from him. All I want to do is to get rid of him so I can borrow his machine.
Get rid of him, huh?
If I could only get him drafted. I like that. I know a way I can make him think he's drafted. Hand me that phone.
Yeah.
Operator.
Oh, operator, there seems to be something wrong with my phone. Would you ring me back, please?
Very well, sir. Hang up, please.
What are you doing that for, Curly?
Don't you get it? When the operator calls back, the extension phone in the living room will ring, and when Willie answers it, I'll tell him it's his draft board calling.
Good. Hey, make it sound urgent, Curly. Tell him he's got to come down right away so he'll leave his invention here.
Just leave it to me.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, is Mr. William Faye there?
Speaking. Who is this?
This is your draft board. Where have you been, you naughty boy, you?
What do you mean, where have I been? I didn't receive any notice to report to my draft board.
You didn't? Goodness, you must feel neglected. But don't you fret. If you'll come down here right now, we'll make it up for you.
Well, if it's my time, I'll be glad to go.
Stout fellow. Now get down here right away.
Yes, sir.
It worked, huh, Curly? Like a charm. Shall we go on and see Willie off? Let's. Come on. Willie, hey, Willie, where are you? I want to talk to you about this,
I don't have time now, Philip. I have to leave.
Where you going?
I just received a call from my draft board, and I have to get down there right away.
No. You mean you've been called to the colors? I can't believe it.
How can you act so surprised when you were the one who...
Shut up!
I'm so proud of you, Willie. Too bad we didn't know about this sooner, or we would have thrown a party to see you off.
Well, it's too late for that now, honey, so let's just sing him off. Go ahead, Alice. You start it.
I hear singing and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why, I wonder why. I keep tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I lost my appetite. Stars that used to twinkle in the skies are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why.
You don't need analyzing. It is not so surprising that you feel very strange but nice. Your heart goes pitter-patter. We know just what's the matter because we've been there once or twice. Put your head on her shoulder. You need someone who's older, or rub down with a velvet glove. There is nothing you can take to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, you're just in love.
I hear singing and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why, I wonder why. I keep tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I lost my appetite. Stars that used to twinkle in the sky are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why.
We're just in love.
You know, Alice, while you were singing, I've been thinking.
Yeah?
You know something? It's a shame. Willie comes up with this wonderful ice machine he was going to take to RCA Victor, and now it's just going to sit there and rot.
Yes, it does seem it. Say, I've got an idea, Phil. Why don't you take it over to RCA for him?
Alice, that's a splendid suggestion. You know something that never occurred to me? I'm going to do it right now. Mr. Scott's having the board of directors over to his house for dinner, and then they can all see it.
Oh, good. And by the way, Willie left the blueprints of the machine with me. I'll go upstairs and get them.
Yeah, you do that, honey.
She goes along good with a gag.
Oh, it's a lot easier than I thought.
Hey, Curly, let's get the machine over to Mr. Scott's house. Wait till he sees these little ice cubes come pouring out.
Wait a minute. How do we know that the ice cubes come pouring out? We never saw this thing work. We better test it before we take it over. I don't want to make a fool of myself when I get there.
Okay, let's test it. Hey, Curly, what's this little pail for?
That there?
Yeah.
Well, that must be to catch the ice cubes.
That's cute.
Let's see now. Willie said to turn it on, you push a lever down. Uh-oh, here's the lever. I'll push it down, shall I?
Yeah, go ahead, push.
Hey, listen. Hear it? It started.
Yeah. I don't see no ice cubes coming out.
Well, maybe it takes a little time.
Yeah, no, I see what's wrong, Curly. It's vibrating and the lid on top is loose. Keeps jumping up and down.
Yeah, that must be it. This thing is probably supposed to be airtight, huh?
Must be.
I got an idea. I'll just sit on the lid and hold it down.
You get up there.
Right. There. Hey, that did it. There goes my first ice cube.
Hey, there goes another one.
Yeah.
Attaboy, Curly. Hey, they're coming out faster now.
Yeah.
Anybody home? I brung the grub.
Oh, now he's laying cold storage, yeah. There's no limit to this guy's talent.
All right, turn it off, Elliot.
Yeah, all right. Look, Julius, these ain't eggs. They're ice cubes.
He's laying ice cubes. Well, every man to his own trade.
Julius, will you please
Don't apologize. If that's what you do best, keep at it. After all, this is a very limited field. Mr. Harris, did you go to college to learn this, or does it come naturally?
Will you just be quiet, please?
I know I'm a jerk for asking this, but what's that thing you're sitting on? What's in it?
Ice cubes.
You're sitting on ice cubes? This guy gets headaches in the darndest places.
Julius, this happens to be a new invention. It's an ice-making machine.
Phil. Honey, here are the blueprints.
Oh, good.
Now, these will show Mr. Scott and the board of directors just how the machine works.
Thanks, honey. Come on, Elliot. Let's get this machine over to Mr. Scott's house. Yeah, okay. Man. Oh, hey, Julius, have you got your delivery truck with you?
Yeah, why?
Well, we can use it to cart the machine over to Mr. Scott's house. Come on, help us carry it out to your truck.
Harris, what's the idea of bursting into my house like this? I signed your contract. Why don't you go away and leave me alone already?
Mr. Scott, you're going to thank me for bursting in on you. I came here with an invention that...
You invented something? What is it? A non-skid bar rail?
No. Make a note of that, Elliot. Mr. Scott, this is an ice cube making machine. And wait till your board of directors sees this work.
Now, please, Harris, my board of directors are inside having dinner, and I don't want to disturb them.
Oh, no, we won't disturb them. They can keep on eating while I demonstrate. Julius, carry the machine over and put it on the table in front of the dining room.
Right.
Harris.
Look, you're going to thank me for this, Mr. Scott. Elliot, open the dining room doors. We're ready. Gentlemen, your attention, please. Now, gentlemen, I have here a machine that makes 100,000 ice cubes. But, look, rather than talk about it, I'll let you see it work. Julius, when we turn the machine on, you keep counting and show Mr. Scott, huh?
Right.
All right, Elliot. Start the machine.
Okay, Curly.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How about that, Mr. Scott?
5,
Watch it work.
6.
Well, I'll be done.
7,
Ice cubes are coming out.
9.
Why, Harris, this is a great invention.
11.
Elliot, you can turn it off now. RCA will certainly be interested in seeing... Elliot, I said you could turn it off now.
17.
I got a message for you, Scotty.
19.
What?
20.
When I forced the lever down to turn it on, it snapped and I can't turn it off.
But you've got to turn it off. Ice cubes are starting to pour into the dining room. Harris, do something.
I'm trying.
Harris, haven't you found some way to shut that machine off yet? Oh, this is terrible. Ice all over the place. My poor board of directors, look at them.
I think they look nice encased in ice.
They're all frozen stiff like statues. Look at that one with his coffee cup halfway up to his mouth.
I like the one who's about to light a cigar.
Will you idiots do something? My house is being ruined. It can't take much more. My dining room, living room, kitchen, and den are filled with ice.
Well, don't get excited. You still got 2 bedrooms and a half a bathroom to go. Keep counting, Julius. We may set a record tonight.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Whether you're an old salt who likes to set sail or a landlubber who likes to be on the go, the perfect radio for you is the Yachtsman, the newest of RCA Victor's famous portable radios. It's great going with the Yachtsman, the smallest 3-way portable ever made by RCA Victor. Carry it wherever you go, from town to country or from room to room. But don't let its small size fool you. The tone you get from the Yachtsman is big and full. That's because the Yachtsman has RCA Victor's exclusive Golden Throat tone system, the perfected balance of amplifier, speaker, and cabinet. The Yachtsman operates on batteries and also on AC or DC current. So it's ideal as a second radio around the house, too. Plug it in and listen while you work or play. Let the kids enjoy it in their own room. Keep it on your bedside table. It's handsome enough to fit in anywhere. The Yachtsman comes in a choice of 4 color combinations. Its durable plastic case can take lots of travel wear and still look bright as new. Drop into your RCA Victor dealers and see the Yachtsman, the newest portable radio by RCA Victor, world leader in radio.
Folks, this is Phil again. The summer months are here, and you'll all be out on the road, driving to the beach or to the mountains. Drive carefully, no matter where you go, and you'll be sure to make the return trip. One careless moment can mean years of regret. It can result in your death or the death of your loved ones. Don't speed or try to beat out the other fella. Take a tip from the guys who spend most of their time on the highway, the professional truck drivers. They know that a little courtesy on the road can pay big dividends in lives saved. Don't be in a hurry to get where you're going. It may take you a little longer to get there, but you'll get there. Thanks, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed were Janet Waldo and Gail Gordon. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. No matter what size or make of portable radio you own, remember it's only as good as its batteries. So be sure your portable runs on batteries that have been specially designed for radio operation. RCA batteries. The best way to make sure is to do business with the expert who knows radios inside and out, your local radio service dealer. When your radio needs new batteries, be sure to have your local dealer install the batteries that have been engineered for longer listening hours. RCA radio batteries.
You'll want to listen to 3 Years of Korea on NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly with those accomplished accomplices, Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and your old Racine shifter, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is done from memory by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music is dreamed up by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Why did you put that linoleum on your kitchen floor? Wasn't it to make your kitchen a brighter, more cheerful place to work in and to save yourself lots of work? Right. But if you don't take proper care of linoleum, it loses its beauty. And if you scrub it continually, it breaks down and becomes more and more difficult to keep good looking. That's why linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend that you preserve your floor coverings by applying a protective film of Johnson's Glow Coat. After that, you just wipe it off occasionally with a damp cloth, and it fairly sparkles. Glow Coat is, of course, self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing, requires practically no work at all. Simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your floors are beautifully polished and shining, never streaked or uneven. If you want your linoleum and other floors to look lovelier and save hours of work in the bargain, by all means use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Well, it's a beautiful, cold, clear day in Wistful Vista. The kind of winter day that puts jingle bells in your arteries. The inviting, exciting, exhilarating sort of day which, if you're smart, you'll spend at home by the fireplace. Like Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Oh,
my, I don't think I've ever seen such a beautiful winter day, McGee. Is it cold out?
Cold? I had to walk down the front steps backwards because my sheepskin coat kept turning its tail into the wind.
Why did you go out?
Get the mail.
Why, the mailbox is on the front porch. Why did you have to go down the steps?
To get in that gag about the sheepskin coat. Although I could have stayed on the porch and just said that when I came back in, my wristwatch was blowing on its hands.
Ah, my, it's an awful thing when a man has to be a comic just to go out and get the gas bill. Any more evidence of ham and the meat packers will assign you a picket. Any mail for me, dearie?
Just routine stuff. Gas bill, meat bill, due bill, grocery bill, electric bill. An invitation. Oh, boy, I wish we could do it.
Do what?
Go to the Winter Sports Carnival at Petoskey, Michigan.
Oh?
Look, we got an invitation. February 1st to February 9th.
We got an invitation from the Miami Chamber of Commerce last year that was good for all winter.
But them winter sports, how I love them. The clear ring of skates on the ice, the joyous yells of the bobsledders.
And the happy crackle of ankle bones on the ski slide.
Remember what a skater I used to be, Molly? Remember how I used to take a racing start and leap over 9 empty barrels side by side?
As I remember it, you also did it end over end.
Boy, what a skater I was. Remember how Shipstead and Johnson used to come out to the rink and watch me for hours on end, getting pointers? They always said they'd learned a great deal from me.
They do burlesque comedy on skates, don't they?
Yeah. Yes, sir. When I used to go out on the ice, people would kind of gasp and say, boy, look at that figure 8.
Yeah, and then somebody else would say, and look, he can skate, too.
You know, this makes me hanker to put on my old keen cutters and go out to Dugan's Lake, Molly. What do you say we go out to Dugan's?
Now, look, Pet, let us not delude ourselves. We are no longer children. Personally, I have arrived at the age where I'd rather spectate than participate.
Spectate my clavicle. Put a pair of skates on them pretty little feet of yours, and you'd make the rest of them young tomatoes look like percherons.
Go on.
Come on, Molly, what do you say? We'll rent a couple of pair of skates and we'll go out...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Hello, Molly. And how are you, Bubblegum?
Hi, Fever Chart. Hey, Doc, Molly has an idea we're a little long in years to go ice skating. What do you think, Doc? Huh?
Well, to be brutally frank, Crouch Pouch, you're too old to take up anything more violent than drawing mustaches on advertisements. If you'll take the advice of your family physician, and if you do, it'll be the first time, you'll strap nothing on your feet that hasn't got a blue jay on the container.
He has a terrible hankering to go skating, Doctor. And really, he used to be very good at it.
Good? I was terrific. Come on out to Lake Dugan with us, Doc, and I'll give you a few elementary lessons. What do you say? It'll be the first time Dugan's Lake ever had a quack on it in midwinter.
No thanks, little boy Blow. Although I may be on hand to revive you when they haul you out of a hole in the ice. If I live long enough, there are 2 phrases which will make me a rich man. 1, I drive better when I've had a few drinks. And 2, let's skate out a little farther.
You know, there's a third one, too, Doctor. A new one. And I quote, there's a storm up ahead. Let's fly through it. Unquote.
So you won't skate, eh, Aerosmith? Should we do that again? You don't trust yourself out where you haven't got a patient's wrist to hang on to, eh?
Listen, Mouse Muscle, I haven't got time...
I'll get it.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah? Who? Sure, Doc.
Thanks. Hello? Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Doctor. You developed the X-ray plates? I see. Small gastric ulcer, Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Well, thank you very much, Doctor. And send the bill to me. Bye.
Hey. Why send the bill to you, Doc?
Why not? It's my ulcer. Well, have fun at Dugan's Lake, Stumblebum. And you too, Molly.
Well, thank you, Doctor. It might do us both good at that to get out for a little while. Say, didn't you skate when you were a boy?
He never was a boy. He was born with sideburns and a case full of sodium bicarbonate.
As a matter of fact, friends, I was a bit of a no-good when I was a boy. I thought if a man shot a good game of pool and could peddle a little bootleg hooch without getting caught, he'd really get somewhere. And when I found out where he'd get, I decided I didn't want to go there. You know what I wish?
What, Doctor?
I wish that every boy, when he reaches the age of 18, could read his own obituary and then either correct it or live up to it. See you later.
and the orchestra, and Atlanta, GA.
Come on, Molly, let's go out to Dugan's Lake. We can stop someplace, and I'll rent you a pair of skates. I might even buy you a pair.
Oh, now, please, McGee, let's not be childish. I'm in better condition than you are, and I'm much too brittle to go ice skating.
Oh, you're never no such a thing. I see guys skating out there all the time, and women, too, that are old enough to be your grandmothers. Gee whiz, don't you remember how we used to waltz together on skates?
Yes, but I'm afraid I'd sit most of them out now. The hard way. Come in.
Hello there, kids. I just seen that Gamble across town, and he says you were going to go skating out to Dugan's Lake. So I come busting right over.
Oh, you want to go with us, old-timer?
Nope. Just wanted to tell you I couldn't make it today. Got to get my hair done.
Oh, getting a finger wave, Mr. Blasingame?
Nope. Cooking a rabbit for supper, daughter.
You a pretty good cook, Rupert?
Hey!
I
sure am, Johnny. When I was in the Seabees out there in the Solomon Islands, I was made camp cook for 1,100 men. One noon, I made them an omelet that...
Oh, wait a minute there, Rupe. You made one omelet for 1,100 men? How many eggs did that take?
42 shovels full, Johnny. We used powdered egg.
How on earth did you cook an omelet that big?
Hey!
She said how...
Well, sir, kid. I borrowed a concrete mixer, set her out on the runway, shoveled the eggs in, added 50 gallons of powdered milk, 5 pounds of salt, 2 pounds of pepper, stuck a fire hose into it, turned it on, and beat the gong for lunch. Boys said it was the best omelet they ever ate.
Yeah, but all those ingredients were cold. How did you cook it without heat?
Hey!
How did you cook
without heat? Without heat on a concrete runway in the Solomon Islands at high noon? Are you kidding, Johnny?
Were you a cook all the time you were in the Seabees?
Hey!
Were you a cook?
Had a little accident. They took me off the job. Seems like I was making me a big tureen full of vegetable soup one evening, and a seaplane mistook it for a lagoon and landed in it. Would have been all right, but he cracked up on a ham bone I'd threw in for flavoring, and I got court-martialed for obstructing navigation.
Oh, dear. Well, they should have given you credit for designing a new airplane, a split P-38.
Daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, I see where there's a filibuster going on in Congress. What's a filibuster? Well, says t'other feller, a filibuster's where a bunch of guys that hate music gang up around the jukebox with $40 in nickels to keep you from playing America the Beautiful. See you later, kid.
Oh, dear. Well, how about it, Monty? Are you going skating with me,
Oh,
Monty?
now, please, McGee. You go if you want to.
Oh, come on. We'll take it easy. I'll build a big fire at the edge of the lake and we can roast some weenies. What do you say?
When I was a girl and somebody had suggested such an excursion, wild horses couldn't have held me at home.
Well?
But now that both the horses and I are older and smarter, I don't think
Hello,
that
folks. Say, I hope you're not planning on going anywhere today. That air is sharp enough to appear on information, please.
As a matter of fact, Junior, I was trying to persuade Molly to go ice skating with me.
With, he might add, little or no success, Mr. Wilcox.
Ice skating? Aren't you being a little eccentric, pal? I'll bet you haven't been on a pair of skates for 30 years.
He's been on a lot of thin ice, however.
Junior, ice skating is an art which, once mastered, is indelibly printed on a man's mind and muckles. I could put on a pair of runners right now and make Sonia Henney look like a barefoot kid walking across a field full of hot rocks.
That's tall talk, pal. Mighty tall talk. Did you ever skate professionally?
Well, he says he had a skating act in vaudeville, Mr. Wilcox.
Why, certainly. I and a guy by the name of Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. We played every theater in the United States, almost.
Go on. With an ice skating act? What'd you do for ice?
Oh, I just give the bellboy 2 bits and I said, oh, you mean ice for You mean to skate on in our act?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, McGee, how many theaters had freezing units on the stage?
None of them. We didn't use ice. We carried a huge sheet of plate glass we used to skate on.
Plate glass, eh?
Plate glass.
You skated on a sheet of plate glass with ice skates?
With ice skates. At the end of our act, we'd attach glass cutters to our skate blades and cut the words, "Thank you, folks," on the plate glass. Oh, it was a wow finish. I remember one performance in Snake Naval, Idaho.
I'll bet just a sheet of plate glass was a sensation there.
Snake Naval, Idaho?
Uh-huh.
Why, I played there myself with a road show.
No.
Well, now isn't this cozy? What did you do there, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I played the cruel overseer of the plantation in a play called The Pixie from Dixie. Or, Are You a Mason, Dixon? I walked around with a black snake whip and a big mustache, snarling at the slaves and making eyes at Miss Nancy Lou, the colonel's daughter. In the last act, I doubled as the colonel, Colonel Jefferson Clay.
That was before you went commercial, wasn't it, Junior?
No. I was working for Johnson's Wax even then.
While you were on the stage?
Sure. It was a great setup. You see, in the second act, we had an interior of the big plantation house. The curtain went up on me slashing Miss Nancy Lou across the shoulders with my bull whip and saying, "Meaning no disrespect, Miss Nancy, I can't allow you all to demean yourself by scrubbing them floors, ma'am. That there's powerful hard work." And she'd look up at me and say, "But Desmond," she'd say. Desmond, that was my name in the play.
Oh, yeah.
"But Desmond," she'd say, "polishing floors with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat ain't work. It's fun."
Sounds like Can You Top This?
And then I'd throw down my black snake whip and take Nancy Lou in my arms and say, "Look, honey child, you all is quality folks. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using that Johnson's glow coat. But I hates to see my little goldy-haired lady stooping to menial work."
If that's the legitimate theater, I'd like to see the birth certificate.
And Nancy Lou would look up at me and say, "But Desmond, it's mighty easy to use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. One just pours a little out, spreads it around, and lets it dry for 20 minutes or so. Please let me do it, Desmond. I have so little beauty in my life."
Oh, sure.
Gee, you know, when we got through with that scene, there wasn't a dry eye in the house.
Laughed till they cried, eh?
Who played the part of Nancy Lou? Marjorie Main?
No, a fellow named Charlie Krylebean. He also sold tickets, handled the baggage and scenery, threw out the drunks, and juggled in the oleo.
Well, when we had our ice skating act...
Say, pal, we've got to get together one of these days and swap stories.
Yeah.
I'll bet we've played lots of the same towns. Well, so long now.
I'd like to have seen Mr. Wilcox in that play.
Yeah, me too. What a southern drool he's got. He makes Rhett Butler sound like a Minnesota motorman. Hey, how about it, Molly? You go ice skating with me. Come on.
Please, McGee, let's forget it. If either of us fell on that ice, we'd splintered like a plaster Kewpie.
We don't have to do anything fancy, kiddo. Just glide around, holding on to each other till we get the hang of it again.
No, thank you. No, you go on if you want to.
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. Hey, you care much for winter sports?
I can't say that I do, McGee. They're a noisy lot, throwing snowballs at each other and generally making a nuisance of them.
No, Mr. Mayor. He meant games like skating and bobsledding and skiing and so on.
Oh, I see. Well, I rather enjoyed them when I was younger. I had an ice boat at one time.
I'm talking about winter activities, Latrivia.
So am I. I said I had an ice boat one time.
What good is a boat, no matter how nice, if you can't use it in the winter?
I didn't say nice. I said ice. An ice boat.
How much did it carry?
How much what did it carry?
How much ice? Seems to me that a load of ice would be pretty hard to handle in the boat.
Just a moment, please. Are you by any chance trying to embroil me in one of those I said this, you said that bits of persiflage?
I don't know how you get any such idea as that, Latrivia. My gosh, nobody hates to argue more than we do. Shall we start all over?
If you don't mind.
Glad to, Your Honor. Now then, do you care much for outdoor activities in wintertime?
Not of late, Mrs. McGee. However, when I was a younger man, I spent quite a good deal of time in Canada, on snowshoes.
What was the matter with them?
What was the matter with what?
Your snowshoes.
There was nothing the matter with them.
Well, then why did you have to spend so much time on them if there was nothing?
Because I was wearing them. I wouldn't have worn them if there'd been anything the matter with them. I merely... Shall we try again?
Certainly. You're served, McGee.
Okay. Care much for outdoor sports in wintertime, Latrivia?
No, I can't say that I do, McGee. Although when I was a young man, I did quite a bit of bobsledding.
Why didn't he do his own?
Why didn't who do his own what?
Why didn't Bob do his own sledding? You said you did a lot of bobsledding, and
I didn't say anything of the... Or did I? Of course I did. I remember now. Bob was a rather sickly lad. Pulling that heavy sled was rather a task. So I did most of his sledding for him. I remember one day we were sitting in our cabin drinking hot buttered cocoa out of Munich Braustein.
What on earth is a Munich Braustein?
Well, it's a pewter or earthenware receptacle, sort of a high mug.
Hi, Latrivia.
How's everything?
Fine, and with you?
Just great. Nice to have seen you. Good day.
So long.
And here are the King's Men with Let It Snow.
The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Bet he wishes he were me. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful, and we've no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, I hate going home in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, then all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The winter wind is cold. Ooh, there's ice in the air. As long as I can hold you, then I should care about the weather, as long as we're together. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow. Oh, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Heavenly days, McGee. There's a lot of people on Dugan's Lake considering how chilly it is.
Well, when we get to skating, we won't notice the cold.
I'm afraid I'll get so cold you won't notice me skating.
Here, sit down on this stump while I fix your skates.
Okay. Not too tight now, not too loose.
Oh, don't be so fussy, Snooky. I know how to strap skates on.
Well, if I seem a little spoiled, dearie, it's because I haven't been on ice for so long. You know, it's almost... Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Who? Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Skating, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. I just came out because Sweetie Face told me to.
What'd she tell you to do, Wimp?
Well, she told me she was going to take me outdoors and keep me out till I had roses in my cheeks.
Well, that shouldn't take long.
Oh, it didn't. I had roses in my cheeks inside of 10 minutes. But the thorns hurt my mouth, so I spit them out.
Lots of people skating out here today, Wimp. Ice must be pretty solid.
Oh, not too solid, Mr. McGee. See that sign behind you there? The one that says, danger, thin ice?
Well, what on earth is it doing up here on the bank?
Well, I put it there. It was out in the middle of the lake, but who could read it that far away?
Where's Sweetie Face now, Wimp? Gone home?
Oh, no such luck, Mr. McGee. She's skating around out there in the lake someplace.
Oh, is she a pretty good skater, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no. She's simply terrible. But I told her to go out in the middle of the lake where there was plenty of room.
Wait a minute. I thought you said it was dangerous out there. Thin ice.
Yes. Well, enjoy yourselves, folksies. Goodbye now.
See you later, Wimp. Now, there you are, Molly. How do the skates feel?
Well, I don't know, but I feel 9 feet tall.
Huh?
It's been so long since Oh, hold me, McGee.
I got you, kiddo. Now, take it easy. Relax. Now, hang on to me while we walk out onto the ice.
What do you mean, hang on to you?
Huh?
I'll bet you've got bruises on your arm now that look like you'd gone over Niagara Falls in a hairnet.
Come on. Come on.
Take it easy now.
Only a few feet farther now. You're doing fine.
I hope I haven't forgotten how to skate. My ankles feel like they were made of wet rope.
Here we are. Now, ain't this wonderful? Want to let go of me now and try a few strokes?
No, I can't say that I do, dearie. You skate around and let me hang onto your shoulders, like a slightly overaged papoose.
Now, you'll catch on to it in a minute. My God. Hey, that's it. Take it away.
How am I doing, McGee?
Swell. Now, try a 3-change-3 and an inside-back rocker.
Don't talk nonsense and throw a little sand in front of me. I've forgotten how to stop.
Well, don't stop. I'll catch up with you.
You don't know how glad I am to see you, McGee. There's nothing to grab onto out here when I feel like falling. If I ever own a skating rink, it'll have trees on it.
Oh, you're doing wonderful, Molly. Shall we cross hands and skate together? I tried it with my feet a minute ago, but I didn't like it.
All right, let's try it.
There.
Isn't this fun?
Yeah.
Let's waltz, McGee.
Okay. Boy, oh boy. Just like back in Peoria.
Sure.
Remember?
I'm all right now. You don't have to hold my hands too tight.
I don't have to, but you don't mind, do you?
Oh, not a bit.
Hey, Molly. Remember how we used to skate away from everybody else and sneak around the point and I'd kiss you?
As Mr. Wimple would say, yes.
Well, there's a point over there to the right.
Well, I must say, dearie, that you haven't changed much in all these years.
I haven't?
No. It still takes you too long to get to the point.
Take a quick look around the room you're sitting in, will you? That's right. Now, since so many of you ladies are firm believers in regular wax polishing, chances are your floors, furniture, and woodwork are beautifully clean and sparkling. But if by chance you've not yet got around to the wax method of keeping house, consider for a moment how much more attractive your home could be. All through your home, there are treasures that will become even lovelier with every application of Johnson's wax. The millions and millions of women who use this modern method of housekeeping call it protective housekeeping for 3 reasons. First, Johnson's wax beautifies your home. Second, it wax protects your treasures from wear, dirt, and spilled things. And third, Johnson's Wax saves you work. A smooth, dry, waxed surface does not readily collect dust. So you have more time off to enjoy your lovelier home. Ask for genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Well, they ought to be home any minute now. Let me see. Splints, liniment, hot water, bandages. Come in.
Hey, what are you doing in our house, Doc?
We saw you through the window, Doctor. Is anything wrong?
Not with me. Got any broken bones?
No.
Sprains, bruises, torn ligaments, frostbite?
Oh, no, Doctor. Had a wonderful time and didn't even fall down once.
No.
Well, how do you like that? If you aren't the most exasperating people.
Don't forget your earphones.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.